can hear you. I
Hello.
hear you.
Hello, hello.
I can hear you.
Hello, hello. Hello,
La
hello.
la la.
Hello. Is it okay?
Hello.
Hi. How are you doing?
Hello,
Good.
hello.
Have you rested well?
Yes.
Yeah, you just speak a bit louder. Have you
Hello,
rested
hello.
well?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, hello, hello.
You're okay.
Okay.
I have to control my voice because if I say my normal voice, it'll go through the
The other
walls.
side. Okay, we'll try our best.
Do you think they will? Do you think they'll play they will have to give it a timer because I think before every Indigenous event they do a reel for 5 or 6 seconds, 10 seconds or something, and we just start. You have to give. I think anyway. He'll tell us. I think to start.
Hello, hello.
You mean we need the timekeeping?
We're not timekeeping. Just tell us. I think they'll still, but just tell us if there's like 5 minutes left or something.
Okay.
To wrap up. But I think I have the timer.
Yeah. I also can.
Yeah, maybe you should also send for your friends. Look at the Indigenous People's Pavilion.
Yes.
The live streaming is there in case they have Zoom problem. The live telecast link is also there.
Yeah.
I already sent out to a few.
Yeah. Joseph. Hi. I just saw you. You've been here this whole week?
Yeah.
What? How are you doing?
Fine.
Huh? Busy. And I'm gonna start inviting people walking like sit here now. Joseph is from DRC.
ATRC.
Yeah.
That is.
No, Democratic Republic of Congo.
Oh, okay.
Joseph, are you here for the second week also?
No. At 10.
Huh?
10.
Since you're leaving? I have an event here right now. Can you start sitting here now? What are you doing? Do you have another event coming up right now?
Yeah.
Just like your quick, I'm not sending photos. I just don't want to take photos. Other than not meeting them at all. So good to see you. This was a little Pacific camera. Are we putting the CBD discussions again or not?
Now I will look at you because I'm going to side the Congo bus.
Okay.
And after I will now check, talk more climate change, biodiversity.
Give us a go ahead, okay? Isn't it amazing that before the event starts, everybody's like nervous and like, 5 minutes. start, will they give us the go ahead to start? Will they tell us to start?
No, we start at 10.
Okay. So it's how many minutes?
Just 7 minutes.
Okay. I always put my phone a little bit faster than my watch, so I'm not late. So I always put my watch always 5 minutes early, yeah, just in case.
Okay, I see.
So for me, it's almost done.
So,
How are you? I'm Kim.
Nice to meet you. I'm Apple.
Nice to meet you. I wanted to inquire if you, I'm a professor at Northwestern University in Chicago. And I work with some indigenous nations in the United States who are also developing climate action.
Women who come from
So
the
if you have
democratic
one,
level
you
to work with
have a copy. And this is,
local and the
this
Indigenous
is a copy
people
of the
for
vulnerability
biodiversity
assessment,
and
but
many
I don't know if
activity
you've
in
heard
the
of
field.
the nations, but
I must not look you when you will have
yeah, they,
nothing.
it's a
Must
really great
maybe after here
plan.
because on 10:30 I
excited
have
for your
a
presentation.
meeting.
How's your cut going?
After we look good because you want to stay stuck. Was your focal point
Oh,
in
okay, mine too.
democratic
Yeah.
because you work a
Yeah.
lot of
So
with
how do you all have a
women and
person
biodiversity.
who's in the
I will send some
negotiations?
video that you
Okay.
have filmed and you can now help
Okay.
you to
Yeah.
make some study
Are you based in
with
Myanmar or are you in Thailand?
women,
Yes.
local IP and the local women
Yeah.
to make many things in biodiversity. There's really
Joseph, I sent you a message. So you need to, so maybe you received it. I sent you the photo. So I hope this is still your number.
okay.
So send me a message and let's connect.
Yeah. I work in Laos, and my husband is from Thailand. From Busan? Yeah. So, like Mae Hong Song? Okay. Oh, nice. From Myanmar okay. Hi, I'm Kim.
Nice to meet you, May.
Hi, Kim. I'm Tina.
Tina, nice to meet you.
Leslie mentioned Chiang Mai somewhere in your conversations.
Oh yeah, my husband is from Udon Thani, but I was asking, are you from Chiang Mai?
I am. Yes, I
Oh,
live in
okay.
Chiang Mai. I'm from India, but I live in Chiang Mai.
Okay. Oh great.
Do you go to Thailand often?
We do, yeah. Our daughter is 12, and so
Yeah.
we try to take her every year to be with her family.
Oh, it's so nice.
Yeah.
It's so nice.
But so are you with all the same Oh, you're from Nepal? Okay.
Different organizations. She's also Myanmar, but
Okay.
accreditation is from another organization. You know how it
I was
works
like,
here.
you don't look like you're from Nepal, and you're wearing a Karen outfit, but you know.
You know how it is sometimes getting accredited here,
Yes,
so it's
yeah.
just like whichever organization can support more.
Did I give you my
Oh,
card?
no, you haven't.
I'm a professor at Northwestern in Chicago,
Oh, lovely.
and I work with indigenous groups, both in Laos, but also right now a lot in the U.S.
Yeah.
who are doing climate plans. So I'm really interested to hear what you all
Well,
are going
thank
to
you so much
share.
for coming because you're a bit worried because it's an early thing today and there's a
Yeah.
lot of, you know how the chaos is at the registration?
Yeah.
This is the first event, so I was like, oh, but
Yeah.
thank you so much. So I was telling them, don't worry. People who will come will be people who actually are interested
Yeah.
and that's what you want. And
Yeah.
that's so lovely to come.
And I shared with Ahu a card of the tribes I work with did a climate vulnerability assessment, and it's like this thick, but it goes relative by relative. So every plant, every fish, every
Yeah.
insect, and they talk about that relative and how climate change is going to impact it. So if it's of interest, I share it. I don't have that many cards, so
Yeah. Oh, we'll take photos of it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to also, they're interested in learning how
Yeah.
other indigenous groups and nations are doing similar things.
Oh, that's really very nice. That'll be nice to kind of elaborate on things like that to share because I know that on the Karen also, I think they're also doing a lot of documentation of their traditional knowledge. And,
Yeah, and that's, that would be, it would be great to learn. I don't know if in Chicago there are a lot of Karen, I think,
Yeah.
in Chicago. Yeah.
1 minute, so we just have to.
I'm excited for your presentation.
Well, thank you so much. Oh, okay. Good morning, everybody. A warm welcome to all our participants here. We also have online. So thank you so much for joining from wherever you are, and also colleagues who are here in person. A warm hello from Dubai, where we are at the UNFCCC COP28 taking place. So thank you so much for joining in. Today starts the second week of the climate. So it's really very wonderful to be starting today's week with this important side event. So our event here is the Karen Kwatole Climate Action Plan, developing the world's first indigenous-led, nationally determined contributions. So thank you so much for being here. Today we will be having a discussion on the development process of a subnational NDC as a bottom-up NDC by current indigenous peoples since COP27, which was last year. National actions of Myanmar's NDC is currently at a standstill due to the complex political situation in the country. However, through a process facilitated by representatives from the Karen, an ethnic majority in southern Myanmar, alongside other indigenous peoples, a localized climate action plan is being developed. The plan demonstrates the determination and commitment of indigenous peoples to take action against climate change, while recognizing their territories and traditional way of life. Initial formation of this climate action plan began in 2022 October and has been further developed over the course of capacity building sessions, workshops, and consultations that will continue, continues until October 2023. Involved in the development process have been various stakeholders, including local civil society organizations and community-based organizations from southern Myanmar. As the title states, I would really also like to share that today we name the title as the world's first IP-led NDC because it is a very standalone and a unique NDC developed by the Karen for the land and territory, the territory which is the Kwatole and is not associated with the Myanmar's NDC. Now, before we go to the speakers and presentation, just housekeeping notes. For colleagues and friends who are joining us online, please if some of you I know are joining from Zoom, please, if you have any questions, we have colleagues there, so you can put your questions in the chat. And of course, colleagues who are here in person, we'll be taking the questions in person. An important housekeeping rule. Due to the challenging operating context of Myanmar right now, and to best ensure the safety of our speakers returning to Myanmar, please make sure that there will be no reference to the political context of the country in this session. Our audience, both online and in person here, are asked to bear this in mind when making comments or asking questions. And as you know that we are also live telecasting this, so this is an important house rule. So please, please help us maintain safe spaces for our speakers. Now to get the session started, I have two wonderful, amazing people here with me. So to start, I invite Au to present the Kwatole Climate Action Plan and how it was started and what are the key development processes. However, before doing that, let me give his introduction. So Au is the project manager of the current forestry department, providing the services in southeast Myanmar, where he technically supports the organization in managing a wide range of environmental and wildlife conservation projects, including community awareness, wildlife survey, forest restoration, land use plan, and ranging patrolling. So, Au, the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes to 12 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much for your kind introductions. Okay, good morning, everybody. This morning, I would like to present or share you about the current Kwatole Climate Action Plan. As we all know, the climate issue is a global theme, whether we like it or not, whether we expect it or not, it is coming. And just this year in our territory, we see quite a number of the natural, disaster, environmental hazards. We have a flood, heavy, persistent flood. You see quite a number of bridges, roads got collapsed, washed away by the flood. And in our local community area, the flood, because of the heavy flood, the paddy farming got inundated by the, rainwater, and a lot of paddies, got washed away. These are the, the natural disaster, not mentioning about the livelihood disruptions and displacement fueled by the ongoing conflict in Myanmar. So see the needs as, of this climate issue. The KNU, or what is KNU, I will show you on the next slide later, has initiated, this climate action plan for its own people in our territory, the territory that we call home, the people that we care, wildlife, forest that we care. So please, next slide, please. Okay, for Korean people, we have different minorities. So that's why the organization was one of the objectives is, to kind of unify the Korean minorities called the Korean Nation Union. KNU was established in the 1947, February 5, and we can say KNU is a de facto Korean indigenous government, because if you study Burma history, Korean people has gone through quite a nightmare, persecution, oppression, we are driven from the ancestral land. So KNU was established to protect its people, to defend its people. And KNU has a good, governance system, delivery the services across its, several administrative area. The KNU has its own, departments like forestry, agriculture, health, education, to deliver the services. And KNU has its, policy, rules, and regulations that apply to Korean territory and Korean people. For Korean local indigenous people, see KNU as its public authority and de facto government. Thanks, and next slide, please. Okay, then we come to the KCAP action plan. So for KCAP, the time frame is we plan to, implement from 2024 to 2030. It includes how to, support the local indigenous people with the mitigation and adaptations to the climate change. And then is water approach. We are capturing the three broad thematic area: forestry, energy, and agriculture or agroforestry. We know that forest due to the certain issues we are facing with the deforestation. So we have a lot to do now to work in this sector now. So we are talking about the zoning, land use planning. There are different land use system under our area. I will come back later on that. And for the energy sector, we are talking about the clean energy, solar, wind, mini hydro power. We are talking about like a stove. The idea is like for the local and indigenous communities to depend less on the firewood and stuff now, to move toward the clean sector. It's like boosting up the system. And hello, can you hear me? Okay, sorry. For the agroforestry, actually we did a survey. We looked into the 3 decades from 1990 to 2020, and looking at the driver of the deforestation, and we found that one of the main keys that is the driver of the deforestation, the expansion of the commercial and monoplantations. We have a huge problem in our area, so we are thinking of in KCAP, we should kind of also tackle in this area and moving toward the agroecology and agroforestry. Okay, thank you. And next slide, please. So this is the timeline of the plan development. So 2 exceptional workshops, 6 capacity building sessions, basically, the technical experts share us what is the NDC, the climate change, the impacts, because climate change is a very broad scope. And the 6 consultation workshops have been conducted, participated by the KNU departments, forestry, agriculture departments, current civil society. And in the consultation, we got a very good feedback. For your information, this plan is an ongoing process. It is not finalized. So during the workshop, we got a lot of inputs from the participants, like how to move on different steps, approach to come up with a good, solid action plan. Next slide, please. So here's the outcome. The plan is bottom up because it is developed at the local level now, as the moderator said, like a sub-national level, getting the inputs from the people who are working and implementing, has the feet and hands on field. And then it's yes, the current people see it is a need to have this plan, and we have a good coordination during the workshops, forestry, let's say forestry and agriculture department. So when you look at the institution of forestry and agriculture, there is kind of not really clear, line thing when it comes to the governance and administration. So there was active discussions, and the current CSO also provided inputs based on their experience in the field, recommendations. So we had a very good, active coordination there. And the outcome, we see that, we'll need the international support Okay. Okay. Hello? Is it better? Yeah, sorry about that. So we see that if we roll out this plan, we will also need the international support. Not only also with the capacity staff, because like a technical and so on and so forth. So what will be the next step of our plan? one is to, of course, to mobilize the financial resources to implement these actions across Gothuli territory. And then, of course, build up the capacity, the technical part, whatever in the topics, and strengthen the community-based institution and the KNU. Because at the local level, our community, we already have the structures. As I said, we have a different system, land use plan. We have a customary land, community forest, reserve forest, under the different actors. And KNU, they have the policy. So maybe, for example, when the KNU has the policy related to the climate, so maybe they will need the support now, like the policy that develop at that level to reflect the real, ground situation. And hopefully this plan will be a good showcase and encourage our brother and sister of the indigenous people in Myanmar to kind of develop their own. Because one day, when and if, we are at the democratic federal level, each ethnic indigenous group, when they come up with their whatever they call it, NDC or action plan or whatever, to contribute at the national level, that national level will contribute to the global level. Okay, that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Au, for kind of giving a very quick snapshot of what the indigenous peoples, the current, for specifically from your territory. Also, this is very specific to say that this plan has been made specifically from the indigenous peoples for the Kwe Tole territory. So this is a very good example, and I think one of the thing that I saw very interesting for this work was the inclusive process of consultation. So before, we also have a wonderful speaker here, May, but just before I go next, just following up on your presentation. So could you share, you talked about the importance, I think, that reflects on the indigenous peoples and local indigenous peoples. So can you share like some how do you say, lived experiences or case studies of how indigenous peoples and the traditional knowledge are contributing to climate change mitigation adaptation?
Okay, thank you. For us in our area, we have done quite a number of things. And talking about the our work linked to the Korean indigenous practice and belief, I would like to highlight one factor. We call it KU now, because at the KFD, Korean Forestry Department is one of the departments under KNU. We are in the process of developing the KU practice. KU is in Korean, in English, is like a upland, a shifting cultivation. To many part of the world, at the government, the state level, they see this kind of practice is the contributor to the deforestation. For us, no. This KU, if it is practiced in accordance with traditional, practice knowledge, it's even enhance the health of the forest and the biodiversity. So actually, the KU practice is already there. We kind of formulate it and put it on the like a paper document. We call it a KU management guideline. So, yeah. Why we promote KU? We support the local indigenous communities to practice KU, because KU is not only about agriculture. It is more than that. KU, carries the value of the social cohesion, traditional practice, cultural beliefs, and these components lead to the leads to the enhance of the forest and its biodiversity. For example, when let's say in my community, when one household in the village to start a KU farming, he doesn't have to hire the people to come and work for him. It's part of the culture. everybody in the community household come and support him. We call it like a collective labor. And then after that, when the next person do the same thing, I go and support and rotating in the community. So this kind of enhances the community cohesions. And also, Ku is for the main food. When of course, for the community to generate the food, and also when they plant, they don't only plant the rice, also other crops. So for the food security, and also for the native seeds. When Ku is not practiced anymore, then native seeds will be gone. Our ancestors taught us that if we save 30 species of the seeds, native seeds, we will not go hungry even though we face with the pandemic, the whatever phenomena, the famine. So yeah, that's how we promote Ku. Also, the cultural knowledge. The local indigenous people, they know where to do and not to do Ku farming. They avoid the watershed area, biodiversity area. They know from the river how far they should do the plantation. If that kind of cultural knowledge is gone, then the forest deforestation will come. No? They don't care where is the watershed, where is the biodiversity. They will clean up the land. So we want to sustain the cultural belief. And also, I want to highlight that the taboo in our territory also carry the conservation value. One current elder told me that, we call it Tade. Tade is like a mountain range with a steep on the both side. So the ancestor told us that you must not do Ku farming on that mountain range because the spirit is running up and down. When we heard for the spirit, the Kra people avoid the place, the farming there. But the tricky part is it is not really about the spirit. It is more about the, probably in that range, it could be a watershed area. If somebody clean it out, then that will affect the water supply to the lower communities who have practiced the livelihood, maybe like a livestock raising or farming to utilize the water resources. And also like a wildlife, the elephants, tigers, when they migrate or when they walk from one place to another, on the mountain range, they don't like to walk on the steep side. They also like to walk on the mountain range. So if one household, let's say, plant rice there, when the wildlife comes, the wildlife might destroy their crops, might eat their crops, and then it could create the human-wildlife conflicts. So these are the examples of how the indigenous and Korean local indigenous communities, their culture, belief, practice, knowledge, contribute to the the forest and biodiversity. Thank you.
No, thank you. Very, very, very interesting. And I think we always keep coming around these discussions, these climate negotiations. And I think as Indigenous peoples, we are telling them that, look, our practices are not just based on just fiction. They have been, gone through evolution of these traditional practices, and hence they are where they are in the most biodiverse lands and territories of the world. So before I go to the next one, I know May is here. So May is a member of a civil society organization in southern Myanmar, and she works as a dedicated national researcher specializing in natural resource governance and conflict sensitivity. And I think this is something that we always really forget also. So looking at your experience and looking at the work that you've also been doing, could you share some of the work about yourself and the work they've been doing around this?
I am a member of the civil society in the southern Myanmar. So the community-led action significantly contribute to the climate change action. So community-based conservation initiatives like community forest establishment, and also fish sanctuaries like fish conservation zone, and also the community has participatory research on the local species like fish in the river, and the rattan and tortoise, turtle, and herbal medicine, and a lot of the local species, what they have consumed daily. And also the indigenous knowledge sharing on sustainable practices, like Ahu said, the rotation and farming, current rotation and farming methods, and also daily dietary habits promoting local produce consumption, and also revitalizing of customary practices. These are the main community, the current community contributes to the climate resilience actions. So there are four things the actions contribute. These are the community empowerment and advocacy for the conservation. This through the establishment of community forests, but also the local communities take the active role in conservation, enhancing their resilience against climate related challenges. And through the local species research, this is the participatory research. This contributes the biodiversity preservation, but also strengthen the community capacity to adapt the changes environment conditions. The third one is cultural heritage preservation. According to AU, the indigenous knowledge sharing fosters the regeneration of customary practices like ku, the current rotational farming practices, and also this preserve the cultural heritage. On the other hand, this is promoting sustainable lifestyle. The last one is the sustainable agriculture. Sharing proper shifting cultivation practices. This enhance food security and also agricultural sustainability. Culture are crucial aspects for the climate resilience. In 2021, in the Mergui Divide district of KNU, it has 80 community forests that covered nearly 200,000 acres that is established by the local communities. And also for the current administration and territory management lifestyle that called KO, it's nearly 100 KO along the KNU 7 administration areas. 10% of this is recognized by the KNU Central Land Committee. So the community-driven actions highlight the intrinsic link between indigenous knowledge, sustainable practices, and climate resilience. This all fosters environmental conservation, but also fortifies community against the impact of climate change. I'm a bit frustrating talk how IP practices contribute to the climate change resilience in the world's event. On the other hand, this is not our fault, right? This is the fault of the business and the energy sectors. This is their fault. Thank you.
Thanks, May. That was to the point. And I think, yeah, thanks so much for sharing that also. But also really understanding that, as both of you have shared, like, again, we come to these negotiations and meetings as to how do we really see and make sure that the voices of indigenous peoples and their role in conservation be heard. I think we always keep seeing that, like, and you talked about it. Again, I think one very key element that you pointed out, both of you, was that for climate resilience or for climate adaptation, one key very element to think also is that it's not only about climate and nature or natural resources, but it's also identities of indigenous peoples. Like, it's not only climate just for the sake of climate, but how every traditional knowledge links also to the vitality and the continuation of a culture of peoples. And I think this is something, how do we really bring in not only the quantitative but also the qualitative aspects that would or should be able to be accounted for the contributions to ensure that, whatever climate policies and actions are there are absolutely taking into consideration these inclusiveness. And also, I'll get to you again, May, about your last comment, and I think I do agree with you. About from your experience, like you shared a very good examples and concrete examples of how indigenous peoples' traditional knowledge and their systems are there. But now we are here at the COP28, and I know that in your presentation you set some forward steps. So how do you think, or what do you think that, I don't know, I'm looking also for the words, is how do these actions of indigenous peoples and the traditional knowledge be included in climate policies and planning? What is needed?
Hello? Yes. Thanks for the question. I think we need to look at a bigger scope, and we need to look at the real evidence. How the local and indigenous people contribute to the climate change. So in Karen territory, which is part of the southeast of Myanmar, our territory is one of the best remaining forest, and it's a hotspot of the biodiversity. And our territory constitutes a larger part of the Donna terrestrial landscape, home to hundreds of the flora and fauna, wildlife and plants, stuff. So the question is, why do we still have it? I think it is more about the balance. The Quran proverbs say that now, if we drink water, we should take care of the water. If we use from the land, we must take care of the land. Only when we maintain the balance, our well-being and prosperity will be sustained. So this proverb is talking about the balance, utilization, and conservation. So when we look at the conservation approach, we don't look at just one aspect, forest, wildlife, and we neglect the people. No, we look at the holistic approach, because we know that we also should consider about the social practice, the tradition, the cultural beliefs. These are hence should kind of harmonize each other. So the community in our territory kind of enjoy the rights because of the policy. For instance, community forestry, as she has mentioned, we have about over 200 community forestry, start from the tropical forest all the way down to the coastal area. In the community forest, we see the evidence there. They have the utilization area and conservation area. So this is the value of the traditional cultural belief now that support to this. Anyhow, for the let me share you the data about the practice. Okay, in current territory, now we have about 382 gos. Gos is a customary land. This 328 gos is equivalent to about 842 hectares of the land. And we also have about 107 reserve forest, 18 wildlife sanctuary, 204 community forests, and 4 herbal forest medicine. So this land use, if we convert into the area, we have about 2.7 million hectares. That's a huge area. And the KNU authorities have issued more than 107,000 land title, which is equivalent to about 367,000 hectares. So this hectares area, if we kind of, if somebody with a technical knowledge come and calculate, these factors are huge contributor to the climate mitigations now. So we keep saying that such a practice, traditional, cultural, good governance system at the de facto level should be recognized, respected, and formalized. The climate change policy at the international level also should kind of reflect to the other local level. And we strongly encourage the international communities that when come to the specifically climate action, you also must work and support these local actors directly in current territory. Thank you.
Thanks. So I have a lot of follow-up questions, and I think for our participants both online and in person, if you know the situation in Myanmar right now and the complexity of it is really very interesting. And I think what you talked about, the scope of the contributions of indigenous peoples, lands and territories, and how could they be accounted for. I will leave the questions for the participants also, but very interesting also on the land title that you talked about. That's another very interesting discussion around it. For me, you've also been working a lot on, specifically on natural resources. So you shared, of course, the ways in which indigenous peoples are working to conserve. And you also talked about the larger contributions they are making with the traditional knowledge. So can you again maybe share a little bit more about, and you talked about the challenges, right, of businesses, of how they are also impacting the on biodiversity loss. So can you also share from your perspective and all the work you've done of what do you think how indigenous peoples and their knowledge is really actually does contribute to climate mitigation and adaptation?
Thank you for thanks for the chance for the second question. I'm from the natural resource governance sector as well. So the community-based organization actively engage in the participatory monitoring of natural resource management, focusing on the curbing illegal natural resource extraction projects. So these the efforts involve data collection and also the establishment of complaint mechanism directed towards the related responsible authorities. For the second efforts of the community, the collaboration efforts between indigenous communities and the civil societies in southern Myanmar, it's a big impactful contribution. The community along with the civil societies actively participates to the critical process of reviewing KNU forest and land policies. These are implemented and practices in the Kotule. Their active involvement in the policy review process demonstrate a commitment to preserving their cultural heritage and protecting biodiversities and fostering responsible resource utilization within the within Kotule. So it's quite notable. That's also contribute to the KCAP as well. And the communities, the civil societies has part of the process of developing the KCAP. That is now an ongoing process as well. Thank you.
Thank you, May, and thank you. I think this is also very interesting because all these contributions through the presentation and discussions is to see how the KCAP also engages in putting in traditional knowledge and the consultation that have been taking place. But also very important to say that you all are, as indigenous peoples, contributors, are also documenting and collecting data. And this is also what can inform, because you're always talking about how data is missing and how can we put this into something that others will also recognize. So without other ado, I would like to ask anybody from our audience would like to have any question. No question is simple or difficult, so please, we welcome it. But with just a caveat, I would ask is because the political situation in Myanmar, I would just ask you that we please restrict yourself from putting in any political questions to our participants. And other questions and comments are welcome.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed learning about the Climate Action Plan and the ways that you're doing research with communities. And I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about how, when this KCAP is done and you're measuring the contributions, what's the process by which you're trying to get those accounted for in this kind of international space? So how are you, is there like a coalition of other indigenous groups that are measuring this? What's the next step? And then my second question would be, if you were to only be able to take one thing back from this COP to your communities, to your governments, what would that be?
Hello. Okay. Your first question, the coalition part. So in our area, there are different local actors. As I have mentioned, we have KNU land departments, because KCAP we are looking at three thematic area, right? You have forestry. We have the forestry, energy, and agriculture. So in the coalition, of course, I mean, since it is a developing, ongoing process, there is still need to engage with these land agencies, no? Because they also have, the data and the stuff that we still need to, accumulate, and also with current civil society, they are, quite active and have a number of experience in this field. And if, on the ongoing process, when we, move on with, inclusiveness, we'll get a lot of information, data, enhancement to have to come up with the solid, plan.
For the second question, May, do you want to ask, I think, correct me, it's got to do with what is one key thing that you both would be taking back, learnings, or it could be something that you think way forward or challenge?
Like one key thing that we have learned from here? Yeah, that's a tricky question. We say that, our people in the forest, in the jungle, their carbon footprint is very small. Their emission carbon is very low. But when the climate action, when the climate impact, this guy, have, see the worst, right? So one key thing is that perhaps, in the indigenous platform, we are not alone. The other indigenous people also experience the same in terms of the rights, recognitions. So don't be disheartened. Keep doing, what you are doing with a good approach.
What we can bring from here, no? For me, not really, because the indigenous community have long practiced sustainable forest and land management. This make significant contribution to the climate change adaptation already. So it's a notorious one that the world has to notice it. So in the case of KCAP, it's imperative for the stakeholders, all of the stakeholders, to hear the community voices and observe what their long-lasting practices and address their needs accordingly. And for the IPs, the KCAP is not a new one. It's the way of life deeply rooted in the cultural tradition. As Tina said, it's cultural identity. So it's passed down through generations. One thing, it's based on the nature of indigenous people, it's unwritten ethos. However, it's founded on respecting the nature. So the KCAP is another paper of written form, no? So it's a local community. It's just what the local community historically done and continue to do, and we carry the things for sure in the future. So, thank you.
Thank you, May. I think it's also for me, let me just add, it's not an easy question also understanding the current context of conflict going on there, where a lot of these are people-led plans. But any other questions that others may have? Yes, please. Sorry, please take this one. Sorry.
Hello, I'm Paul from Indigenous Peoples Movement for Self-Determination, and we've been following and supporting a lot from the Katulay, from the Salween Peace Park to all the efforts. And it's really hard not to be political because, as Tina has mentioned, the context is really at a very crucial time right now. But my question will be, how's the exchange or relation of this very, very good practices? Because I don't know, in my following of the situation, the Karen has really been a forefront of conservation and forest conservation and biodiversity conversation. Any exchanges with the other national minorities bordering, because Burma is landlocked and the borders are really very fluid with the other minorities and national minority indigenous peoples groups, or any exchanges or a vision of expanding the work or having a knowledge exchange on how to really develop the work, because I think with more solidarity exchanges with other communities, we have stronger bargaining power to negotiate on forwarding indigenous peoples led solutions.
Hello. Okay. Thank you very much for your questions. As you said, we already have a good practice, as you mentioned, like a Salween Peace Park. There's one of the showcase a model like a co-management with de facto and local indigenous. Now we have another one. We call it Thothi Ta'u Indigenous Park. There's north of the SPP. I think on 12 they will do kind of a live and kind of update the process. So how share we have the alliance in Myanmar. We have like a Burma Indigenous Alliance. There's always like a coordination, a sharing, and at the regional level, they also like a alliance IP. I think you will know better. No? So there is a sort of a coordination, information sharing, and support one another, each other.
Any other questions? Yes, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you to the chair, to the panelists. I'm sorry, I just came in. But this is something very, very important. My name is Sele. I'm from Fiji, from the South Pacific. In Fiji, we have something like 300 islands, and we are all indigenous people. Our NDCs is done by government, and my purpose this morning, just to, because I'm really would like to know more about CAP, and probably see, like Paul have mentioned, I would like to hear there is this gap back at home where we have our own indigenous ministry as part of government. Then we have our what we call our inherent bloodline caucus. That is the genuine, authentic, legitimate, by law, indigenous people. Let me show you some mathematics. 97% of our resources are commonly owned by what we call as Itauke, indigenous people. And yet, 75% of that population lives below the poverty line. The arithmetic doesn't match. So when you talk about just transition, trying to flood another big mountain for another hydro dam and all those things, those are my issue. I happen to be a tribal leader voicing the biggest bottling water in Fiji. Some of you may have drank Fiji water. That is from my mother's tribal land, and we're still having that. So my issue is the question of how can we connect this. We all know, all are sitting here, our government have done their NDCs. But how can we articulate this? I'm still calling it, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, for us, I'm calling it, how can we articulate or voice out this echo to turn it into a voice at national forum so that we can take out the government-led NDCs so that we can have. I'm not really of the champion of doing two different. It's just like the appreciation of that, how much percentage of NDCs are us. Thank you.
No, thank you so very much. And I think it's really very important. And you put in the just transition, which is another big hole by itself. That's another discussion to definitely have where, yeah, that we can have that another discussion. But specifically from AU, and please correct me if I'm wrong. So what was sharing was that besides this discussion on just transition and going to renewables and how hydro is a renewable, but saying that the importance of KCAP, and I would say it's more of a comment, was it this could be a good example of how this could be shared, amplified, and this kind of a particular thing, and I think this is the focus of this event, having it here also, sharing, is how could these community, indigenous peoples-led NDCs could be what the governments would use for that. So could you, like, I would just simplify the question saying that, why do you think you've developed this? Why did you think it was important to have this community-led KCAP plan?
Okay.
And how to amplify it with others?
Okay, why? I think in the earlier session, I discussed a little bit earlier now why we need this. As I mentioned, that the climate issue is a global thing, and it's coming. And when you study the current Myanmar ongoing crisis, there is no official government, which means there is no policy, climate action policy for the people in the country. So that's why KNU step up, take up the step, come up with this plan for its people. And the people see KNU as a de facto government. How to amplify, maybe through our network, like the platform like this, and maybe in future if there are other events, maybe we can participate and share more. But one thing, please keep in mind that it is in the ongoing process. Thank you.
The main thing to connect is active consent, not a passive consent. The collective action of the community is the power. So, as we know, when the legal rights and laws fails to make sense, the de facto rights emerge as operational one. That's the point, I think. And also, I would like to a little bit appreciate the KNU policies, the land policies and the forest policies, acknowledge customary tenure rights, and also the inherent core value of the indigenous people. And how to say, it's called like socially legitimate tenure rights. The de facto government already acknowledged about this. This is none of the, very few policies acknowledge that one, but can you stand out for that? So I would like to deeply appreciate for that. Thank you.
It's the same one. No, thank you very much. And I think what we really maybe need to also have a conversation, I'm adding to that, is how do we deal with conflict in conservation or climate? Something that I think we are going around, but we never really put a finger on its contribution. And I think as O talked about is the importance is saying that I think also specifically maybe you pointed out in your presentation is one way they're looking at this is also their way of experimenting it, because this is very specific to their territory. And that's the name of it, the Kwatole. So what they're proposing also is that if this is something that could also be made by other groups within Myanmar also. So this is a step towards that. And of course, like you said, wonderful if there would be others who would also try doing this. May also talked about very important element around that whatever said and done, it all goes down to land rights. And to have any policy and plan, including, I think, just transition, it's not only about jobs, but it's also about rights to land. Because not a lot of the indigenous peoples are in those lands and territories. And my personal take is I don't know how just transition really fits into that. Because it's not only about green jobs, it's sustaining those communities that are existing in this biodiverse communities and territories, and who are, I mean, we have so much of these case studies who are absolutely contributing from their own spaces with their traditional knowledge of mitigating or adapting to climate change. I mean, this is the data that both May and O shared about the community forestry, about the amazing work they are doing. So I was trying to see if there's any other question from anybody else. And I think we also have quite a few minutes. Yes, please. That'll be great. One last this person in the front. Sorry. So cool.
Sorry, I just wanted to briefly ask, will the NDC that you're developing, will it be announced or launched or shared here at COP28? Will you show it to negotiators, policymakers, ministers? Will there be that kind of outreach effort?
Here, no, because as I said, like just in the ongoing process, a living document, we still need to take different steps to come up with the finalized one. So No, not yet.
Yes, it's ongoing process, and also it's we civil societies encourage to the KNU de facto government to connect and contact the communities directly to participate and engage to that process as well. Not only civil society people. Of course, civil society's people are from the community, but please just go and touch with the communities directly. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add, because I think you came in a bit late and the presentation is there, and just correct me. So has been an ongoing process since a year, and my understanding is that the consultations just ended, the final consultation. I think you've done 6 consultations only in October. So they are now working on drafting those and collecting all those together. But I think this is something that they will be finalizing and sharing within, I suppose, the communities and having a consultation on that one. But yes, I'm live, but yes, but I think that the question is that the validity and the recognition of it within the state right now, but this has been, like I said, been carried out by the de facto government. So I think this is the whole thing of saying that yes. So, but the importance of it is that whoever is taking the importance of community-led NDCs, because I think one thing that our colleague from Fiji talked about, and also looking at, including from the region that I come from, the NDCs would have to also be very specific to communities, because just by geography, just by where you are, your culture, the resources, one shoe may not fit all. So if communities are making these community-led NDCs to contribute to the national NDC, I would think that states should look into that, because it may make their work easier. And having that outreach that they may have been missing, and bridge that gap between the global, the national to the local. So I will leave it at that. One last 1-minute word before we finish. Your time's up.
In Myanmar, there are more than 100 of ethnic groups. So that is why we encourage. This is the first action plan by the current ethnic group, and the other ethnic groups we encourage to do that kind of action plan, and then we can meet in one place for the national one that contribute to the global climate resilience. Thank you.
Last few words.
So my message is, whatever the climate policy, action at the international or higher level, they should also, include. They should also take respect, recognize this kind of practice that we implement at the local level. If not, maybe the policy at the international level might be developed in a good intention, but if they don't include what we are doing, the policy at the local level, it could, contradict each other. So, yeah, that's my message. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are out of time, and we need to prepare for the next side event who will be coming up. So we need to leave the space. So thank you so very much for being here, for both the online and the in-person participation. And you can please stay back and have more questions with the speakers here. So thank you so very much. And once again, thank you so much for our and mate for joining us here today. Thank you.
No, it's journalist. Doing a couple articles for Manga Bay. Yeah. And you? Okay. Yeah. I'm from Wisconsin. Yeah. Oh, no. I mean, I know him very well. I've known people who have done their journalism program. What do you research?
So I look at how the thing is that this case stuff is developed by the de facto Myanmar government since 2010. So this is, so you know what I mean? So what they're saying is that to try to this a different plan than what the current military government is working for. So their work is around saying, but I also government ANU the exile development. So
yeah, it just seems
sorry.
somewhat contradictory in terms of the use of NBC.
Yeah.
And they should have come up with
cool.
a different term.
I'm basically trying to do an article about Indigenous participation at COP28. And I'm kind of looking for a focus still because I was writing a different article before this about Vietnam's Jet Li and the climate activists that have been in prison in Vietnam. So I'm kind of trying to figure out the focus of my segment. Do you think there's anything particularly, I mean, interesting to watch at this COP related to what you just were saying you studied?
Well, this is my first day in the museum, and this is very
I just gone to COP 27.
I'm actually concerned about what's happening with how it's very like this has never been
About this, I just worried about this thing.
Yeah.
Are you going to go to this?
I am going to this event. Are you? I think I am. What am I doing? This is the Red River meeting. But I can give you my card.
Yeah, that would be great. So you think the way they organize this is recommended
It's really limited the visibility. It is bifurcated. Like, split a lot more. It's hard. I mean, I've been following this. So the Indigenous people
local governments want to affect the but they're only one.
I would just take that.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? It's good. Might have to speak a little bit close to the mic here. But Tenshi, good morning. Hello, everybody. My name is Connor Staub, and I am a senior policy analyst with the Manitoba Métis Federation, the national government of the Red River Métis, with our home office located in far away, in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. I welcome you all to the second week of the Indigenous Peoples Pavilion here at COP28 on the thematic day of youth, children, education, and skills. Today I have been tasked with being moderator and part presenter, so please bear with me while I kind of navigate those two roles. Before we start today, I just want to quickly thank the IIPFCC and all those responsible for organizing, for creating this space, the Indigenous Peoples Pavilion, a space where all Indigenous peoples from across the world can come meet, share ideas, build relationships, create dialogue, and really collaborate on how to address and manage climate change in our ways, in our traditional ways. This morning we'd like to open today in a good way through a virtual opening prayer from one of our Métis elders, Joan Church. Unfortunately, Elder Joan was not able to make it to COP28 with us, but she was able to record both an opening and closing prayer, which is awesome. And so we will play that right now. Next slide. Might be running into some technical difficulties here. What's that? I'm not sure how things are going back there. What's that? Oh, that's what you said? Can we all please stand? Thank you.
That he guide us through these through these discussions, through these presentations, that our leaders and our teachers are guided and protected. We ask for our Creator to protect our lands, to protect our heritage, and to help us keep our culture true and strong. Please, Creator, protect each person, guide each person that's in this presentation today. Amen.
Miigwech, thank you. So just before we get too far ahead here, I'd like to introduce, obviously, the people to my left. Our Minister of Environment and Climate
Our
Change.
Creator that
Our Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Joanne Remillard, as well as two of my colleagues, Riley Bartel and Eli Deshotel. I'd like to give them the opportunity to tell you who they are, where they're from, and a little bit about their position at the MMF. Minister Remillard, would you like to start?
Hello? Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. Good afternoon. Oh, it's almost afternoon. Yay. Good afternoon. Oh, God. Good morning. I am very well refreshed from yesterday, and everybody looks refreshed as well. I'm thankful for the day off yesterday. My name is Joanne Remillard. I'm the Minister responsible for Environment and Climate Change for the Manitoba Métis Federation and the Red River Métis. So my background, I've been involved with the Manitoba Métis Federation for, I guess, well over 20 years, but with the Métis politics about 40 years. So I'm very honored and pleased to be here and be able to speak in front of you and give you our presentation. So, and I also like to thank Elder Joan Church for her opening prayer. She's one of many of our elders in Manitoba. I find it exciting here today to showcase our climate action programs and initiatives. But I wanted to first provide some background on the Red River Métis and the Manitoba Métis Federation. The Red River Métis has asserted itself as a distinct Indigenous collective with rights and interests in our Métis homeland. The Red River Métis share a language, Michif, national symbols, which is the infinity flags, culture, which is music, dance, crafts, as well as special relationship with its territory that is centered Manitoba and extends beyond the present-day provincial boundaries. The Manitoba Métis Federation is authorized to protect the rights, claims, and interests of the Red River Métis, including those related to harvesting, traditional culture, and economic development. The Manitoba Métis Caucus and Cabinet leads, manages, and guides the policies, objectives, and strategic direction of the Federation. Most importantly, all 23 members are democratically elected by citizens. Organized into 7 different regions throughout the entire province of Manitoba, each region delivers programs and services to their service geographical area. Oops. Within the Manitoba region, there are various specific locals that encompass the different areas. We have about 140 Manitoba Métis locals across Manitoba. After many years in the making, the Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Agreement with Canada was signed on July 6, 2021, recognizing the Manitoba Métis Federation as the existing democratically elected government of the Red River Métis. This agreement ensures that the Manitoba Métis Federation will continue to provide responsible and accountable self-government. Most recently, and through our Beyond Borders initiative, we have begun engaging with many of our citizens in our traditional homeland outside of Manitoba regarding immediate priorities for rights, programs, and services. The Manitoba Métis Federation has always understood the importance of climate action and protecting our biodiversity through Indigenous rights framework. The rights of the Red River Métis to hunt, fish, trap, and gather are constitutionally protected, but they are also upheld by the Manitoba Métis Federation's Red River Métis Laws of the Harvest. Our Indigenous laws cover hunting, trapping, fishing, and food gathering, including berries, mushrooms, medicinal, and other plants. The Red River Métis Laws of the Harvest are our Indigenous laws that guide respectful harvesting in line with the cultural traditions and conservation responsibilities of our ancestors. Our elders have taught us in the importance of conservation, and the Red River Métis Collective understand it is their duty to listen to their elders, to listen to science and to our educators, and most importantly, to listen to the land and the waters. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Remo. I think that was a great introduction to the MMF. I think it's really important to understand, who we are as a government, who we represent, being the Red River Métis, where we are from, prior to discussing, why we are here, at COP28, and what we are doing as leaders for climate action. Riley, you and Eli want to go next? Introduce yourselves.
So hi everyone, I'm Riley Bartel. I'm another policy analyst within the Manitoba Métis Federation's Energy Infrastructure and Resource Management Department. And I grew up in Winnipeg as well, just south of Winnipeg in Saint Germain. And I've been at the MMF for about 5 years now, starting in our engagement and consultation department, really working on the duty to consult files, holding community meetings, and ensuring that the rights, claims, and interests of the Red River Métis are protected. And then I moved from a project officer to a conservation coordinator, where I really worked on the MMF's 2 proposed protected areas, Indigenous protected and conserved areas. So that's what I'll be speaking on in a bit. And and now I'm in a policy analyst position. So thank you.
Just back a slide there. Oh.
Howdy, folks. Thank you for being here today. As Connor mentioned, my name is Eli Deshotel. I'm a proud Red River Métis citizen from Winnipeg, Manitoba. I feel especially thankful to be here today representing Métis citizens as the son of a 60s scoop child. My father was adopted and placed into a white family at a very young age, and recently was able to find his biological family. So my family grew by about 30 people that day, and it was quite the blessing. So to be here representing Red River Métis citizens on a global stage is truly an honor, so thank you for being here. Oh, I guess I should mention, I'm the Métis Climate Leadership Coordinator with the Manitoba Métis Federation, so mostly working on climate-related projects and integrating climate action policies throughout our 6 portfolios in the department.
Thanks, Eli. Thanks, Riley. And just to reintroduce myself, again, my name is Connor Staub. I'm one of the senior policy analysts within our department here, who we're representing, the Energy Infrastructure and Resource Management Department. So I am a proud Red River Métis citizen, born and raised in Winnipeg, Manitoba, so Canada. But I was raised just outside of Winnipeg, about 30 kilometers, being St. Francis Xavier, or the White Horse Plains, a historic Red River Métis settlement that was actually once known as Grant Town, named after the prominent Métis leader Cuthbert Grant. So I lived in Grant Town for about 21 years. I then moved back into Winnipeg, where I graduated from the University of Winnipeg, and have been working for the MMF for about 5 years now. So my position and what I'm responsible for at the MMF in my position is kind of leading research, analysis, and policy, guiding and advising on the management of our fisheries, of our fish and fish habitat, and of our wildlife within the province of Manitoba, as well as working towards the protection of our Section 35 Red River Métis harvesting rights. So with that and kind of those introductions, what is our event? So our event will kind of be, presentation, discussion style in hopes to inspire climate action by really showcasing and discussing the work that is underway by our government and our people to help tackle climate action in Manitoba. We hope to show that Indigenous peoples are not only to be partners at the table, but also leaders and pioneers of climate action, and aim to inspire other nations and countries to be inclusive, showing that Indigenous knowledge and Indigenous people capacity within those nations are key factors to climate mitigation and adaptation. During today's event, we'll discuss the programs and initiatives that we have created and implemented to achieve domestic climate commitments. For example, with respect to and response to Canada's 2 billion trees commitment, we created the MMF, our 2 million trees initiative, our commitment to growing and planting 2 million of Canada's 2 billion trees. And for the goal of Canada's protection of 30% of lands and oceans by 2030, we're also working on our IPCA, as Riley mentioned, as well as Project Caribou. We'll also highlight climate action as well as Indigenous climate leadership by focusing on our commitment to understand climate change, while ensuring that our citizens, our Red River Métis citizens, are better equipped to mitigate, prevent, respond, and recover from all emergencies relating to climate change. So as Minister Remillard kind of touched on, the MMF, the Manitoba Métis Federation, is the democratically elected self-government of the Red River Métis. We're a unique and distinct Indigenous collective born in the historic Northwest. The Red River Jig, the fiddle, music, our famous prairie beadwork. I think Minister Remillard, are you wearing any today? Right there, so Minister Remillard is wearing one of our pins there. The Michif language, Red River Cart, all find their roots here in the Red River. Today we're continuing the legacy of Louis Riel's government. The MMF signed, and as Minister Remillard mentioned, the Manitoba Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Agreement in 2021. This marked a major step forward in reconciliation between the Red River Métis and Canada. The agreement, among other things, immediately recognized the MMF as the national government of the Red River Métis and set forward a path towards the completion of our modern-day treaty. It also means that we have removed arbitrary borders that were not of our design or of our choosing. Thousands of Red River Métis citizens reside beyond the borders of Manitoba, inside and outside of Canada. This means we have a regional, provincial, national, and why we're here, international mandate, a responsibility that we do take seriously. We understand that with rights come responsibilities. Conservation and sustainability are our top priority within our culture. To ensure that our lands, waters, and resources are protected for our children and their children. However, environmental changes due to climate change are detrimental and have a disproportionate effect on vulnerable populations, such as the Red River Métis, including our youth, children, and elders. Earlier this week, if you were lucky enough to find a seat, we heard a presentation by our Métis, First Nation, and Inuk brothers and sisters at the Canada Pavilion, speaking on loss and damages. We just want to quickly echo, what was said, quoting Mr. Souza, who's in the crowd today, saying, "Climate change literally impacts everything we do. Damages and loss are real. They aren't just words. Our people are reliant on our traditional lands for hunting, fishing, trapping, and gathering. The impacts of environmental changes can be observed through the disruption of hunting and game migration patterns, changes in our fish populations, the melting of permafrost, lower crop yields, and the loss of our traditional foods and medicine, all of which impact food security. We have to have our voices and traditional knowledge heard, provincially, nationally, and internationally." So with that, as promised, and why we're here, the programs and initiatives that we have created and implemented to achieve those domestic climate commitments. On the screen there, as you can see, is a list of some of our biodiversity and climate action commitments, such as our Métis Community-Based Climate Monitoring Program and our MELT program, Métis Leaders of Tomorrow. So I think that may be enough of me speaking. So Riley, I think the next slide's on IPCA. So why don't you tell us a little bit more about that, as well as the Red River Métis Stewards of the Homeland program?
Yeah, so the MMF has actually been working towards 2 Indigenous protected and conserved areas, and this really stems from Canada's Target 1 challenge and the further commitment to protecting 30% of Canada's lands and oceans by 2030. And the first IPCA, it's located in the Kettle Hills Blueberry Patch, and this is in our MMF Northwest region and the PAW regions, and situated in Manitoba's lowlands. So this is an area that is extremely significant to the Red River Métis. It's referred to as the Métis breadbasket because citizens have just harvested there for generations. But it's really also important to note that it's an area that's also facing a tipping point. There's ever-increasing pressure from development and urbanization, such as forestry licenses, transmission line projects, encroaching agriculture, as well as overharvesting that really put strain on an area that's suffering from under the weight of those cumulative impacts. So it's unfortunately subject to a large decline in big game populations and currently under a moose conservation closure. But it's also a very unique area in that there's quite a few different land title designations in the Kettle Hills. There's community pasture land where farmers and ranchers can bring their livestock to rotationally graze. There's provincial forest, a game bird refuge, a small provincial park that protects the Kettlestones, which is kind of just like a small section, but historically and culturally important to the Red River Métis and surrounding First Nations, as well as privately owned lands. So there's a lot of farmers in that area as well. The second IPCA is a little further north, and it's located just southwest of Wapusk National Park, which is a large national park in northern Manitoba, and it's within Manitoba's Northern Transition Forest. So this is an interesting area because you have the eastern migratory, the woodland boreal, and the barren ground caribou all kind of converging in this area, and it's used as a migration corridor, but also a wintering ground for species. It's also inhabited by a variety of different species at risk and species of concern in Manitoba. And in terms of importance to Red River Métis citizens, it's an area with a wide variety of contemporary and traditional use, and also a highly used access area from kind of Churchill in northern Manitoba to some of the towns further south. So over the years, we can go to the next slide here, we've developed some environmental monitoring programs in each of these areas, and that they're really based off citizen priorities and concerns. And so, yeah, we developed a quick video in the Kettle Hills, so I'll just let this play here.
What we're doing here today is we're putting out plots in the burn and in the green to show in 2, 3, 4, 5 years how wherever the burn is, the blueberries will come back in abundance comparing to where we're not burnt in the green areas with all the canopy, and blueberries will quit growing eventually.
So we've got our little veg plot here to take our little sample set of the vegetation in this area. We're going to go through and identify all the species that we can identify. If we don't know a species, then we're going to go back to our plant identification books and reference them and find out what we missed. And we're mainly focusing on the competition to the blueberry bushes and just identifying the prevalence of the blueberry regeneration in this area because it's a burn site. And so this will be our first little sample set, gathering some baseline data, and hopefully we'll be able to come back year after year and see how well the blueberries are regenerating.
This here is part of the Kettle Hills. We've been burning, having controlled fires through these areas, like I said, for 1,000 years. And when you burn every so often, what happens is all the undergrowth underneath, you get rid of all the canopy and you get rid of a lot of grasses that carry the bugs and the worms that stall the blueberries from growing and actually kill them.
It's got some edges. Yeah, it does have some edges. Nice. Sedges have edges. There is some lichen. Yeah. Got some. Yeah, feather moss. Oh, maybe. Wait, which? Oh, that's dwarf birch. Yeah. Oh, that one. Yeah, that's dwarf birch.
Years ago when I was younger, I'd come up through here, from here to the Kettle Hills, which is where the Kettlestones are, closer to the Swan Lake. Especially around the end of July and early August, it'd be nothing to see anywhere from 300 to 1,000 people up here picking berries and camping. This whole area used to become just like a little community all over.
And so now that we've identified most of the species, I would say we can determine the percentage cover in the plot. Blueberry. %.
So at each of these vegetation plots, we take a GPS waypoint. So this one's labeled Cowan number 2, and that's so we know exactly where to go next year when we come back and assess the prevalence of blueberries.
You know, Métis people have been saying, First Nations people have been saying for years that forest fires are really, really beneficial, not only to the jack pines because they have the serotinous cones and the fire opens it up and the seed is dispersed that way, but also for the blueberries as well.
We'd bring our prospector tent and our family. We'd usually stay for about a week, and that was always around the first week of August, and that's when the berries are in their most abundance. And so, like I say, but it's been generation after generation after generation. We've been here, always have been here.
Perfect. Site assessment done.
Yeah, so that was a little video of some of the field work we're doing in the Kettle Hills. And you kind of tell by that video, like, citizens have to travel further and further into the Kettle Hills to access those blueberries. And this past summer, we actually completed our third year of field data collection. So what this really tells us and what we can look at is like potential blueberry pests, health, invasive species, as well as look at like abundance per blueberry bush and get a sense of how these plants respond to wildfire. And then we can go next slide here. And just getting into one of the challenges we've also experienced with our IPCA initiative is really beginning this work right as COVID began. So typically when we engage with citizens, we bring citizens together from the different regions and talk with harvesters and elders. And in order to kind of continue to bring awareness to our IPCA initiative, we created the online survey and really just for citizens to voice their perspectives and enthusiasm. And to date, we've held a variety of virtual and in-person meetings, really focused on just identifying Red River Métis values and knowledge. And some of the questions we ask at those meetings is, what are the proposed IPCA boundaries you want to see? Preferred governance and management structures of these areas, what citizens want to protect in the IPCAs, and drafting a vision of what that looks like. And then kind of the final question we usually ask is how the MMF can care for our protected lands. And next slide. Another thing we're also prioritizing is engaging with other nations kind of surrounding these areas. So really focusing on building relationships and building these protected areas collaboratively. So this is actually a photo of Beyond Borders Caribou Workshop in Churchill, Manitoba. So this workshop brought together academia, government, and indigenous nations, and really focused on how can we conserve caribou together in this IPCA, but in the surrounding areas and surrounding proposed IPCAs as well. It's also interesting to note that Parks Canada has done some ecological corridors work within Manitoba, really focusing on identifying where are these freely large landscapes where wildlife can move freely across these areas, and the Kettle Hills was identified through this analysis as one of those intact landscapes. So, getting into next steps on the next slide here. Some of the items we're prioritizing is community cultural value mapping interviews, which is a form of traditional knowledge gathering in a group setting, and really focused on gathering with elders, citizens, and talking about ecological and cultural significance, and really collecting that data in a meaningful, kind of scientifically correct way as well. Second, we're also prioritizing environmental monitoring, just continuing that within the Kettle Hills, and within the Thompson region we have a trail cam project that really focuses on monitoring caribou, which Connor's going to touch on. And another item we're doing in both these areas is mapping the carbon stock, so how much carbon is sequestered in these two protected areas. And then finally, we're also prioritizing the healthy country planning process. So in collaboration with Nature United, we're working to basically engage citizens, because it's a very involved process where the community is involved to build a land use plan for these areas. So that's kind of our next steps. And to end here, we can go next slide. I'm just gonna touch on our Stewards of the Homeland program. So this is essentially our Guardians program at the MMF, and it really provides citizens with the necessary training, whether that's emergency response, environmental monitoring, or even just ATV training, so they can get out on the land and host workshops with citizens in their locals. And really our IPCA work wouldn't be possible without this Stewards Guardians program. Thank you.
Thanks, Rai. Eli, I think the next couple slides are, if you want to go to the next slide.
Yeah, so I just wanted to talk a little bit about Métis climate leadership. So essentially the main goal of this is to advance Métis climate change and health-related impacts, or health-related priorities. So one of the main ways we do that is through our community consultations, which I think everyone has kind of touched on here, but it's actually meeting with our citizens in our regions, in the communities at a direct level, so we can hear from our citizens at a direct level. They're the ones that are on the ground in the land, and I don't think any amount of scientific estimates can actually give you what talking to citizens who are seeing these effects of climate change on the land can do. So just some examples of that. One of the main things we always hear is that our harvesters aren't seeing animals that they hunt in the same areas that they used to. They're not coming around to the same areas, they're harder to find, and that goes for harvestable plants and vegetables and such. Traditional medicines aren't being found in the same areas. The bread baskets that they used to rely on every day, every month for generations, those aren't the same. They're not growing in the same places. So it's getting that information and helping us kind of determine where we need to shift our priorities and where we need to shift focus. Another one that kind of stuck with me of being in the field with our citizens, we went up to Sheridan Mine earlier this year in September. And Sheridan Mine is an abandoned mine that was abandoned in the 1950s. And as you can imagine, environmental regulations weren't quite as strict back then. So it wasn't shut down properly, and it has been degrading a lake called Camp Lake ever since. Back in 2009, our provincial government agreed to remediate the lake and the mine area to try to improve it, as Métis citizens had used it in the past for traditional uses, but that just was no longer the case. And what we saw up there was quite surprising. We went to the lake and took sediment samples from the bottom of the lake, and it was orange sludge, rusty looking. Even if you type in Sheridan on Google Maps and look at the satellite view, you can see Camp Lake. It looks completely orange compared to all the surrounding lakes around it. So it's just kind of another one of those things where you need to listen to our Métis citizens that are on the ground and actually seeing the effects that are happening here. So next on that point is building capacity amongst our citizens. As mentioned, Métis citizens are disproportionately affected by the effects of climate change, particularly ones in the north, but all over across Manitoba and across the homeland. So we want to build capacity through education and training. We might do some of that through our community consultations, through some of our various programming, like our community-based climate monitoring, which I'll touch on afterwards, through our stewards, through our citizen scientists, whatever it may be. Just ensuring that we can prepare our Métis citizens to be ready for the effects of climate change that are inevitably going to come. And next on that point is the co-development process. So co-developing these climate solutions with our Métis citizens, but also with everyone else. I think that's been a big topic since everyone's been here. It's united, we're stronger. Let's change rhetoric into results. So it's working with our Métis citizens, working with the provincial government, federal government, and stakeholders from a local, regional, and national and global level, and finding those solutions together. And then finally, just on that Métis climate leadership point, I kind of wanted to talk about just policy and research activities. So ensuring we're hitting the right targets and meeting the goals that we actually want to. So reviewing current, existing, and past climate strategies and plans and updating them as needed. Bradley kind of mentioned some of the traditional knowledge studies that we do and doing some mapping. So we'll sit down with an elder or a Métis citizen who is using the land and is on the land, whether it may be for hunting or harvesting or fishing, whatever it may be. We can sit down with them and get that information from them, put it on a map, and they can kind of talk about, hey, this is where my family has been hunting for generations, but maybe not so much anymore. Hey, this is where I'm hunting now. And getting a database filled with that information so we can have an understanding of areas that have been traditionally used by Métis citizens, but as well as currently used by Métis citizens. We can head to the next slide, please. And then, just to talk a little about some of the activities that we're doing. So one of the big ways that we're doing this, and this is the MMF, we have 6 different portfolios in our energy infrastructure and natural resources department. So we're already doing a ton of activities that reduce our carbon footprint, carbon sequestration. So we wanted to start a partnership with a Winnipeg-based technology firm that will help us get involved in the carbon markets. So then we can start selling carbon credits and do even more environmental work for our citizens and for the globe, really. So some of the ways we're doing that is through our 2 Million Trees initiative. Our President Chartrand has committed to planting 2 million trees throughout the homeland. So that's an obvious one, trees sequester carbon. And it's ensuring that we're doing it in a meaningful way. For example, we're giving out trees to Métis citizens, and we're not just like, okay, here's the trees, call it a day. It's planting the trees and asking them to keep in touch with us and making sure that these trees are actually being planted and that they're growing well and they're staying healthy and they're actually there. So there's actual concrete numbers that we are sequestering more carbon. There's also through our off-CAF program. So it's through the On-Farm Climate Action Fund. It provides funding to our Red River Métis citizens to input sustainable agriculture practices into their work. And so through that, we can also help them create carbon offsets or carbon credits through that. And we can assist them because otherwise they most likely would not be claiming these credits. So now we can create these credits for them through the required processes and protocols. And then we can go and sell these to high emitting companies. And then we can come back and split some of that share with them so they can continue their sustainable farming practices. And then we can also, as the MMF, do a little more work in environmental sectors and the like. Finally, I think Riley kind of touched on it, is through just protection and preventing carbon from being released into the atmosphere. So in the IPCAs, we actually did do 2 carbon mapping studies in which we kind of estimated how much carbon is stored in these areas and the value that would be provided if we were to protect these areas. So that kind of fell off during COVID, so that's something we're looking to get started, and I submitted a proposal to get some additional funding so we can begin that work and do a little more on that. We can go to the next slide. Okay. So community-based climate monitoring. So this is also to do with getting our citizens involved with monitoring what's out there and what's on the land. So we have a citizen sciences program. So there's various types of monitoring we do. Some of the main ones we do are water monitoring, getting water samples from various areas of the province, air quality samples. We have weather stations set up throughout Manitoba and hoping to set up more so we can kind of track what the weather is looking like and the climate and how it's changing, how it's differing but year by year, and what we want to do with that. And like I mentioned, we're also doing sediment samples, soil samples, and we're getting our citizens involved with that because we're only so many people here at the MMF, so being able to get our citizens involved, they can help us out, get those samples too, while being part of the solution for us. We can go to the next slide.
It's just more pictures.
This is just some of the pictures of our sampling techniques that we're doing here, but we can head to the next slide as well. And then finally, I'm just going to talk a little bit about our MELT program, our Métis Environmental Leaders of Tomorrow. So our children are the future. So MELT offers land-based education for Red River Métis citizens from kindergarten to grade 12. And it's not just sitting them in a classroom and having them watch slides or being presented to. It's getting them out there in the land, whether it be through camps, we do some canoe trips, we just getting them out there to make it more interesting and getting them more involved. I mean, for me personally, if I had something like that with when I was younger, I know I'd be a lot more interested in getting involved in the work I do now today. So I think it's really exciting, the kind of work and how excited kids are. Like just for example, last summer we had 179 Métis youth participate. And actually this year we're projected to have even more. So we're looking forward to that and continuing land-based education for our youth in the Red River Métis. And that's all for me.
Next slide, right? I think. Do you want to touch on the Red River Métis Food Sovereignty and Agriculture and 2 Billion Trees Initiative, or less? Yeah.
I lied. I'm back.
Next slide, please.
Yeah. So, kind of want to talk about food security as well, especially throughout the pandemic. Food security was an issue for our Red River Métis citizens, and one of the ways we're doing that is through the federal backstop pricing, the fuel charge proceeds. There's a certain amount set aside through the Canada's carbon tax set aside for Indigenous groups, and the Manitoba Métis Federation received a portion of those funds. We contemplated a few ways to go about it. Do we cut a check for all our citizens and send it that way? That was too much of an administrative nightmare. Do we do a different environmental project? But we landed on greenhouses. So we are building greenhouses in each of the 7 Manitoba Métis Federation regions. And through that, we can provide additional produce to our Métis citizens. And on top of that, we're also kind of reducing the carbon footprint of transporting food from far away rather than we can have it directly in the communities, or they can even just come pick it up. So with these greenhouses, we're looking, it's a bit ambitious, but we're hoping to have a goal of 100 pounds of produce in our first summer, or in our first growing season. But so we'll see how that goes next year, and hopefully we can update you next year. Next slide. And then, yeah, just our tree planting initiative. So I kind of touched on it before when I was talking about the carbon offsets and getting our citizens, providing trees for our citizens. So there's various ways we do it. Throughout our community meetings, we might hand out trees there and ensuring that they are actually being planted and the like. We can also set up drop-off to citizens' locations and getting them trees on their properties. I believe Connor might even have some on his property.
I do, yeah.
So there you go. On top of that, we are building a tree nursery, so we can, rather than having to buy trees from various faraway locations, we can start growing our own saplings and then providing those to citizens or providing those to businesses, properties, whatever it may be, who want to plant additional trees. Next slide. And there's just a little bit on the tree planting side of things. We can go to the next slide as well. This is just a little bit about the greenhouses and the tree nursery. If anybody wants to take a gander, but we can head to the next slide.
Perfect. Thanks, Eli and Riley. I think that that was a great overview on kind of those projects and initiatives. And I know it was Eli flew kind of through all those projects and programs, but we are available following the presentation, and as well we have a similar presentation tomorrow during our Canadian Pavilion time slot. So again, you can come and take a look at that, and we'll also be available to kind of maybe go over a little bit more in detail those programs and how we're moving towards climate action there. So what I want to finish off on here is a project that's kind of near and dear to me, with kind of my role at the MMF being wildlife and wildlife management, and that's Project Caribou. And so Project Caribou is an initiative that we started a couple of years ago, just around COVID in 2021, to help ensure meaningful, on-the-ground conservation actions being taken to support the protection recovery of all caribou within Manitoba. So what we did was we partnered with Parks Canada, working to create, as Riley mentioned, within our IPCA or our proposed IPCA, a monitoring corridor. So from Wapusk National Park in Churchill, so northern Manitoba, down the Hudson Bay through critical caribou wintering habitat, down into the northern kind of portion, or I guess central northern portion of Manitoba. This area is special. It's an area where all three ecotypes of caribou in Manitoba are found, being the eastern migratory caribou, the barren ground caribou, and as well as the boreal caribou. They're all known to congregate kind of in this special area during the winter months. So over the past you can go to the next slide. So over the past 2 winters, we've deployed about 60 cams, so 60 monitoring cameras in this area. And we're planning to deploy an additional 30 cameras this month, actually. So we're here in Dubai at COP, and we get back and we immediately go up to northern Manitoba to deploy those additional 30 cameras, as well as maintain the original 60, take snow depth measurements, and as well as installing ARUs. So this means that as of today, or as of later this month, we'll have about 190 monitoring cameras within northern Manitoba. And that's in partnership with Parks Canada and their 100 cameras. So about 100 monitored cameras from Parks Canada, and another soon to be 90 from us here at the MMF. So the question you might be asking is, well, why are we doing this? Well, caribou, as I'm not sure we all know, are an umbrella species, an indicator species, one that reflects the health of their ecosystem and their environment. So protecting the home range of an umbrella species could mean protecting an entire ecosystem and all of its members, and not to mention caribou being, a food source for all Indigenous people in northern Manitoba. So climate change is definitely affecting our caribou through increased wildfire activity in the winter ranges, increased summer insect harassment through ticks, flies, mosquitoes, changing forage quality and quantity, in the summer and winter, increased icing events, and changing migratory routes and behavior. Understanding how these environmental changes might impact caribou remains unclear. And so, as we know, monitoring cameras are a popular tool for kind of viewing wildlife, but they're also extremely useful for studying wildlife activity, behavior, and as well environmental changes. We hope that this data that we collect will provide us with the information required to improve our understanding of factors that are affecting our caribou in the north. Next slide, please. So as you can see, these are a few pictures from, I believe they're last year, 2022. So on the left there, you can see, or on both those pictures, they're pictures of our caribou there. One of the things that we're working on is trying to identify these caribou and what ecotype of caribou they are. As I said earlier, all caribou are similar, and there are three different types of those caribou that come down and congregate in this area. It's an area that isn't well studied at all, and so this is kind of really a pilot project, and one that's kind of first of its kind in that area. Our goals, once the monitoring aspect and we kind of take a look at the data, is to eventually, hopefully, collar some of these caribou and understand their migration patterns, where exactly they're coming from. Are they coming from Nunavut? Are they coming from our neighboring province, Ontario? Or are these caribou here boreal caribou in kind of the boreal forest area? Next slide. And as well, obviously, you don't just capture pictures of caribou, you capture other species, and as I said, those environmental changes. So you can see here we have pictures of our wolves, some moose, and as well as another species at risk, the wolverine. So definitely pretty cool and an interesting project. Next slide. Perfect. So the Red River Métis have historically and continue to have a strong connection to the land and its resources, using these resources for cultural, social, economic, and sustenance purposes. Métis people and all Indigenous peoples have this unique role to play through the inclusion of traditional knowledge in decision-making, as roles of partners in management, and despite the lack of rigorous scientific process, traditional knowledge provides invaluable information that Western science cannot. When we talk about climate change and the impacts of climate change on resources, we cannot forget the importance of traditional knowledge and the role this information plays. The changes our people are seeing on the land, what they traditionally know, what they have seen in remote areas of the province of Manitoba, of Canada, throughout the country, throughout the world, cannot be lost. That information cannot be lost. This information is critical to making changes. And it's not just about talking about making changes. One of the messages of COP28, from what I've got, is the window is closing. We don't have any time to waste. So, with that, we must work together. We must collect our traditional knowledge. It cannot be lost. It must be passed on to our future generations. It must be passed on to our children so that our children can go out and harvest, can see the world as we've seen it, can see the world as our parents and grandparents have seen it. We must work together. Our leaders must deliver to change the course on climate change. So I see that our time is kind of running out here. So with that, if we all just want to kind of stand, and we'll close today in a good way through a virtual closing prayer from our Red River Métis Elder Joan Church.
I want to thank you, Creator. We want to thank you. We want to thank you for this opportunity to get together as stewards and warriors, taking care of our lands. We ask that as we move forward, you guide us and strengthen us in becoming kind and considerate warriors and stewards. Miigwech.
Thank you. Please sit. So again, I just want to quickly thank the IIPFCC and the Indigenous Peoples Pavilion for creating this space, and really for everybody coming today. I know that COP28 is it's my first COP, and it's massive. It's definitely eye-opening, and there's so many events and presentations. So it's definitely we just want to thank you all for taking the time out and coming to learn a little bit more about the Red River Métis, who we are, and kind of the work that's ongoing in Manitoba to really help meet Canada's climate actions. Marcy McGwitch, thank you.
Hi, how are you? My name is Mary Philippe. So I'm the youth representative of the Indigenous Youth of Quebec. And I also coordinate a land-based program at university level to train in the radio.
Awesome.
And I was wondering, how do you incorporate your cultural link to the land within the program?
In kind of the Red River Métis, in the Stewards program, you show all their students?
And I was also wondering about the community.
Okay.
Because as a youth, I'm really deeply connected to the community. So really interested me what you were saying about the information that you get from the knowledge keepers. And is this all about how to harvest sustainable trade?
I mean, it's definitely part of it, but I think, like I kind of said at the end, we don't want to lose what our elders have. And so for us, the collection of, how to sustainably harvest, where our migration routes are, where they're changing to, kind of all those pieces is kind of that information we want to collect. We want to be able to pass on to our youth. Really what we're finding here in Manitoba.
She has a question. She's from
we've heard from some of our
My name is Madam Narcisse. I'm from Democratic Republic of Congo. And I work in the organization of Digital So it was really, we also engaged in protection of biodiversity and we also work on the preservation of traditional knowledge regarding wild trees. So that future generations can preserve our phenomenal planet. How people, and there's something that is interesting in your technique, which is you plant plants and you into a plant is not just yeah. People will not go and use the plant that's going down. So going bringing it back, of course, you said you try to distribute the trees. Just when we get I want to follow to the trees et on leur demande et nous accueillons and another we are in food security with the agro So we our community program itself, we need to plant in the same area and to leave untouched the part of the forest that wasn't cultivated. So how do you go about So now the problem is exactly. The community says we're planting in the same place, and we're not getting results. And you don't want us to plant elsewhere. So what's
Sure, yeah, is that right? Yeah, sure. Do you have what's
Yeah, I guess it's there. That may be the case.
So, I can go to Minneapolis for this. How many have
la communication juste, peut-être qu'il faut revenir à la case départ et chercher d'autres solutions. C'est un peu ce que nous avons eu à faire avec les incendies de forêt au Canada. Il a fallu qu'on cherche une autre solution. So we're interested in capacity building for Indigenous women in agriculture, especially as having to do with the development of non-chemical fertilizers. La façon dont on fait ça.
We do, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
You didn't really have enough time? À travers lequel on peut apprendre davantage.
But that is a good, yes, absolutely.
Aux endroits où ils peuvent apprendre ça, si on est capable de le faire, nous-mêmes on donne cette formation. Donc vous avez posé la question toujours parce que vous êtes intéressé par la possibilité de suivre l'information d'eux. So when I said that, I was interested either whether you had trainings that you organized that we could follow online, or just the possibility of interacting.
Yeah, sure.
Nice presentation.
So I guess Easter program.
You have French speaking now, among the so you would be giving, you could be giving French. Donc, ils disent que pour l'instant ils n'ont pas de formation, mais ils veulent en avoir. Évidemment, vous pouvez être en contact, mais qui n'a pas de cas. Et je lui ai posé la question s'ils ont des médecines, des citoyens de médecine francophones, il a dit que oui. Donc, est-ce que vous avez une carte? So there's in our organization, there's a young woman who and so email, email, and
You have a phone?
Vous avez un numéro de téléphone? Vous avez un téléphone? So sophisticated. Avec la caméra, vous pouvez. Ah, vous les laissez là? Moi, je comprends rien au téléphone portable. Donc, vous prenez une photo de ça, et comme ça, vous avez ses coordonnées. So Winnipeg is the biggest city in Manitoba. Yes. Et là où Winnipeg est la ville la plus grande de la province à 800 000 personnes. 800 000 personnes habitent la ville la plus importante de la province du Manitoba. Et ils habitent dans cette province-là. Hein?
Hey, on est tout temps with you. Okay.
Si vous n'êtes pas près de là où il y a le combat maintenant.
Nous sommes dans la province voisine.
Bon. Encore chanceuse. Bon, je suis content que ça. Ça va venir.
Can we play the video from here?
Let us click now. Then click now.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, she's just near the IP Pavilion.
want to. Okay. Good afternoon. If we could have your seats. Good afternoon. Welcome, distinguished guests, Indigenous leaders, youth advocates, and esteemed participants. Welcome to a celebration of indigeneity, resilience, and the unwavering spirit of Indigenous youth in the face of our planet's greatest challenge, which is climate change, and that's the reason why we are here today. It is with great pleasure and anticipation that we gather at the Rooted Wisdom, Rising Voices, Indigenous Youth Leading Climate Action, and we'll be hearing from Indigenous youth from Africa and Asia and learning about the great work that they are doing in their countries. This event has been hosted by Kenya Indigenous Youth Network, Asia Indigenous Youth, and in Asia Indigenous Youth Platform at the UNFCCC COP28 here in Dubai. It is with intricate dance between tradition and innovation. We'll be hearing the traditional practices of the various communities in Asia and also in Africa. And we also want to showcase the remarkable work throughout history, throughout the years. And today we are going to spotlight the brilliance of Indigenous youth who are armed with ancestral knowledge and forward-thinking creativity and are at the forefront of climate action. Our event is not just a dialogue, it's an ode of ingenious solutions that have sustained Indigenous communities in Africa and in Asia for generations, and it will continue to sustain these communities. And in every story shared and every insight that will be offered today in this panel, we find the sparks of innovation that illuminate our collective path towards a sustainable future. And in the spirit of fostering global collaboration, we are delighted to announce a special exchange between Africa and Asia during our discussion, and we'll have two panelists from Asia and two from Africa. And this unique opportunity will allow us to share insights, challenges, and innovative solutions across the continent, further enriching our understanding and strengthening the bonds of solidarity among Indigenous communities. As we embark on this journey of discovery, let us marvel at the ingenious practices that has allowed Indigenous communities to thrive in harmony with nature. Let us draw inspiration from the inventive approaches of our youth leaders, because they are the leaders of today, and whose ingenuity is a beacon guiding us through the climate crisis. And without further ado, let us let the celebration unfold as we delve into wisdom of indigenous traditions and witness the rising voices of youth propelling us towards a future where creativity and sustainability coexist. And I'd like to welcome my four lovely panelists. We'll have Ned from Asia. Please join us here. We'll have Edith from Africa, and Shimron. Please let's clap for them as they come to the floor. They are going to share some great work. And my sister here from Asia. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining. This is a powerful panel. We're going to be hearing the great work that Indigenous youth continue to do. And we do not want, this panel will especially showcase their work, and we want them to share to you, and you learn from them, and the various regions will be able to share the great work that they are doing. So we'll start with Ned. Ned, I think, where's the mic?
Hello. Okay, good morning, everybody. Can you hear us? Yes? So maybe can we get a chant from you guys? You can all say ahoy after I say ahoy. 1, 2, 3. Ahoy!
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 Okay, so thank you. At least people are listening. Yeah, so I am Ned Tuginay. I am from the Cordillera, Philippines. We come from the Igorot indigenous community. We live in the mountains. That's why we were called Igorot, from the Spanish word Igolotes, I think, which means from the mountains. So I am representing the Asia Indigenous Youth Platform, which is a region, and the Asia Young Indigenous Peoples Network. Both are regional organizations of various grassroots indigenous youth organizations across Asia, and our membership is comprised of 12 countries. With regards to the indigenous youth participating in climate action, we have a growing consciousness among ourselves in Asia, because this is now a generation of indigenous youth who are products of our parents being displaced from their communities due to militarization and lack of opportunities. We have no hospitals, we have no schools. So our parents, who thought that we might have a better life if they bring us to the cities, sent us to the city, and many of us are now losing their connection to their communities and to their culture. And so there is a growing consciousness among us in the Philippines, in Bangladesh, in Malaysia, and even in Indonesia. And these indigenous youth are starting a movement of going back to their communities and learning the traditional ways and developing them into climate action, because we are also being made aware of the crisis that we are facing. In our homes, we learn that our communities are facing threats of hydro energy projects that are supposedly to mitigate the climate crisis, but these are huge dam projects that would displace many of our communities. And at the same time, there are also threats of large-scale mining corporations in our communities. And some of our communities who are already victims of these mining corporations are suffering the impacts of climate change. We are experiencing ground subsidence. We are experiencing lack of water source. And of course, all our traditional agricultural ways have been disrupted, and some of our people were forced to be small-scale miners because our soil is no longer productive. And that's just the experience particular in the Philippines. And in Indonesia, the indigenous youth there also realized that they are experiencing the same things, and that they are forgetting their indigenous ways of caring for Mother Earth, for nature. And so they started this program of bringing their indigenous youth in the cities back to their communities and engaging in traditional practices and learning from our elders. Now, as a regional youth platform, we learn from each other. Some of our indigenous youth organizations in other countries replicated this because we all share the same experience. And we consider this right now as our campaign, part of our climate action, and part of our solidarity as Indigenous youth. We are this generation of Indigenous youth. We feel like we need to do something, especially for our Indigenous peoples, so that it will continue. The way that we are caring for our environment will continue even in the coming years. Until now, there is still very little opportunities for Indigenous youth in their communities. It's still very difficult situation, especially in Myanmar. Many of our Indigenous youth there can no longer go back to their communities or cannot get out. We have lost communication, and it takes months for us before we can contact them and before they can update us on what is happening on the ground. And that's also the case in some, I think, local communities across Asia. Even in the Philippines, I myself, for instance, since many of our provinces in the mountains experience heavy militarization, many of us cannot go back because it's very risky. And that's why we try from time to time to engage with our relatives and to connect with them, ask them what's happening. But what we just want right now is for us to be able to go back and continue our ways of life. So this is the Asia movement right now as part of our climate action. We are going back, we want to go back, and we will continue the culture that has been started by our ancestors and by our parents or our parents' parents. We have been gathering many support from friends, from allies, and from partners, but there still remains a challenge. As I've mentioned before, there are still some Indigenous youth who cannot go back to their communities, and that is a very difficult situation for Indigenous youth organizing. Although we all want to come together, given the local contexts, some of us still cannot engage with their other fellow Indigenous youth. So the practice of engagement with them is just by individual contacts, or hoping that at one point they will be able to gain access to the internet and that they can send us updates on what's happening in their country. And in some cases, we have to move them out of their country just for them to meet. And there have been very supportive partners for us to be able to do that. We have been able to do that for the Indigenous youth of Myanmar. But right now, for instance, we don't know what's happening because, again, it's very difficult to contact our Indigenous youth. So these are just some of our ongoing movements, regional level across Asia. And perhaps my friend from Asia, Chandra Tripura from Bangladesh, can also add more.
Yeah.
Is it okay? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. My friend Ned already shared briefly about how Indigenous youths in Asia are fighting with climate change, along with the problems, crises that we are facing just because being Indigenous youths. The homecoming movement that Nad just referred, we call it homecoming movement, and we also have it like in Indigenous name in different countries. Right now we are having it in 4 countries. In Bangladesh we call it back to the roots. We also have it like, because there are more than 54 Indigenous communities. Different Indigenous communities have different name, but in general we call it a homecoming movement back to the roots. Here, what we are actually doing, not just in Bangladesh, in other 3 countries, along with the rest countries that we are working in Asia, we have the program we are running now is focusing on the revitalization of our Indigenous self-governance system, Indigenous culture, including Indigenous knowledge system and the livelihood system. And when we refer to culture, it comes our dances, our language, our attire, including our rights to the land. And we also are focusing on education system, and in our countries, not legally, but we have started our indigenous schooling system. For example, in Indonesia and in Philippines also. Also in Bangladesh, we are now trying to promote our indigenous schooling. It is also to bring our indigenous children and indigenous youths back to their communities, back to their roots, where they can learn, study about indigenous languages, and also right now in Bangladesh, if I talk about the Bangladesh, right now we have a mother tongue based education system at the primary level, although it's only started for 5 communities, but we are also in the process of encouraging our governments to do it for other indigenous communities as well. And we also are trying to work on our land and human rights, where indigenous youths who are in the city areas for their education, higher education, or work, and any other, for more opportunities, who are moving to the city areas, we're trying to encourage them to return back to their communities, to have more knowledge about the indigenous land management system, how to manage the land, our territories, our natural resources. And that way we also try to aware them about the human rights and land rights issues. And the last but not the least we are working on is on environment and the climate justice. We all know that indigenous peoples, including indigenous youth, women, persons with disabilities, are suffering the most. Although we don't contribute to this climate change or any global crisis that is happening, that is we are facing now, but still indigenous peoples face a lot, and they are at the forefront to face the challenges. So we are trying to raise awareness among the indigenous youths, so that they know about their rights, and they know about what is this climate change, because our indigenous youths at the grassroots level, they are experiencing it, but they still don't know what is climate change, whatever we're discussing here, whatever happening in this COP28. They have no idea what is happening, even this climate change, because the information gap is still there. Our indigenous youth at the grassroots level, they have no idea. They're experiencing it, but they don't know what is climate change and how to cope it, how to connect the dots with indigenous knowledge and beat this climate change. So we are trying our best at the regional level with the Asia Indigenous Youth Platform and with the Asia Young Indigenous Peoples Network. We're trying our best. The 12 countries that we're working in Asia, we're trying to gather our indigenous youths to build their capacity, to bring awareness among the indigenous youths, and prepare them to work for policy and advocacy. And also because we're still far behind in documentation and research work. So we're also trying our hard how to document our stories, how to document our indigenous knowledge that we learned from our elders. And it is not just for us, it is for our future generations. Because we are losing our forest. We are losing our indigenous territories. We're losing our culture. We're losing our knowledge. Whatever knowledge or the territories we're having now, this will not be the same in next 10 years. So we are trying our best to document it, to save it for our next generations. And we are trying to encourage our young generation, whenever you move to the cities for higher education or any work, return back to the communities at the end of the day, so that we can make this planet a livable for all of us, a safe place, a just place. And whenever we go for higher studies, we try to remind our indigenous youths and students, we are going there to save our mother nature, to save our communities, to complement to the indigenous knowledge that we have, not to destroy our indigenous knowledge, not to destroy our indigenous territories. So I will stop here. Maybe we can share more later.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Edith Santian. I'm the founder and the CEO, Nalala Tree Foundation, which actually means White Tree Foundation. And why trees is because we basically want to help our Maasai pastoralists and indigenous people in terms of environmental conservation, because for a longer period of time, our people have been practicing the movement of cattle, that livestock from one area to another, and they don't really preserve the environment because they weren't people of this kind of character who want to destroy the environment. But you see, where we are headed right now is that we have a lot of deforestation happening, and it's really affecting us. So we really have to get back to the planting of trees so we can actually dress up Mother Nature, because we are going naked. And we plant fruit tree seedlings amongst the Maasai indigenous communities to help women actually develop economic means, because when they sell the fruits, they want to make money at the end of the day, because with poverty, you wouldn't have helped people. And so we're trying to make them have sustainable livelihoods. We're also doing the fruit tree seedlings to actually reduce the malnutrition amongst the Maasai indigenous, marginalized and vulnerable kids, because the children actually, when they don't have a good balanced diet, then we don't have a good generation in the next period of time. And so we're trying our excellent best ways to actually ensure that we're nurturing the smaller generations in the right way, because we've not been watching balanced diet as the indigenous people, although we have a little bit of some knowledge, but we want to take it to another level. And we also do it to restore our landscape. When we don't restore the landscape, then we can't have rain, we can have good oxygen, we can even do what we call carbon credit. So we have to actually advance and increase our rates of tree planting. And I'm good because the president of our nation is actually supporting the 15 billion dream of actually doing 15 billion trees. And so I think that is a very good idea, and we are going to support it as indigenous people. And back to the indigenous knowledge, our people had a lot of knowledge, and I can say we are wise. The indigenous people, and based, I'll speak specifically from where I grow, and that's why I didn't want to carry notes with me today. I just wanted to speak from the perspective of reality. For example, when it comes to dieting, people really knew what to eat at what particular time and when and why. For example, pregnant women could be given plenty of liver, and when the slaughtering is done, the men would put the liver aside, and they would say for the women who are actually breastfeeding and expectant. They were very specific. They also had traditional herbs that were meant specifically maybe for someone who is not expectant and for someone else who is expectant. They knew what exactly to take when a woman is actually undergoing the acid production. They had the herbs. They had a small powder, and I remember it's my mom keeping it in the Masai Manyata. So they hang it, they dry the leaves, and then they make some powder out of it, and it controls the heartburn that usually happens. They also knew what exactly to do when a baby is born. When a baby is born, this is a different environment that the baby has been introduced, and so there are specific drugs that are given to keep the baby warm and to protect the baby's skin, because it's very delicate. And so they had traditional herbs to actually shower the babies, and that is really so nice, because we're losing it. Or apparently nowadays, if you even buy some detergents, they really react to the baby's skin. But you see, the traditional herbs could never react to the baby. It could actually capsize the reaction of the skin, and it was very excellent. And so I think I am buying the idea that we should continue as indigenous people. The other thing is let me talk in general. If we had conflict issues, of course, in a place where we have people in a community, we would never lack differences because we think differently, we bond differently, and we all come from different backgrounds. And so, for example, if a woman would give birth today out of wedlock, that would be not domestic violence. The easier way was to make a woman go to their home. Then they will involve the elders to become the intermediary team, and they will come and mediate on behalf of the woman. And there are people with whom the husband could not even trespass. You know, he would listen to them because they are borders. Even your husband, there are things he wouldn't have done to you just in front of the community because there are people he owe respect. There are people he owe a vow of peacemaking and coexistence in a family, which was really so excellent because I am a eyewitness of someone who's given birth out of wedlock. I'm not really supporting women to give birth out of wedlock, but I'm saying out of every problem, there is a solution. Other than these issues of, suicide, nowadays people are committing murder. Your spouse does any slight thing, the next day you've committed murder. When younger kids could become expectant than the expected days, their mothers could not beat them up. There could be someone who could explain why, and they knew what exactly to do. Despite us having the early marriages and all that, they still have their own way of actually solving conflict. And so there are things we should borrow from the indigenous knowledge, and there are things we can't keep, like, for example, female genital mutilation. And so I think it is good and it is worth to actually keep the indigenous knowledge. And just so I can say, when you go study in school, it doesn't mean like you want to put your mother's knowledge or maybe your father's knowledge away. No, it is actually us to think in an angle whereby we want to combine the two to better the world. Because initially, there were some kind of ways that environment was protected. We knew what type of tree to be planted next to the river and which one shouldn't. You know, but nowadays we just do everything haywire, like we don't care. I think it's about time that it's about time that everyone should take this as a responsibility. Like, we are the ones that own the earth, and we owe the earth to go back to its natural way. A long time ago, when I used to grow up, I would see the small fish. In Kenya, we call it omena in a nickname. The small, tiny fish, just playing so transparently in water, and I would really imagine and I would really look at them from morning to evening. My mom would even beat me because I go stay from morning to evening looking at the fish. Can you imagine? But nowadays, we don't see the fish. What happened? We tampered up with the environment. So I would really urge us, even as we go back, let's just apply this indigenous knowledge. Let's bring back, if you could imagine a plant that was next to your home, then you continue planting to actually make a difference and bring things back to normal, then would actually fix the problem of Mother Earth. Because it's not about racism right now. It's not about woman, it's not about man, it's not about the global north, it's not about the global south. It is us to actually put our differences together. It's not about how much you contribute. You know, it's all about bringing our minds together, because the reason why we are all in this crisis of climate change is because there's something we did. And that damage that we did, we are the people to fix it. And thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Shimron Kipto, and I come from Kenya, working with the Chepkitale Indigenous People Development Project. And I'm also a member of a network of indigenous youth in Kenya and also in Africa. And the sole purpose as to why the Kenya network, Kenya Indigenous Youth Network was formed was to bridge the gap that has been seen for a long period of time. The goal was and is, as we are growing, our elders are aging. What happens to the knowledge that they have, the practices that they have been holding for the longest time possible? Where will they go to if we cannot bridge this gap in between here? And these are the things that really have contributed to what we are currently experiencing, erosion of culture, name it all. And so, from the perspective of Africa, we as the indigenous youth from Africa have been engaged in activities that are primarily seek to help go back to where we were. The first is conservation measures. The destruction has been made, and this destruction has not been made by us. The destruction has been made by outsiders. So it is now up to us to now rectify the mess that people have done. And what are we doing? What are we doing to cater all these messes? We are engaging the local communities that live close to us, or rather adjacent to us. We are engaging with them on how and the importance of protecting the biodiversity, because it's essentially what comprises of our life. So if a person outside my home, my ancestral home, does not know the value of what is inside my land or my home, the person won't care anymore. They'll just be doing whatever they want to do. But that whatever they are doing is killing me. So it's up to me now to inform them of what, they are trying to kill me. We have projects that we have been working on with the communities just to ensure that we bring them up to speed. And other initiatives that we've been working on are advocacy initiatives. A good case example is from Kenya with the government agencies, which are, if I would say, not so good to us, because they are the same persons who they fuel the process for which these messes are done. For example, for the hunter-gatherer people in the forests, we as the indigenous people in the forest, we know the importance of trees, but someone outside cannot see that. So they'll give permits for the destruction of the forests, and then later on come and have these claims they want to conserve what they have, the mess that they have done. So it's just some of the examples, and also we have the agroecology that some of our friends within Africa are engaged in, and majorly these are it's essentially to, because some of these crops that we have, and also some of the things that we do, they are climate resilient. But then we have people from outside. They want to bring crops probably, or breeds that they'll tell you this matures faster, or gets you'd harvest it in a short period of time. But then we don't know the effects that they come with. For us, in as much as it takes long for the one that we used to have, we knew that this is drought resistant, and this cuts across for crops, for animals, and all. There are animals that, for example, the sheep that cannot die during the drought. But then if you're bringing a breed that we have to breed these same breed animal, for example, then it won't be able to sustain the period that we're talking about. And all these things have been brought about by the climate change. Those are just some few examples that we are working on as indigenous youth from Africa. And the major problems that we really face is the first is, and I think this cuts across to all the indigenous people, discrimination, marginalization and discrimination. Often or not, we are just pushed out. not considered, not taken, like they don't take it seriously. It's high time for them to recognize that it's we who have the solutions. They have tried their ways. It's not working. We are here right now. We are still, and I don't know how many more years we're supposed to be coming to these meetings, trying to find solutions to the problems that are already going on. But we have the solutions. They need to come to us, talk to us nicely, so that now we can give them and show them the way. A very key, and it's really sad that for the indigenous people, land is their life. And a good prime example is in a Kenyan example is Ogiek. I know most of you, if not all of you, have heard of what is happening to their lands right now. The eviction, forceful eviction, land displacement. If you take us out of our land and you claim to want to conserve, these people have been there for ages. What new do you, what is the new thing that you want to bring to them? Does not make sense. And all these are drawn back to the conversations that we are having right now in this forum, in this COP28, the carbon credits, carbon markets, and all these things. So it's beneficial to you with all this that we are talking about. It's beneficial to you, but when it comes to an indigenous person, that is where you draw the line. You want it your way, but not the way that these other people have been doing it in their own way. That is really the most critical and the thing that needs to be addressed, securing the territorial rights for the indigenous people. The other bit is limited resources for the indigenous youth, and something else that had been talked about by my colleagues here is the cultural erosion. We have had the globalization and modernization. All they come to teach us is science and how to shift from what we are doing to what they are proposing we do. We go to these schools, we go to these universities, learn all these things that we are learning, but there's no bit that they'll one day tell you that, how about your culture? What is it that you do in your home, in your place, that is beneficial or is good for the people? They'll just give you the knowledge. And that is where I think for us as the indigenous youth, that is where we are losing it. Because we focus more on this external knowledge and less on what our forefathers used to have. You would be chasing these papers. You have your degree, you have your master's, you have your PhD. By the time you come and realize that there's something that there's something that is missing, that is where you came from. When you look back, it's too late. You're at your 50s or 40s, 45 or something. There's little that you can do at that point. It is right now that we need to look forward. As you're chasing that paper, the degree, the masters, all these papers that we have to do, and the knowledge that is coming from external. Look back, check out for your communities. How are your communities faring on? Because it will be of no essence that you've gone, had all that you wish, but your community is perishing. The same thing again. It is this same, like you have all this and you get a very lucrative position as an engineer, and you are sent to your ancestral home to excavate or to do mining where your ancestors were buried. that's a curse upon yourself. As you do all these things, just look forward, but then at your side, have your community. I think just maybe something else to mention is in terms of climate change and all this, we have other programs, like for example the mapping program. This is sustainable use of resources within the community, because as the population is growing, then there's need to there'll be need to have much more resources to feed this population. But then if we use all these resources for example the grazing fields and all that, it won't be sustainable. So I would give you a good example from my community. We have mapped the entire community of 91,000 hectares, and we know where we have settlements, grazing fields, we have caves for the salt licks, we have places for our cultural and sacrifices, if I may say so. And so with all this, and the key players in this have not been really, in as much as our elders have been providing the direction, the people who traversed all these territories were the young people. And that is just an element of how instrumental the young people are, because it is we who have the energy, it is we who are the agents of change, and it is we who need to continue with the same work that we are doing, so that as we live unto the rest or the coming generations, we know what we're leaving behind. And also, just something else that colleagues mentioned, the transfer of indigenous knowledge. We have taken an initiative as the network from Kenya to involve our elders in our doings, because we have run short of the indigenous knowledge. So we are bringing them on board, to guide us, to show us their ways, so that at least we can now, as this is happening, we have programs that that seek to go into the lower level, the upcoming kids, so that as we live, they take over, and that is a transition that is very smooth. Those are just but reflections from Africa, and I think we will be coming much more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Actually, just so you may know, out of the impacts of climate change, women and children are affected the most. And the reason being is because women walk for longer distances in search of water, and this actually exposes them to actually lots of risk, like attempts of rape, wild animal attack, and also abuse from their spouses. There are a lot of domestic violence that usually happen during drought, because when they go collect water for from longer distances, they go for longer hours, and when they come home late, the men will be asking, like, where have you been the whole day? And that brings a lot of differences in between, because you can imagine when you're fatigued enough and someone else is asking you where you've been. And children suffer because there is no food. And I can give you an instance whereby between the year 2021 to 2023, we've lost 4.5 million livestock from the Maasai pastoralist communities. And this is the only thing that is sustaining the lives of these people. Where do they get food? Where do they get money to take their kids to school? Can you imagine in a homestead whereby all the resources are consumed within one season? It's going to be so much vulnerability, and people are going to be stranded. And so women are made to bear the burden of these actually climate impacts. And sad enough, they are the ones to go look for food at the same time water, because men will go to urban centers in search of maybe better jobs to actually feed their family, because livestock is no longer favoring them. And so they will be left back at home with the whole family, or maybe they had Maasais are polygamous and they have a sibling of around like 21 kids. Where would you get food? Where would you get the resources to take them to school? And again, the cultures will not be, they will no longer be kept. And that's why he was talking about cultural erosion, because the cultures are being eroded because people are no longer settling back at home because of the interference, and that is due to climate change. The other challenge that actually usually happens is actually sanitation. What happens to the girls during their menstrual period when there is no water? If you can't afford even water, can you even afford a sanitary towel? You can't. Can you imagine seated in a class and you've not taken shower for a whole week? They lose confidence, and most of them actually drop out of school. Because if you haven't showered and you're in your menstrual cycle, it's so sad enough, you can mingle with the rest of the people because you have no confidence. And so they're actually affected much. So it's just up to us to figure out on how we're going to actually compensate the indigenous people, because it's sad enough, because in most of the discussion I have been for the loss and damage, they're saying we should adapt issues of mitigation and adaptation. What happens to the lost to the livestock that are actually lost? Because if you don't compensate those people, how are they going to begin their lives again? So I think we should be very much smart when we are indulging ourselves in these discussions, because we as the indigenous people will go home more vulnerable than we were. We want to be given room for negotiations, room for policy making. In all articles that will be made, at least our voices should be amplified, and we want to join forces. And thank you so much, Cindy, for this forum. I think this is a very excellent forum, and I want to put this across to everyone. Please, let's just be keen on what we're indulging ourselves in COP28. Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the sharing. I hope that your mind has been opened. And I just want to, I was attending the LCP Youth Dialogue, and someone said, one of the young people said that in the COP28 should be authentically indigenous, meaning we should maybe, the next COP maybe should be on an indigenous people's land. Let's go there, let's learn from them, let's go and see the great work that they are doing. And I think a reflection from this discussion is that sometimes we need to ask ourselves who introduced the whole system. Like the research that people do, who introduced the research models? Who introduced the education systems? Why are we trying to run away from the knowledge that is already within us? Because as indigenous people, as indigenous youth, we already have the knowledge. I think these other knowledge systems should just complement what we already have, and not replace the knowledge that we have that is within us. And I hope you have learned a lot from the panel. I hope you are going to change the way you're thinking, the way you're doing things. Be authentically indigenous. Do not try and change who you are. Just be you. And so we have a few minutes for some questions. So I'll just open the floor for any 1 or 2 questions.
Hello, my name is Daniel from Kenya. My question is, now as indigenous youth, we have tackled two subtopics, that is the climate change and the traditional knowledge. Now my question is, as youths, how are we going to pass the information on climate change and the traditional knowledge to the grassroots, to the indigenous people and the communities down there. The second question is, now the indigenous people don't know what is the meaning of this thing called climate credit, carbon credit. Now, carbon credit, only the government knows what carbon credit is. How are we going to pass the information on carbon credit? Because the indigenous people are the one who conserve these indigenous trees, which are the most carbon sinks in this earth. So how are these carbon credit given information to the youths, and not youths, to the communities at large? Thank you. Those are my two questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. One more question that they can answer all together. Is there any other question? Okay. You can start, Ned.
Okay, so yes, I will answer the question. Just for context, this is actually my first COP. So we came here just to see what's happening here and, decide upon ourselves if this is something that we want to follow. And it's true that we feel very alienated in this space. We don't know what is being talked about. For the first 2 days, we had no idea what we were doing. We were jumping from one place to another. And then when we were trying to catch up with the conversations here, I hope you can imagine the feeling of realizing that people are talking about damages, about losses, and that's our daily experience. You are talking about, the mountains being eroded, and that's our daily experience. Many of our communities, many of our families have been buried alive. They cannot survive typhoons. And when people were clapping for the loss and damages fund, what I felt was, particularly, they cannot pay for the lives that they have taken. And I have no idea why people are clapping, because they committed this amount. It's their responsibility, it's retribution, it's their accountability. It's not our fault why many of our people have been killed due to the climate crisis. And right now, what we are also trying to what we will communicate with our fellow indigenous youth when we go back is to really think if this is a process that we want to follow, because we also have an issue of representation on who is taking up the voice or taking the space of indigenous peoples in this conference of the parties. I'm sorry, but yeah, this is the feeling. We really feel as indigenous youth, the passion and it really frustrates us that we have a very small space in this kind of huge event talking about a climate crisis that is basically a daily experience for us. And another thing, I would just like to point out that the climate crisis, as we've shared before, it's not just genocide, it's not just killing people, it's also an ethnocide. It is also killing our culture. And that is why one of our programs is to go back to our communities and learn what we need to learn, and revitalize what needs to be revitalized. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Daniel, for the question. And just like my colleague has said, all these things are just so new. I would even imagine, go back to your community right now and ask an old man within your community, what is climate change? Leave alone carbon credit or carbon market or all this. Climate change, because it's been here for the longest time. Just go and ask your old man or the old lady, what is climate change? There'd be no response. These are just things that, like, we are trying to get hold of this. Like right now, we are this position, trying to understand what this is, how we can deal with this, and the next time we are getting up is we have this new thing coming, carbon, all that. So I think it's just a new, like it's a field that is so complex, if I would say. That is, as per my experience, it's a very complex, and just it's also my first COP. Yes, so it's chaotic for me here, and because I have tried to maybe get myself into all these things, the carbon and all these things, but it's so hard. It's so hard to comprehend all these things, and at the same time try and communicate it in a very simple way to that old person at home, to some of our colleagues at home who have not had the opportunity to access education, because that is one of the things that we face as a community, as Indigenous people, limited access to education. So if we have such complex things and there is limited access to education, then it just makes it so difficult. On to the traditional knowledge transfer. We are thinking as a network from Kenya, we have this initiative that we would be rolling out next year, that as we have the, like, when young children and the young ones break for their holidays from school, we have these resource centers within the community. So we have the elders there and the young people. They go there, the elders will share the knowledge, the elders from the men, and we have the ladies. The knowledge will be shared to the young people. We will have like a week where they can just share this knowledge to the young people. And I'm very sure if you can replicate this slowly, like we don't need to like start from a high scale, from a low scale, then as we go up. By the time we are getting to, like, as we advance, I'm very sure that we would achieve what we really want to do. And the whatever that we are talking about, the traditional knowledge transfer will be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shimron, for sharing. Chandra, okay.
Thank you. So the other day, me and my one of my colleagues, we actually was sharing why we are here in this COP, as Ned was sharing that this is his first COP and this is my first COP too, and I think many of us are here for the first time. So we were just discussing that why we are here, and we also feel that there are so many people who are here in this COP28. We feel sometimes we may be wrong, but they are here for nothing. But for us Indigenous peoples, we feel that we're not here for nothing, because we don't like this space. We don't want to be here. We enjoy more, walking barefoot in the forest, play at the big playground, and take bath or shower in the streams or in river. That's our life. That's our way of life. But we are here not to enjoy, anything new or as a privilege or to take benefits of this, discussions or this COP28. We are rather here to claim our rights. As Ned was, at the day we were actually laughing. We were at that plenary room at the opening, while everyone was clapping. We were laughing because they're just, promising whatever they have destroyed. They're just giving back, and that's not even enough. And we have no idea that Indigenous peoples will have even like little bit of the loss and damage fund. Whatever promises they have done or they will do in future, we have no idea. And because we haven't historically experienced this, experiencing this betrayal by our government, states, or those big companies who who take our land, who grab our land in the name of development. in the name of like sometimes even education, to build like higher education institutions in our home, and in the name of tourism. That way we are losing everything, our existence. You know, it's not only natural disasters, it's not only climate change. What about those man-made disasters? And what about the migration that is happening? What about the justice? Whenever we talk about climate change, we have to mention about justice. Because we are not the reason behind this. But why we have to suffer a lot due to this climate change? You know, whatever in indigenous culture we have, in our tradition, the rituals we have, the relationship we share with our forest, our ancestral land, the natural resources that we have, it is a very special, very spiritual, very sacred relationship. Whenever we cross the river, we bow down first. Because we have to cross with our feet, right? Stepping our feet. So we bow down first. Whenever we enter forest, we bow down and pray first. We take permission first. Whenever we even pluck a flower or leaves, we bow down first and take permission. And it's in our way of life. It's in our culture. It's our cultural practice. That's how, you know, these practices are reflected in our indigenous norms and values, our behavior, in our all cultural practices. That is indigenous wisdom. We believe we are in this earth not to destroy anything. We are here as guests, rather to protect the nature, this earth, this mother nature, this mother earth. So that is indigenous wisdom, that is indigenous perspectives. I think the global decision makers, especially in this COP28 and incoming COPs, the global leaders, they have to see through indigenous perspectives. As everyone knows, the world knows that indigenous peoples are protecting most the global biodiversity, the forest, non-natural resources. That is our life. We cannot see differently our indigenous people's life and the forest, the natural resources. But you know, due to the globalization, the migration, for both forced and due to the climate change, our indigenous people, especially children, youth, they're compelled to move to other places. And whenever the whole villagers moves, they cannot settle down in a new place where the whole villagers can settle down in the same place. They have to scatter in different places. And that way we lose our everything. We lose our culture, we lose our language, our traditional attire. And since with these corporations, even by the state, sometimes we are losing our forest in the name of, you know, development and also reserve forest. We are losing our forest and the plants, including due to the climate change. That way we are losing our healing system. I don't know how to make a single medicine that my grandfather used to know, my grandmother used to know. And you know, the question is not about why my grandparents didn't transfer the knowledge to me. They could not transfer the knowledge because the materials, the whatever plants they used to, you know, used to use them to make the medicine, it's not available in the forest now. Is it available in the market, like the supermarket? No. It's only available in our supermarket, in our natural market, in the forest. But they have destroyed the forest. How will we find the plants, the roots, the leaves that is used for our medicine, indigenous healing system? And you know, this healing system is not only to protect indigenous peoples. It is to protect whole human society, the humanity. And destroying indigenous peoples means destroying the whole world, whole planet. If the global leaders realize this and take initiative to protect indigenous peoples, that is the only way to protect the whole world, whole planet.
Yeah.
And we all know there is no planet B, right? So the solution is here. Indigenous peoples are the solutions.
Yeah.
Be it about our existence or our knowledge. That
Thank
is
you,
the
Chandra.
only way to live here in this planet. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Chandra. I think we have been reminded constantly that we need to go back to our roots. We need to apply indigenous perspectives because everything is all about indigenous people. They have been protecting the planet. They will continue to do so. And this is our home. Unfortunately, we do not have more time for questions. But thank you so much for joining us this discussion. We can continue after. We can continue on social media, and the panelists are still around, and they are happy to chat. Thank you.
Hello. Creo que ya vamos a iniciar. ¿Cómo? ¿Quién? Él es Samuel Nangiria. Okay. Thank you everyone for coming. Some of our speakers are not here yet, but they will be joining us soon. So thank you. My name is Brian Bishkul. I'm Maya Tsutujil from Guatemala, and I work for Cultural Survival. And I work as executive coordinator of Cultural Survival. I'm very pleased to have you here today. So welcome everyone to this panel. This panel is titled Leveraging the Power of Indigenous Peoples' Right to Self-Determination and Free, Prior, and Informed Consent in Climate-Related Work when climate solutions violate Indigenous rights. We have interpretation between English and Spanish for our audience, and the Q&A will take place at the end. We are honored to have our experts present here today. And I would also like to extend our gratitude to the Indigenous Pavilion for hosting this event. Among our speakers, we have today Galina Angarova. She is a Buryat. She's the Executive Director of Cultural Survival, and she's also the Chair of the Executive Committee of the Search Coalition. We also have Dev Kumar Sunuwar, who is the Community Media Program Coordinator at Cultural Survival. We also have Thomas Joseph, who is a carbon policy educator from Indigenous Environmental Network. Thank you for being with us. And we also have Martha Fellows, who is coordinator of Indigenous Affairs from the Amazon Environmental Research Institute, IPAM. Thank you so much to everyone. And this event is organized by Cultural Survival. Cultural Survival is a veteran Indigenous-led Indigenous rights organization with 50 years of experience working to protect Indigenous people's rights and support Indigenous people's self-determination, cultures, and political resilience since 1972. Now let's get into it. Nature-based solutions and net zero solutions are again at the forefront of solutions offered by governments and businesses to deal with the climate crisis at this COP. I think that is very clear for everyone, especially with the negotiations taking place on Article 6. These solutions include, many times, the creation of carbon market schemes and green energy production projects. We all know that nature-based solutions and net zero solutions are false solutions because they fail to address emissions reductions at source. Instead, they permit the destruction of ecosystems in one place for the premise of restoring ecosystems in another place. And there are many documented cases and ongoing cases of so-called climate solutions infringing on the rights of Indigenous peoples. In many cases, also, carbon market initiatives involve the establishment of protected areas that restrict Indigenous peoples' access to their ancestral lands, waters, territories, and resources. Most of the time, this is done without obtaining their free, prior, and informed consent. And yet, Indigenous people's survival directly depends on the unrestricted access to their lands, and they provide invaluable ecosystem services to the whole world. Although conserved areas are presented as empty and untouched, actually they are intensively managed landscapes by Indigenous peoples. So we would like to begin today with our first speaker, Thomas Joseph. And we would like you to help us set the stage on the issue of false climate solutions. Could you please talk to us about false solutions, what they are, why do we call them false, and if you could give us some examples for our audience, that would be great, and how these false solutions are affecting the rights of indigenous peoples, and maybe you could give us some examples from North America. The time is yours.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? My name is Thomas Joseph. I'm the carbon pricing educator with the Indigenous Environmental Network. I'm a Hoopa Valley tribal member from the Six Rivers National Forest of Northern California. When I grew up a young, ambitious Native man who had a desire to make money. And so I grew up following the pathway of that money and worked in the financial industry. I worked for Wells Fargo. I was involved in investment banking and personal banking, and I did quite well in it. But I also understood the importance of helping out your community and having that internal desire to return back to my homelands, to my ancestral lands, and try to help my government in how I seen best and what I knew best, which was working in the fiscal department of our tribe. As many tribal nations are, economically deprived with access to money, with access to funding, and they find it difficult to live in this capitalistic world, bargaining sometimes their values or their ways of life in order to bring the necessities of what, living in the belly of the beast of California kind of ask of us in the commodification of our Mother Earth. And so the first time I seen a carbon market contract come across my desk, as a fiscal person, it was enticing. And I was like, what, wait, you're gonna give us money for our forest? And so it sounded too good to be true. And so I took it to the elders of our tribe and to my family, and I asked we live in a matriarch society, I asked them, what do you think about this? What do you think about us allowing our forests to be used in this carbon cap and trade program within the framework of the state of California? And they said, if it's too good to be true, it's probably too good to be true. Dig into it. And then that's when I started studying carbon markets. And growing up in the lands of North America, we've always seen the encroachment of our lands. We've always seen how industry has always came in to basically rape and pillage our lands. And so we also have a fundamental right to protect the sacredness of our ancestral territory and of our communities. And so even though going to school and studying how to make money and all this, you still had an embedded purpose and dedication to protect the sacredness of place. And so when this came across my desk and I seen it, and I was like, this is a direct attack against who we are as indigenous peoples. Not only are we allowing our forests to be used as an offset for industry to continue to pollute and harm other communities of color, where we are continuing the commodification of our land. We are continuing to operate in a system that has caused climate change. We are continuing the fossil fuel industry to have a pathway forward to continue business as usual. And so that's a false solution. I took this proposal to my brother, who's a linguistics for our tribe, and I was like, how do you translate this into our language? And he says, you can't. You can translate it word by word, but the concept doesn't translate because it doesn't match our cosmologies as indigenous peoples. We do not commodify our Mother Earth in a manner to not only harm other communities, but to allow industry to rake the benefits off of your people, off of your land, off of all things that are living. And so when we talk about false solutions, and you hear it in the halls and the streets here, they're dangerous distractions. These false solutions are dominating the narrative of COP. And when we are spending all of our time, energy, and effort addressing these false solutions, there's no space that's allowed for real solutions to move forward. And when they continue to not only commodify our Mother Earth, but now they want to commodify our indigenous knowledge and they want to put a price tag on that. And they only want to take pieces that they can slip into that's going to follow their ideologies, that's going to allow them to continue to reap the benefits of capitalism while our communities suffer, while we are continuing to be put up as sacrifice zones for industry. And so, we hear about nature-based solutions. We hear about carbon capture, utilization, and storage, carbon capture and storage. Back in my homelands, they'll capture that carbon, and then they'll push it back into a fracking site for enhanced oil recovery just to pump more oil out. And now you have the industry that's getting money for not only pumping oil and selling oil, they're also getting money because of the carbon capture that they're capturing with their technologies.
Thank you. Thank you so much. No, it's great. Yeah, please a round of applause. Thank you so much for setting the stage for us, because I think in a lot of ways, and a lot of people out there who don't understand, our indigenous people's vision for balance in the world need to hear this. And I thank you so much for that. I also want to, the second part of a question is, now knowing that there is a massive financial backing for these climate solutions, it's a whole market scheme, and they seem to be in control of the overall narrative of solutions for climate change. How can we as indigenous peoples then effectively advocate for real solutions in these spaces to protect the rights of indigenous peoples against solutions like this, and knowing the realities that we're seeing out there?
We need to do what Bolivia is doing in this moment right now, which is calling for an end of the carbon market system. Article 6 from the Paris Climate Agreement needs to be scratched in its entirety. It's a threat to our Mother Earth. It's a threat to indigenous peoples. You look at the Inflation Reduction Act that came out of the United States recently. It's our president's climate bill. And it's allocating billions of dollars for massive build-out of these false solutions, like hydrogen. Hydrogen is just a scheme where they're going to take our green energy build-out and throw it into hydrogen to waste it, basically, so that they don't have to give cheaper cost energy to the consumers. We have a massive build-out of CCS and nuclear and all of these other false solutions from the IRA. Then you come here and you see the Global Decarbonization Accelerator, which is a further extension. It's basically the IRA on steroids, which is going to pour billions of dollars into these false solutions build out, like the transition. What do they call it? The Industrial Transition Accelerator, which is another massive build out of these false solutions. So if we can continue to placate to that, then there's no room for real solutions to move forward. Yeah. We have to make sure that we hit those policies where it counts, and that's the scrapping of Article 6. That's by standing up with countries like Bolivia and demanding that we allow space for real solutions to come forward.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And yes, thank you for beginning this conversation on such a great tone on what needs to be done. We'll now move on to Dev Kumar Sunuwar. He is with Cultural Survival, and I would like to move from carbon credit schemes and carbon markets to hydroelectric power, which is also a big issue in so many areas of the world for indigenous peoples. So, Deb, if you could please introduce yourself and tell us about the case of the Mahi peoples in Nepal and their ongoing battle against the Sunkoshi Marine Investment Project, please.
Thank you, Brian. My name is Dev Kumar Sunuwar. I come from Sunuwar Indigenous Community. And Nepal lies between India and China, giant countries, between two countries, and rich in terms of water resources. Nepal, after being a party to Paris Agreement, in 2016 submitted first 5-year plan that is known as nationally determined contributions, and second document 5-year plan submitted in 2020. and in which Nepal introduced a very ambitious plan, in fact in 2016, that Nepal will generate 10,000 megawatts of electricity within 10 years and adopted electricity decade plan. From 2016 to 2026, Nepal will generate 10,000 megawatts of electricity. And in the second, that document, Nepal now promised to generate 15,000 megawatts of electricity by 2030. If you see the history of Nepal, we have 100 years of history. In 100 years, Nepal has been able to generate barely about 1,000 megawatts of electricity. But now Nepal has a plan to generate 15,000 megawatts of electricity by 2030. And currently, from 6 megawatt to 750 megawatts of electricity, about 150 hydro dams, hydroelectricity are in operations with the funding from World Bank, Asia Development Bank, European Investment Bank, and also Chinese bank and other many private enterprises. They are operating. These hydropower dams are hydroelectricity, especially in the area, in the land and territories of indigenous peoples. Without fulfilling the free, prior, and informed consent, and these actually have already resulted a massive violation of human rights of indigenous peoples. There is escalating conflicts between the indigenous peoples and the private corporations, and also these hydropower generations, what the government actually has said that this will be clean and green economy, and this will contribute to the economy of the country. And indigenous peoples are not against the country's economy. In fact, Nepal is a party to ILO Convention number 169, and also has signed yes to UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. But then, in the ground, Nepal government has not guaranteed indigenous people's right when there is generating or undertaking this initiative called so-called green economy. You can take, let me give you another example also, forest. In the same document, Nepal also said that Nepal government will convert the coverage of forest. 45% of the coverage of the land convert into forest. And the interesting thing is, today, the forest actually covers 25% of the land areas of the country. It's good. The Nepal government can convert into, but the story behind is, all these forests actually for traditionally indigenous peoples were traditionally have been protecting, they were using, they were managing these forests. And Nepal government actually converted into community forest, national park, wildlife reserve, and other buffer zones, right? And indigenous peoples have long traditionally been living in the forest, balancing with the nature. But these have been converted into these protected areas. And there is skeleton conflicts between the indigenous peoples. The reason is the Nepal government, without consulting with the indigenous peoples, without taking consent of the indigenous communities, and Nepal government converted these forests into these conservation areas. Therefore, what I say is the free, prior, informed consent, international human rights have been a mockery. These have been for the namesake only, right? And other interesting parties, Nepal government itself have declared, using the principle of eminent domain, has declared the national pride projects to some of these national parks as well as hydropower projects, so that Nepal government has a power to mobilize the security. And the indigenous people's human rights defenders and journalists who are documenting, who are writing their stories about the human rights violation in the name of hydropower projects or these national parks have been detained, have been threatened, and they are actually threatened by the security personnel, and their voices actually have been silenced. So this hydropower in the name of hydropower, in the name of forest, or we can question a lot of the initiative that Nepal government has undertaken in the name of green economy. Right.
Thank you, Deb, for showcasing for us the impacts on the rights of indigenous peoples, but you also touched on a very important topic, which is the impacts on human rights defenders, on environmental defenders who are documenting these cases. And that's an important topic also that we must not forget. And I think this is an important moment also for us to elevate the stories of the people on the front lines and how can we support them better. So thank you so much, Dev. And I know you touched a point already on free, prior, and informed consent, which I want you to go in depth a little bit more on that. But given your experience in working with communities, could you talk to us about what are some of the most important tools and strategies that Indigenous peoples can use when facing mega project development in their countries? Because this is not a Nepal scenario, or this is happening everywhere. In my own country, in Guatemala, it is also happening. So how can we, what are some of the strategies we can use for the protection of our rights?
So I believe the first thing is raising awareness about the rights of Indigenous peoples. The Indigenous peoples are not aware about the rights guaranteed under the international laws, whether that is UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples or the international human rights conventions that Nepal has signed or ratified with. Indigenous peoples are not aware. Another thing is the communities actually have been divided. The government actually has divided the community in the name of politics, the political parties, so that government can rule by dividing the communities. So one of the lessons is that the raising awareness is one of the tools that we can empower communities. And the hydropower, let's say investor companies, though international laws, international human rights laws have a provision to make a public their whatever the document, whether that is technical or whatever the implementing of all their the projects, that should be available available to the community. But all these documents, Indigenous peoples actually do not have access to this document, whatever the decisions made by the government, even though there are the provisions of the public hearings or making all these decisions making a public, because Nepal government has expressed the commitment that it will guarantee not only Indigenous peoples but local communities' right to have information about the projects or whatever the decisions that is going to affect them. But in fact, Indigenous peoples actually speak their own languages, and there are not availability of these international laws or whatever the provision or decisions which are made by the government available in different Indigenous languages. So that is another reason, that is another barrier that Indigenous peoples actually could not access to whatever the informations that the companies can provide. So if they are aware, they could unite themselves and then fight back against the corporation. So there are a number of barriers that Indigenous peoples cannot use to exercise their rights.
Thank you so much. And that's another important point too. And a lot of times when these corporations come into our territories, the territories of Indigenous peoples, they speak a language we don't understand. And so there needs to be a lot of capacity building for Indigenous peoples all over the world about international rights mechanisms that can be used for the protection of the rights, but also how can we efficiently advance the rights of Indigenous peoples when we are working in ecosystems with corporations and companies trying to come into our territory. So we'll move on now to Brazil, to the Amazon. And this section will touch specifically on REDD+ projects, which I think it's another important topic we need to discuss. So we have with us Martha Fellows. And if you could please introduce yourself and tell us about your experience working with communities in the Amazon around REDD+ projects. What has been the experience of communities with these projects? Are they being effective in reducing deforestation as they say they are? And what does your research show?
Thank you, Brian, so much for the invitation. Here I'm speaking for the Amazon Research Institute, IPAM, and I will ask, okay, they are very efficient. Thank you. So again, I'm Martha. I'm Brazilian, and we have been working with not only indigenous organizations, but also with other indigenous organizations around the world to understand how the climate impacts are already affecting their communities and what we can do to reverse this process. And Red Plus emerged a couple of years ago, and we have been following this agenda because in Brazil we have a very interesting case, if I can put in these words, on how we could tackle deforestation, but maybe not with carbon project approach. I don't have the, sorry, I need my friend to,
you could
maybe I can
put your
stand
neck.
so he can see me. Thank you. Anyway, so we know that the indigenous peoples, because of the way that you guys manage your territories, the indigenous areas are the most well-conserved areas. Therefore, they stock a huge amount of carbon in these areas. So, for instance, when we look to indigenous lands in the Brazilian Amazon, they have roughly 34% of the all carbon in the region, although they only occupy 20% of the area. And this is the equivalent of 11 years of the Brazilian emission. So it's very important to let them stay where they are. Yeah, I think I'm going to be standing because I'm really short and he can see when I'm asking to move on. So when, for instance, we did a research a couple of years ago to see, and there is a state in the north part of Brazil called Roraima, and if you only look to the state itself, they are emitting carbon, but when you also count the indigenous territories, their carbon sinks. They are absorbing the carbon that is being emitted. So this orange line shows the carbon being emitted by the state and mainly agricultural processes, while in the indigenous territories that cover more or less half of Lavrado biome, they are absorbing it. And this is only to show in red you see the deforestation arc, as we call in Brazil, how the monoculture is growing into the Amazon, and how indigenous areas marked with red, but they demarcated with black, they're holding deforestation from getting inside the Amazon. And we know that in all indigenous lands in Brazil, they have 1% of average of deforestation inside these territories. So just to give an idea on the image that we have and the importance that we have when looking to indigenous territories. And again, this shows, this is an area, this is the indigenous territories of Xingu. And in green, you can see the native vegetation, and in pink or so, it's monoculture and pasture. And the others are temperature and evapotranspiration, and it shows that not only carbon is stocked in the indigenous territories, but they are a strong asset, or they should be seen as important to keep the climate balanced. And now I'm getting to the story that I wanted to tell, because before 2012 in Brazil, we had high deforestation rates. But then the Brazilian government decided to implement a public policy that's called, in Portuguese, will be PPCDAN. So this was like a package that will deliver us, we as a country will deliver to the world the diminish in deforestation rates, because our emissions, it's roughly 70% of our emissions, they come from slash and burning the forest. So it was highly important for us to stop deforestation. So when we came to 2008, the government decided to apply a package of public policies demarcating indigenous territories and other protected areas, and also rearranging the way that we produce food. So we kept growing the soy and beef production, but we decreased deforestation in our biggest biomes, which are the Amazon and Cerrado. So you see here that it diminished until 2018, that we started doing the opposite. The deforestation rate started to grow again. And as I said, in 2018, we changed it. Our government changed it, and this policy also changed, so it reduced its strength. And not as a coincidence, but I cannot affirm that it was a coincidence, but many carbon projects started booming in indigenous territories. We have this information from the Indigenous National Foundation, FUNAI, from Brazil, that we currently have 33 projects, carbon projects, going in the Amazon, in indigenous forests in the Amazon. But he's not looking at me.
Yeah, I think it's
Can you?
done.
Yeah, thank you. But the deforestation rates in the states of the Amazon, they are growing. And for those who don't know, Pará State has several indigenous carbon projects ongoing, and it is the biggest one with deforestation rates. So in one hand, the carbon projects, they grew a lot, but it didn't tackle deforestation. So what the story that I'm trying to tell is that if you don't have a proper public policy that is going to look to the big picture and to deliver the deforestation rates to diminish, then carbon projects are not going to really. I'm about to finish. Am I done?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go on.
Sorry, I'm bad with timing. So if you don't have a proper public policy, you're not going to have the results that you expect. And lastly, we did a work with COIAB, which is one of our biggest partner indigenous organization in Brazil, and with some other in the 9 states in the Amazon. And what we have seen is, even though with the jurisdictional approach, we are not really looking to the safeguards. So they are stressing the importance to have effective social participation, consultation protocols respected, benefits sharing that really address to their needs, protections to rights of their territories, and to be aware of internal conflicts And this is especially to the Pará state again, because not only we are having problems with the carbon projects, but with mining as well and land grabbing.
Thank
Okay,
you.
that's it.
Thank you so
Sorry.
much. Thank you for sharing about your work and the work of your organization in the Amazon. I think these are great examples, and that's all to say that yes, the carbon market schemes are booming all over the world, and with the current negotiations here, it looks like it will continue growing. So we also have with us today Galina Angarova. She's the Executive Director of Cultural Survival. And Galina, if you could please introduce yourself and talk to us about free, prior, and informed consent. And what is free, prior, and informed consent? And what does the international framework say about free, prior, and informed consent?
Thank you, Sambana Khundutun Hudut. Thank you. My greetings in my native language. Actually, I first wanted to respond to some of the presentations by our esteemed partners, and also we're missing one of the speakers from Maasai community who was planning to talk about the evictions of the Maasai people from a land that was dedicated for a protected area. So it's just yet another false solution. I think you rightfully mentioned that we're just kind of experiencing what's happening at COP, that a lot of people are talking about this new and shiny thing. But as one elder once instructed me and told me that you have to pay attention to the intention, right? So what's the intention behind everything? Because new things, they come in shiny packages and slogans, right? But if the intention remains to be the same old thing, there's nothing new. And the old thing that I mentioned is the millennia-old intention to extract and exploit. And we really have to, as humanity, to go beyond that mindset and really think about the regenerative way of being, right? So even in our personal connection, as human beings, we have an inkling, right? When somebody comes to you and is willing to take or is willing to give. And so we have to really pay attention to the intention. Are we willing, are these companies or these slogans or new shiny things are willing to be in a reciprocal relationship with us, or are they planning to take? So a lot of things have been mentioned, some of the false solutions, the net zero, carbon credits, carbon capture. I think billions of dollars are now being negotiated to invest into carbon capturing technologies that are super resource intensive, right? So while producing those carbon capturing mechanisms, we're going to release tons and tons of CO2, and how does that make sense? And then protected areas, we haven't spoken about the 30 by 30 initiative, which many indigenous leaders have said is going to be yet another land grab for indigenous peoples, and indigenous peoples will be displaced unless we have a really strong mechanisms to protect indigenous peoples, right? And it has to be done on our own terms. And I know that some of the First Nations, for example, in Canada have aligned themselves behind the initiative 30 by 30, but a lot of people globally have denounced 30 by 30 as the next land grab, and the evictions will follow those plans by governments and big institutions. Another thing I wanted to mention is to really elevate indigenous solutions. Each of our nations and peoples have our own solution, place-based solutions that cannot be replicated. There are, these solutions exist because of our relationship with the land, They have been developed. Our innovations and know-hows have been there since the time immemorial. Just let me name just a few of them, right? Traditional agriculture. When you traditionally cater to the land, soil is some of the biggest CO2 sinks And if it's done right, the CO2 stays there, carbon stays in the soil. Another one is the traditional forest management you've mentioned, right? By indigenous peoples, the same. Then ocean management. I've heard that some of the nations in Alaska that are now they're growing kelp in the ocean, because kelp is one of the largest, most potent carbon sinks in the world, and it's just one of the ways our indigenous sisters and brothers in Alaska are innovating with kelp production. Traditional fire management. I think, Thomas, are you people traditionally manage the fire? And you know how much CO2 is being saved because of the traditional fire management?
I don't know the numbers now.
Yes. Tons of CO2 is being saved through traditional fire management. And these are just a few examples. What about traditional home design? Yeah? Some of the most efficient home designs are coming from our peoples. Why can't we use this knowledge in the mainstream society so that we can be more efficient and require less energy and less resources? And so I was going to talk about FPIC, right? FPIC is the right to free, prior, and informed consent. It's our collective right. It's not the right of the governments. It's not the right of the private sector. That right belongs to indigenous peoples. Collective right. And we have the right to say yes or no or maybe or yes but, yes with restrictions or anything throughout the process. An activity by government or companies. So FPIC is protected under the International Labour Organization, we refer to ILO 169, and the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Let me read the articles. Article 10, 11, 19, 28, 29. And also the duty to consult is further reflected in Articles 19 and 32. So we have a pretty strong legal base for this instrument. Let me also remind you that it's not only a substantive law, it's a procedural law. What does that mean? Do we know how many principles are in FPIC? The audience, help me out. How many principles do we have in FPIC? 4. And they are free, prior, informed consent. The principles of FPIC are in the name of FPIC. Free, meaning free of manipulation and coercion prior, way before the activity or project brought to our land. Informed with full disclosure of information about the project. These are the 3 elements constitute the provisional aspect of that right. That means a process. You have to go through a consultation, the process with the community. When we arrive to consent, this is the substantive part of that right. That means indigenous peoples have the right to say yes, no, as I said, maybe later, maybe never. So this is the key elements or principles of our right as free, prior, and informed consent. So at Cultural Survival, we treat this right very seriously, and we have come up with a beautiful guide that we have co-developed with the First Peoples Worldwide, our partners who have legal expertise and have provided a great amount of advice and included a lot of their materials that they have produced over the years into that guide. Do we have it?
We have it handy.
Okay.
It's somewhere there.
So it is available in English, Russian, Spanish, French, and now we're translating into Swahili. If we are Portuguese, yes, we have in Portuguese. So it's a very practical guide that allows you to come up with your own protocol. You know, a step-by-step approach. There are on page 20, you will find information on non-negotiables. You have to meet with your community and decide what is non-negotiable for you. What can you can't sacrifice in your community. The there's just so much information, 60 pages. There are lots of references to different material, but it's pretty practical. It's clear and very understandable.
Thank you.
And for use in your community.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing about the work that Cultural Survival has been doing about free, prior, and informed consent. And so we will go to a section now, because I think that this is also a very important question to answer for everyone, for all of us to answer. And that question is, what are those real solutions then? If carbon markets are not real solutions, if projects, including some of the REDD Plus, are not real solutions, and also we spoke about 30 by 30 and hydropower, what are real solutions? What are those real solutions that will help us tackle the issue of climate change and uphold the rights of indigenous peoples in the process? So maybe we can begin with Thomas. And if you could take 2 minutes, please.
One of the main issues with these false solutions is how much space, time, and money they take up. Like, this is COP28, and we are still going to sky way above 1.5, which is extremely detrimental to all of our communities, but first and foremost, indigenous peoples. And so we need to end this conversation about false solutions and start allowing space for real solutions to come up. And those solutions we have not quite embraced yet, right? Like, we know the importance of indigenous knowledge and how that needs to be a centerpiece at the discussion table, which means we need to be part of the negotiation process. We also need to understand that this economy needs to transition. There needs to be a just transition and an indigenous transition, where the importance of an economy that is based on indigenous women and the knowledge that they hold, and know that we're allowing that, we're not that we're going to allow it, but we're going to create space for it to form, because they're the centerpiece. They hold our communities together. They are co-creators themselves. They understand the importance of our of creation as they can create, and so an economic transition also needs to take place. And I believe sincerely that once we create space and allow our indigenous knowledge to be at the forefront, more solutions will arise. And we all know as indigenous people that those solutions lie deeply in our language. And so how do we bring back our language? How can our language be revitalized to continue to teach us that old history and wisdom of living in a reciprocal relationship with our Mother Earth and caring for place? Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was powerful. Deb, please, same question.
Thank you. First thing is that indigenous peoples are not against the development. And the state or the, let's say, international communities basically say the sustainable development. Only the indigenous people's perspective is different. Only what I can say, with the hungry stomach, you cannot serve to the country. If you lose your land, if you lose your livelihood, if you lose your means of livelihood, that cannot make a country sustainable. That means if, let's say, Nepal government says that hydropower can contribute to the, the economy of the country, but by sacrificing of their livelihood, indigenous peoples cannot contribute to the economy of the country. If Galina said this is intention, if the government intention, if the international company's intention is to develop the community, so they have to have intention also bring together in the board to the community who suffer the most. They have to include meaningfully, they have to ensure the meaningful participation of indigenous peoples so that they also can contribute from their own way for the sustainable development. So that is what I believe. So they don't want to stop the hydropower. They want to, contribute the country's economy. But again, by losing their own territory, own land, livelihood, but they cannot again be a partner of the government. They cannot go. First, they want their right to be protected, right? Either that is the hydropower, either that is the forest or whatever.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Martha, please, 2 minutes.
I'm not the best person to answer this question because I'm not Indigenous, but I'm gonna share with you some experience that I know. For instance, Sister Sineya Wapshana, some of you guys know her. In Roraima, they have developed several beautiful projects there with firefighters, for instance, with seeds. They have living seed banks. This is key to have like resilience in this changing climate. And since I'm not Indigenous, I'm not gonna fully answer this question. But thank you for
Thank you so
sharing
much.
it.
And then Galina, please.
You know, I was asked a question once, what would you do if you didn't have to do this? Being an advocate for Indigenous peoples and go to places to come to COPs, what would you do? Simple. I would be with my people. I would do ceremony. I learned how to do ceremony. I finally learn my language because I don't speak my language fluently. I speak my language, but I don't speak my language fluently. I would go back and do ceremony. I spend time with my relatives. I spend time with my kids, or with the kids. I spend time with on the land, and do the things that we were supposed to do originally. Tending to the land, loving the land, protecting the land. And that's our contribution to offset climate change, whatever it is. Because our tradition, our knowledge, and our livelihoods are connected to the lands that we are from. That's our primary role and responsibility of people, so that we didn't have to come here. You know, that's it.
Thank you so much. Okay, so with that, we have 9 minutes, well, about 8 minutes really. We'll open the floor for questions. If anybody from the audience has any questions, we welcome your questions for our experts. There's a question there in the back.
Sí, buenas tardes, soy Leslie Muñoz del pueblo Coya, en Chile, y creo que tú, bueno, no sé cómo te llamas, disculpa, diste una respuesta certera a lo que podríamos hacer como una de las soluciones para el cambio climático, que es proteger los territorios de los pueblos indígenas. Tú mencionaste que en la Amazonía ¿cómo se dice? Capta mucho carbono, y eso es lo que también pasa en los salares en el norte de Chile, en el norte de Bolivia, en el norte de Argentina, y son lugares de pueblos indígenas, y así donde están otros lugares de pueblos indígenas que captan carbono, que son lugares que tienen que ser protegidos y no destruidos. Eso quería decir.
Thank you. Gracias.
Sí, buenas tardes. Muchas gracias por la presentación. Son muy coherentes los cuatro. Soy Leocadio Huracán, Maya Cachiquel de Guatemala. Esta imagen última que presentaron de la Amazona me recuerda mucho lo que es el Petén. Yo pienso que es importantísimo que lo que están abordando ustedes es verdad, pero hay que incorporar también el tema de derechos humanos. Porque además de que las empresas están engañando a la población para poder seguir expropiando, saqueando, despojando de su territorio, están cometiendo fuertes violaciones de derechos humanos. Hay masacres, hay asesinatos de dirigentes, hay encarcelamientos, y entonces es importante seguir usando los instrumentos que nos planteaba muy bien la compañera. Yo simplemente agradecerles muchísimo por toda la información y a seguir luchando por la defensa de los territorios y la vida de los pueblos originarios, porque solo así podemos garantizar la vida de la humanidad. Gracias.
Gracias. If there are no final questions, then we still have 5. Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation. I wanted to ask, I think this is to Martha, but I think it kind of applies to everyone in talking about false solutions like payment for ecosystem services and carbon crediting. You know, Martha's presentation gave a really good glimpse of how like indigenous land holdings kind of stave off deforestation, but then like carbon credit projects are happening on indigenous land, kind of putting indigenous people in the position of like being almost like policing land against people who have like so much more power and violence behind them. Like, should we be putting indigenous people in the position of like holding the carbon credit projects and then being blamed for deforestation, or like are these projects in the wrong places? Do they need to be in other places? Are indigenous people doing enough to protect their own land, and should this money and effort be going to places that are being deforested more rapidly? I'm curious like what people think about this.
Yeah. So please go ahead.
So I have never seen a carbon forest offset project that does not allow deforestation. Also mining. You know, I come from the belly of the beast. I understand that when we set land aside, its primary focus and intent is the removal of those indigenous peoples from that land. Like back in the States when we created national parks and state parks. And so when we set forest aside, it's not for the benefit of indigenous peoples. What it's a benefit for is the fossil fuel industry. And so when you say, should we allow or should we not allow, we should cut emissions at source. We should keep fossil fuel in the ground and allow trees to do what they've always done, is sequester carbon. Since the beginning of time, trees have sequestered carbon. By you paying them to sequester it, it's not going to make them sequester it any faster. And so we need to shift the focus away from capitalizing our Mother Earth and bringing the fossil fuel industry to a termination.
Thank you. And I think if you want to answer also the question, if any of the panelists wants to answer the question, yeah.
Solo a los compañeros que han mencionado, pues esta foto yo la saqué en territorio de Sonia Guajara, que es nuestra ministra de Pueblos Indígenas de Brasil. Cuando estuve ahí, y me da mucho gusto traerla en una presentación que sea apreciada por ustedes. Igual lo que comentaste, nosotros sabemos que no solo en Brasil, pero en todo el mundo, pueblos indígenas, comunidades locales, bueno, nosotros le llamamos comunidades tradicionales como los quilombolas y otros, en sus territorios, por la manera como manejan los territorios, son las áreas que realmente son las más bien conservadas. Y no solo son ustedes que nos están diciendo eso, pero hay otros datos que los confirman. Entonces, seguimos ahí luchando de la manera como podemos. Ojalá que sigamos como aliados en esto. Regarding what she was asking, it's really complicated because when you are, you want to put the responsibilities in someone's back, you're assuming that the state is not going to deliver their own responsibility in the first place. So it's very complicated, and not only trying to diminish, like tackle deforestation and other illegal activities, but we have already lost many indigenous, like monetary agents, because the state in the end is not doing what it should. So regarding carbon projects, I don't see it in the same way as mining, for instance. Like the harming is different. But either way, we should not, as non-indigenous people, to put this weight on indigenous people's lap. This is what we believe.
Just quickly, if you have
I'll
some
be
comments.
very quick. Having policy in place, having good provisions in the international conventions alone is not sufficient. If you look into Nepal constitution guarantees rights. We have a policies in place. Nepal has ratified ILO Convention 169 and other international laws. But unless Nepal government doesn't implement these policies, provisions into our practice, that doesn't make any sense. The international communities has formed the various funds if that doesn't reach to the community, that is not going to help. So I think policy in place alone will not be sufficient unless that is put in practice in real sense.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly kind of add to that, that unless we have well-being of people, not only indigenous people, but all people at the heart of our economic systems that are currently looking only at profits as the main measure of success, we're not going to advance. Unfortunately, this has to end somehow. The current economic system has to transform and/or transform to account for the well-being of people.
Thank you. Thank you for ending on such a good note. We're hoping that that happens and that is reflected on the negotiation. So we've come to the end of this session. Thank you for joining us, and thank you to our speakers. Please give them a round of applause for sharing their wealth of knowledge with us. Thank you.
So we'll be counting again on your support. We're going with you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks very
Hello, we're about, no, it's not on. We're about to start the next session. You're all welcome to stay.
Hello, no,
I don't have a light. Hello, everybody. Hello? Okay, I think it's on now. We're about to start the next session in about 5 minutes. It's on Indigenous peoples' fisheries and climate change, a topic that does not get adequate attention because I'm not sure why but so many Indigenous peoples' lives and livelihoods depend on fishing. So we'll give just a few minutes for people to arrive. Our moderator is not here yet.
Just everybody else. He knows where this is at.
We're gonna start. Just remember, Vasali is very. Okay, it's fine.
After you said that you have the conference in October on just transition. Yeah, next October. I think I translated Joan Carmen. They said they're also going to have a conference on just transition in New York right before the permanent forums. Is that possible? Oh. Oh. It sounded like exactly the same subject matter. I know it's very controversial. I mean, it's very much the subject of debate.
Nice. Nice. You wasn't
One of them guys gave me these here. I'm not gonna.
Tengo al gran mozo al frente de mí.
Claro, claro.
Así que me va a tocar deliberar correctamente.
Es tuyo. How you doing? Yeah,
About what? I'm not leaving yet. Our moderator's not here, so I guess I'm gonna have to. Okay. Okay. Our moderator's not here yet. But
during.
I will start. Good afternoon, everybody. Losem Chaniabo. We're waiting for our moderator, but in the meanwhile, we'll get started so we won't lose any time. We appreciate everybody being here. And I would first like to introduce great-grandmother and knowledge holder, Mary Lyons of the Ojibwe Nation from Fishing People. She's going to be a panelist too, but since this is a sacred topic to Indigenous peoples, it's part of our way of life and survival, our fisheries, and for fishing Indigenous peoples, there's no other way of life. And climate change is definitely impacting us. So I have a slide to start with. Our technical folks, if you could put it up on the screen. I think they're eating lunch or something back there. Just with my words of introduction, this is just for the side event. The next slide, please. So we know what we're praying for and what we're working for here. I just wanted to show this slide that the United Nations estimates that there's 1 million species right now that are under threat of extinction because of climate change. And this is just a picture of one of them, which is the Central California salmon run that is vital for the nutrition and health, but also the ceremonial way of life for Indigenous peoples along the Pacific coast. And we are going to hear about salmon, but I wanted to just put this slide up so we remember what we're praying for and what we're working for here, and also what's at threat and what we are working to make sure survives. So with that, I'd like to invite great-grandmother Mary Lyons to do our opening invocation. Thank you.
Minu gizagan, and the way Maganawi gina Ginawen Amana ita Nibi Aki Ishkude Nudan Nish Nibi equate in this nakaz. I say this with a good heart. Kichimani do, Creator, as one we know. First and foremost, we give thanks to the 4 directions and to the 4 elements that brings us together. As each of us grow within the unity of a global family, we ask for your patience as we make mistakes. As each of us face our own energy that rages from within us, help us be mindful to use the energy in a good way. As each of us enter the chaos, the disorder, the dismantlement of the original instructions Creator gifted us, we ask for calmness so we move forward holding the ancestral light of knowledge. Gichimani do, Creator as one knows them. We seek the courage that is imprinted in our DNA. We seek the mindfulness of what is right from wrong for all. We seek all the reminders of why each of us are here. We seek the instructions that were written in the oneness manner. Gichimani do, Creator as one knows them. We ask for help to center ourselves to hold the balance of wellness. We ask for love and compassion to radiate from each of us, so the people's union will become the strength that will bring the calm. We ask for safety in troubling times and show us how to mend this tear in time that breaks the shivering cold from the darkness that is here. We ask for bravery to understand another's way of life and to humble ourselves, to not invade our customs with our thinking. Creator, Gichimani do as one knows them. We ask that you cradle each of us in troubling times. We ask that you give us visuals when our minds go blank. We ask that you keep our water vessels pure. We ask that our minds be filled with reasonable thoughts that work for all. May each of you have a good day, and let's open this session with a good heart. Chimigwich, 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 gichimani do.
Thank you, great-grandmother Mary Lyons, Ojibwe Nation, fishing peoples from North America, to start us in a good way and remember why we're here, what we're praying for. And with that, and a welcome, of course, from the International Indian Treaty Council. Food sovereignty is one of our 4 main program areas, and it is very inextricably linked to every part of our way of life, our culture, our health, our ecosystems, our land rights, our treaty rights, and our human rights. So with that, I'd like to introduce the moderator for today, who will then be introducing the other panelists, Mr. Ghazali Ohorela from the Maluku Indigenous peoples of the Pacific. They are Pacific peoples, even though they are under a military occupation by the government and country of Indonesia. We recognize them as a sovereign nation and fishing peoples as well from the Pacific. So he's going to say some introductory words and then be calling the panelists up. And I hope that we have some time for questions and input. And I also hope that we can make this issue a more central part of our discussions, not just among Indigenous peoples, but in the negotiations that are happening here, because right now it does not have a home. They talk about agriculture, but nobody's really talking about our fisheries, which is one of the most endangered aspects of our way of life and our food and knowledge systems around the planet. So with that, I'll ask Ghazali to come up, Ghazali Ohorela, known well as one of the tough negotiators here, but also from a fishing peoples in the Pacific. Thank you very much, and thank you for being here.
Tabea, good morning. Well, not good morning. Well, some morning somewhere. Good afternoon. Respectful greetings, everyone. Like Andreas said, my name is Ghazali Ohorela. I'm from Maluku. If you don't know where it is, I don't blame you. It's right above Australia and 999 islands. So definitely relying on fisheries. And
They want me to make sure that everyone knows there's translation in Spanish and English, and we will have speakers in both languages. So if you want to get a headset and you don't understand both languages, please do so. Thank you.
Right, thank you. So that, so I can skip that housekeeping part. So if you require headsets, then please do so. Yeah, so to continue a little bit about myself, I'm from Maluku, 999 islands. My dad is from and mom are both from a fisheries village. If you want to look it up, Google, it's Tulehu is from my dad's side. And I've been granted bestowed the honor to navigate you all into this voyage, it is a little bit, on Indigenous wisdom and environmental stewardship. So this is not just about like just having this conversation, but actually having a deep dive into the waters of a knowledge and understanding the significance of Indigenous knowledge, and also being able to understand it and also to recognize the situation of Indigenous peoples when it comes to climate change. We have a lineup of what I would call like navigators with a breadth of knowledge and experience from Indigenous people from all over the world. Here to chart for you a course in terms of like an understanding the issue at hand, but also to help you include fisheries into the climate conversation. As Andreas pointed out, it's mostly about agriculture at this point. However, water-based sustenance is of equal importance to not just Indigenous peoples, but people in general, the world community as well. So I'm sure that I won't call them panelists, I will call them navigators. So the navigators themselves, they will have no problem introducing themselves. We'll start off with Mr. Anaru Fraser, hailing from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Proud Maori member of the International Planning Committee for Food Sovereignty in the Asia-Pacific Small-Scale Fisheries Commission, and he will illuminate you on the impacts of climate change on Maori fishing peoples, guiding us through both oceanic and freshwater perspectives. Then we have the honor to hear to the wise words of Auntie Mary Lyons, our lighthouse from the Great Lakes region, and she will shine a light on the impacts the crisis has on her waters and how Indigenous women's cultural responses are creating ripples of change. Followed by Chief Gary Harrison, traditional chief of the Chickaloon Village in Alaska and the voice of the Arctic Athabascan Council. And as part of the Global Coordinating Committee on Fisheries, Chief Harrison will take us on a journey to the icy waters of the Arctic, revealing the challenges and triumphs faced by Indigenous peoples over there. And obviously, also the youth dimension will be brought into this whole conversation. Mr. Onalin Masardule of the Kuna Nation in Panama, youth ambassador representing the newly established International Indigenous Youth Forum on Climate Change. So definitely like round of applause for that. And he will bring a fresh current of ideas and actions and showing us how the new generation is steering this canoe that we're in towards a sustainable future. So each of our esteemed navigators will have 5 to 7 minutes, not indigenous minutes, but actual minutes, to cast their nets of knowledge. I invite you to dive in with us, soak up their wisdom, and please join me in welcoming our first speaker, Mr. Anaru Fraser. Anaru.
Thank you again for our opening prayer, our opening introductions to our brother Ghazali over there. And thank you all for coming along. Thank you for coming along to potentially hear some things you've been hearing all week, some things you'll be hearing for another week, but certainly things you'll never hear potentially again from me. What I started off there with, and just reiterating my brother, I come from the south of the Pacific. There's a couple of islands down there in the south known as New Zealand, or you might know them as New Zealand. Known to us as Aotearoa, or the land of the long white cloud. And I come from the northern island of those two islands, and I come from a little place, or a little region called the Hauraki region. And that chant that I began with this today, one of our traditional chants from one of my tribes back in the Hauraki region. And why I started with that, particularly because pertinent to what we're going to talk about today around our fisheries, around the relevance to climate change, around the relevance to you. Our peoples back home Yes, certainly a fishing tribe, aquaculture tribe, and all those things that we've been hearing on this stage today. When I was walking past, I'm hearing false solution, disaster management, all of those things. They're undoubtedly wrapped up, certainly within the fisheries sector, within the fisheries context. So some of these things may not be new to us. But what I did want to mention, and I emailed my iwi, or my tribe the other day to let me know, okay, what things can I share with you today? Some of the big issues that we have. And they're wrapped up in things like our false solutions. They're wrapped up in things like our... if you've heard the term, best to be around the table than on the menu, right? And we've heard that a number of times. Sometimes we don't even know we're around the table, and sometimes we don't even realize we're actually the waiter at the table. We're just so glad to be around it sometimes that we forget that. And to reiterate some of the things we've heard today, we forget that we don't quite always have the resource. We don't quite always have the capacity. We certainly have the capability. Definition of traditional knowledge. We have the capability. We don't always have the time. And so we come to, and I heard it again mentioned this morning, today. So we come to COP28, and we'll probably come back to COP29. We'll say it again in COP30. There needs to be a line drawn somewhere that, okay, we just need to stop doing these things over and over again and still wishing and hoping for something different. Nevertheless, I congratulate you all for taking the time and energy, coming along, listening. Please think of some questions as we get into our Q&A session. But I'd like to think that we can do things a little bit differently. You actually don't need any of us up here today to tell you the things that we're going to tell you. That's what Google's for. Just go and Google it. We're everywhere on the internet. But what are you going to do tomorrow? What can we do tomorrow? We have some really good solutions. We've been talking about them all week. We'll talk about them for the rest of the year, and we'll come back to COP29 and talk about them again. But unless we can actually do something, solutions tend to go, well, nowhere really fast. However, in terms of one of my tribes back home, in the aquaculture space, at least we're attempting to not only just be around the table in terms of submitting to some of the issues we have back home with the benthic, kind of erasure of the benthic system that we have in one of our marina gulfs that's then allowed what we might call... Have you ever had that person or that family member, an old friend who come around for dinner and in 2 weeks they're still there? It's kind of what the seaweed or the calipa has come into our Gulf. After the bottom line trawling kind of wiped out our benthic cloak, so to speak. They come along back in the 1800s and it's still there. It's not going home. So our solution is, okay, we can moan about it, we can whine about it, but let's at least take the process. We have a process in place with our local ministries, our local councils, and we're investigating that. You know, we're navigating those processes because that's what you do. Follow the process that's there. When we find out it doesn't work, then I'll come back to COP29 and tell you all about it. But hopefully when I do come back, there's some good positive stories there. So that has everything to do with false solutions, because we're talking about marine protected areas here. Good intents from governments, Why not? Let's sanction an area of marine space, give it 100 years, and maybe it would have come back. Trouble is, we can't wait 100 years. Our future generations can't wait that long. We already have the solutions, we already have the traditional knowledge to help our councils, not so much as fast-track things, but do it in a way that speaks to all of the respect that we have, all of those things that we hold dear. It's just about going through the process. I'm also, and Chief Gary might touch on this later, I'm also part of a regional advisory group for the Asia Pacific, and we just recently released last month our report on the UN or the FAO voluntary guidelines on securing small-scale fisheries. And funnily enough, all of the issues come up again. Where's your disaster risk management assessment? Why are we not discouraging more false solutions? What about the community? What about the traditional knowledge holders? Where are they in the picture of the solution? So all of these same things are coming up. All I can say is, in a space like this, you wouldn't even realize this is an Indigenous meeting. Look around. I don't see a lot of Indigenous around on this particular floor, even this building, let alone this whole COP. But it's up to us to change that. It's up to us to be that presence, which is why I started with that chant, so others can hear the things and look around and say, hey, that's not just a normal meeting. I wonder what they're doing. Because it's those people that we need filling up these seats. We don't need to be talking to ourselves anymore. Let's talk to the people who we need to talk to. I'll leave it there. Kia ora and thank you very much.
Kia ora. Kia ora. Thank you, Anaru. Now I'd like to give the floor to Auntie Mary Lyons. Please go ahead. Sure. Yeah.
I apologize. I had some slides in out there that I left at the room, so I'm going to do some animation here, right? Got to get you guys alive. I'm a storyteller. But I come from the center of the turtle we call Turtle Island. Right here, Canada. Here, United States, we call Canada. I live in the invisible line in the center called Minnesota. And I used to tease people. They say, where are you coming from? I said, I come from the stars, but the bill collectors find me in Minnesota. Yeah? So I want to say that with a good heart. One of the things I want to tell you about my territories is I want to read this so I get this correct, because this is important. I would like to share with you a brief history of my lands, the important as well as the tragedies. About 120 bands of Native Americans have occupied the Great Basin throughout history. The Great Lakes include 5 lakes, which include Superior, Michigan, Huron, Erie, and Ontario. From Lake Superior eastward, the Great Lakes are like stairs leading down to the St. Lawrence River, falling to the Atlantic Ocean. From time immemorial to today, communities, local businesses, and tribal members depend on the abundance of fish and wildlife in the Straits of the Mackinac. Commercial and fishing and hunting continue to provide economic survival for the majority of the tribal members. They're also home for more than 3,500 plant and animal species, some of which are found nowhere else in the world. We have over 250 different fish that reside in these basins. They hold about 90% of the fresh water in the United States and approximately 20% of the world's fresh water supply. 40 million residents of the United States and Canada depend on this system for clean drinking water. They cover an area as large as France and the United Kingdom combined together. That's how big it is. Unfortunately, commercial and sports fishing, agriculture, recreation, tourism, manufacturing, and shipping are also important to that region. Not to us, but to that region, which also contributes to loss and damage. The fishing industry extracts millions of pounds of fish per year from our lakes, sells it off into all the world, millions. The area is also known for its industry that produces steel, chemicals, and other products. Today, more than 200 million tons of cargo pass through its waters each year. There's great threat to our lakes, great threat. Climate change has affected the water temperatures, water patterns, and the lake levels. Fish pollutions have been declining in the recent years. Lake Erie, one of our beautiful lakes, is a dumping site and has recorded over 2,100 wrecked shipyards. What we face today in our beautiful lakes. In the 1950s, without tribal consultant nor seeking public input, the state of Michigan granted Enbridge. Enbridge is a company from Canada. And they gave them a lease and permission to build the original Line 5 as a dual pipeline in spite of the risk of oil spills in the Great Lakes. Now, what you just heard me say is that the fresh water source is a main source to Turtle Island, Canada, and the United States. Yet we allow this to be violated. And within that violation is a history of a whole another world, another whole life species in the stuff. Our fish are being harmed. Everything within that basin of water is being harmed. Anyways, they continue to do it. They continue to build these tunnels to house new segments for a pipeline, especially in the United States, that no one in the United States benefits from. We've also asked Canada to why didn't you put that line up in Canada? Why did you feel you have to route it down to the United States? And where that routing was through Indigenous communities. It started off with Line 3 through Minnesota, went through Wisconsin, now it's in Michigan, and it goes back up into Canada. And Minnesota has 10,000 lakes, and we have the most beautiful fish and wild rice in our plants, as well as Wisconsin. And now we hit the basin with the 5 Great Lakes. The destruction of water and the wildlife and the species is being harmed. It's important that we pay attention, because those clear, clean, fresh waters that houses the food that we even contribute from is being harmed. Is being harmed. So what I want to say is that throughout this, when we talk about agriculture and out there, we also have to include this life. It's not that we're taking an abundance. We only take what that life, that water provides for us. And now it's being harmed. So it's important, but amongst this, in closing, what I would like to say, within this loss and damage of the fish and everything within those basins of our lakes also is a threat, because within this industry also falls the humans, the missing and murdered Indigenous women of today and from times past. So these lakes also have become a sacred site for us. Not only a resting place for the fish and everything in that life that are being contaminated, but also the many bodies that were thrown over those ships that came in from that strait up into the basins of our 5 lakes. So this is something to think about. So when you pass your waters and the freshness of the water that provides the fruits and everything else, you have to say a little prayer of gratitude. But we also, not only of what's going on, we have to stand up for things beyond and things we forget about. So I want to say chi miigwech and thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. I assume that everyone has questions, so please reserve your questions to the end, to the Q&A part of this conversation. I'd like to now give the floor to Chief Gary.
I'll do it from up here because I got a PowerPoint. This is the second PowerPoint I've ever done in my life. The earlier one was on fires with Chief Bill. Willie Jan, Kashka, Gary Harrison, and Sedida, Tolchina Atlan, Nadeniana. Good day, I'm Chief Gary Harrison. I'm a water clan, and I'm from Chikloon Village. And that's the way we say our stuff in our language. We're Dene, Otnit and a Dene. And I don't know if you want to cue up the slideshow. But anyhow, this here is the picture on the left is a picture of the Copper River. It's one of the most prolific red salmon streams in Alaska. It's also got king salmon in there, silvers come up there, and several species of salmon. And that's basically where I have to go to get salmon now. The picture on the right is the river where I live, Chikloon, and in World War I, they fueled the Pacific Fleet with the coal from there, and they wiped out the salmon there, so we have to go elsewhere to get our salmon. But it does turn out that our people are also from the Copper River. We're in a large land area, so it's still our nation's area. You can't quite tell it from this picture, but you'll see that's where two rivers meet, and it's a very large river. It's huge. And if you could move to the next slide. This here is a fish wheel. This is how we fish now on the Copper River. And the river powers this wheel. It's got a paddle, and then it's got a slide, and it slides the fish right into that box, and then we just pick them out of the box. Next slide, please. And this is king salmon before it's cut up. Next slide. And this is traditional ways that we take care of the salmon. We take and we smoke them. And you got to get your salmon in a certain time of the year, and it's generally in the beginning to the middle of the summer, because at the end of the year it's the rainy season, and it's hard to dry salmon when it's raining with all that moisture in the air. And you got to do it a certain way, otherwise the meat will slide right off the skin, because the skin's what's holding it on those poles. And you got to dry it real hard, because in the wintertime, that's what you have to eat. It's part of your sustenance. It's not all of it, because we also have moose in the winter as well. And we won't talk about the hunting right now, though. Another slide. This here is a traditional way we used to take care of the forest. In the wintertime, we would burn the excess fuel on the trees. And the reason I'm showing this is because we've had a lot of forest fires, a lot of them over in Canada. And what happens is when they don't burn the excess fuel, it burns the land right down into the mineral soil, and then it rains and it washes the soil into the streams, and the fish can't live with that. They can't live with all that stuff in their gills. And the other thing about this is the fish also depend on those trees to keep the water cool. They're a cold water fish. And along with exacerbation of the forest fires from climate change, you also have all of the changes in the ocean. And what's happening now is a lot of the fish, they're still seeking cold water, so they've been moving further and further north. And right now, at the Arctic Council, they've negotiated an agreement that they're not going to fish in the Arctic Ocean right now. And part of the reason is because they're not sure what's going on, but the fish are moving, the salmon are moving into the Arctic Ocean, and in some of the rivers they're showing up where they've never been before. And this is part of the climate change, because fish are like humans. They gotta go find a place to spawn. But that's one of the reasons for this slide here, because people don't realize we used to take care of the forest so that we wouldn't have such terrible fires. The fires we'd have fires all over, but they would just burn over the land, and then the land would rejuvenate itself. Now it takes a lot longer for the land to rejuvenate itself because it's burned all the seeds and everything else right down into the ground. The next year would be the sprouts would come out on the trees, and the moose would forage and everything like that. So it's very important to the fish and everything else that's on the lands about these forest fires. And it's a real part of climate change that a lot of people don't realize, that that's one of the problems with climate change. I don't know if there's any more slides, but the other thing we need to talk about is what's happening. There's these huge trawlers that are out in at the mouth of a lot of the rivers, and they catch everything. They've killed like 10 killer whales this year already, and the bycatch is part of it is salmon, and they throw these salmon away. They don't keep them. There's a lot of other fish and other things in the ocean that they throw away as well. They throw away about 2/3 of the catch that they catch in these trawlers. And it's an incredible amount. I mean, tons and tons and tons of fish that we could all use. It not only that, but it scrapes the bottom of the ocean, and it tears up the ocean to where a lot of the fish and other things that live in the ocean can't survive anymore. This year, they're having the first time of red crab season that they've had in many years, because of these trawlers have ripped up the bottom of the ocean. And they're moving more and more into international waters to where there's not as much regulation. For instance, in Antarctica, they've got these trawlers down there scooping up the krill. The krill is part of the basis for life in the ocean. The whales depend on this krill, and they're just scooping it up. And part of the reason is because there's hardly anybody watching, for one thing, and the international laws need to be strengthened down there to keep this kind of stuff from happening. How am I doing on time? Okay, thank you very much. I'm glad to be here. Chinan.
I apologize, but I just want to make sure that there's sufficient time for some interaction. So without further ado, sorry, frog in my throat. Mr. Onalin Masardule, I'd like to give you the floor.
First of all, I need to everyone have the headphones, because I'm gonna speak in Spanish, because my quote is gonna be so deep. So I need to inform that. Primeramente, mi nombre es Onel Inanadinia Mazardule, soy cuna de Panamá y es un gusto hablarle el tema que acabamos de tocar. Y me siento honrado actualmente por ser el último orador porque estos grandes sabios han compartido muchas experiencias, muchos conocimientos a la cual han vivido durante la vida. Entonces, por mi parte, me tengo que hacer ese cordón umbilical, como dice mi compañero. También informarme y traspasar mi conocimiento como juventud. Y bajo este contexto, yo lo quiero comenzar con un antecedente acerca de mi pueblo. ¿Qué pueblo represento hoy en día como cuna? El pueblo cuna actualmente tiene 365 islas. Es la comarca Cunayala y 49 son habitadas. Entonces, dentro de esas 49 habitadas, cada isla tiene un saila, tiene un gran líder, como se le dice. Entonces nosotros nos representamos también en base a un omaquenega. Y le digo que le voy a hablar de esta manera porque también voy a utilizar mi idioma dentro de este contexto a lo cual estoy compartiendo. Y es algo muy importante porque nosotros como juventud vamos conociendo la información a través de los sabios. Y así hacemos esa intergeneracionalidad, ese intercambio de experiencias. Comienzo con esto es porque nosotros como cunas venimos de los ríos. Y nuestros grandes abuelos nos indican que así como venimos de los ríos, también es nuestra última morada. Y en base a esto llevo a más información que este tema me lleva muy profundo, es porque tengo una relación sumamente importante con los ríos. Porque despedí a mi abuelo en los ríos sagrados, como se le dice. No nos despedimos al cielo, vamos a los ríos sagrados. En base a eso, al día siguiente de que falleció mi abuelo, nosotros como cunas tenemos algo que hay un urbipi, que se le dice un cayuco chico o una canoa chica, en diferentes idiomas. Y yo me levanté sumamente temprano para rescatar ese urbipi, porque tiene esa conexión con la partida de mi abuelo. Entonces, en base a eso, esa información que me queda es para conocer el arte de la pesca que hemos desarrollado, como mediante casas de envenenamiento, en base a casas en pequeños sectores, y nosotros utilizamos ese urbipi como medio de transporte. Y actualmente hoy hablamos de cambio climático, entonces nosotros también lo practicamos con el urbipi, hacer ese tipo de pescas. Vamos a zonas de 10 millas a 15 millas, como se le reconoce en mar territoriales, para también pescar lo que nosotros nos alimentamos. Pero lo hacemos de una manera de conservación. Conservamos a los dulups, que son las langostas, al ua, que es nuestros peces. Entonces, en base a eso, nosotros también respetamos a la madre tierra. Respetamos también nuestra cosmovisión como indígenas. Es precisamente sumamente importante, a pesar que no sea el gran experto en pesca, pero a través del conocimiento que mis abuelos me han dado, tengo el saber y el poder de compartir esta información con ustedes. Este mensaje no solamente es de manera individual de Onel y Nanadilla Mazardule, esto también tiene un trabajo colectivo que mis hermanos están hoy en día en la comarca practicando nuestras pescas tradicionales en base a nuestra cosmovisión como indígenas. Y nosotros somos indígenas y tenemos esa relación con esa natguana, con esa madre tierra. Y eso es por eso muy importante conservarla y respetarla y amarla. Y es por eso en nuestra vida. Y en base al tema de la pesquería, hoy en día nosotros como jóvenes también debemos de practicarlo a lo que hacen nuestros ancestros o lo que actualmente siguen luchando para mantener la pesquería actual en la comarca Cunayala. Y algo muy importante de la pesca que nosotros utilizamos es de manera de intercambio. Intercambio que nosotros hacemos un intercambio de comida por dinero o comida por plátano. Se hace un trato entre cuna y se va haciendo ese beneficio común, como se le dice. Por eso es muy importante el tema de la pesquería que hoy ha abordado estos grandes líderes, porque nosotros como juventud tenemos que mantener. Y hay 4 fundamentos que quiero compartir de insumos para poder cerrar este tema. Es que también tenemos que educarnos como joven. Igual manera nosotros también tenemos que educar a nuestros mayores en base a nuestras experiencias que vamos viviendo durante el proceso de la pesquería. Y ellos me compartieron 3 insumos que quiero añadirles, que es en base a la protección, la recuperación y manejo de los sistemas marinos y pesqueros. Algo muy fundamental que ellos me indicaron que lo dijera a través de esta voz. Y también información del desarrollo de nuestro derecho propio como indígena. Y también realizar los estudios e investigación acerca de la pesquería, que actualmente no lo sistematizamos, nosotros lo hacemos de manera oral. Entonces, con esto concluyo y muchas gracias por su presencia el día de hoy.
Perfect, man. Perfect. Yes, absolutely. Starting off, we're appreciating the navigators for their contributions for this conversation. To lead us into a dialogue. So, if you have any questions, some comments that you would like to pose to the distinguished panel, please feel free to do so. We have a couple of minutes to share some thoughts. Before you do so, please introduce yourself, and if you have any direct questions and who you might want to direct it to, then I'd like to open up the floor if there's any. Onel Mastardule Senior.
Sí, bueno, mi nombre es Onel Mazardule. Yo sé, somos el relevo, el eslabón, ¿ya? Bueno, yo creo que la exposición ha sido muy enriquecedor. Yo tuve la oportunidad de visitar la región de Canadá, los indígenas Chuchuap. Estuve viviendo un mes pescando salmón de diferentes formas, ahumando, y aprendí. Ya. Yo creo que es lo que tenemos que hacer, es intercambio, ¿ya? Intercambio de conocimiento, la forma de pesca de un pueblo a otro pueblo, porque esto nos enriquece. Y luego en mi tierra, de igual manera, yo creo que todo, ya sea recurso marino, el recurso terrestre, los indígenas lo sabemos gestionar como es. Todavía en los territorios nuestros pueden ir a ver las especies que en la UCN aparece como en lista roja, todavía lo pueden encontrar. Eso significa el tipo de manejo que hacen los pueblos indígenas, el uso consuetudinario sostenible de la biodiversidad. Entonces yo creo que lo que me han compartido todos, le he aprendido, y yo creo que esto es lo más importante. Esa es la riqueza, saber cómo un pueblo se dedica a la pesca, cómo lo hace. Yo sé que el tiempo es muy corto, pero por lo menos hay elementos muy importantes que nos han dicho. Uno es la transmisión, otra es la forma como por lo menos el tema de control de incendio, cómo lo hacen. O sea, aquí, quizás uno lo puede decir, el incendio, ¿qué tiene que ver con la pesca? Es que yo siempre digo, el mundo indígena, el mundo lo vemos los indígenas de manera integral. Todo está conectado, todo. ¿Ya? Quizás el hombre blanco lo ve fraccionado, como lo digo siempre, ¿ya? Pero nosotros lo vemos integralmente, y todo eso tiene que ver con la naturaleza. Nada más quería comentar eso. Gracias.
Yes. Uncle Philip, please.
Thank you, August panelists. I thank you so much for your delivery this afternoon. I learned a few things. I am from Fiji, from the Pacific. Our connotation and perspective of this discussion is a little bit different in a way that The Pacific is a group of archipelagic islands. So it's coast, mountains. Some mountains are 3 meters, then coast. I'm talking about Tuvalu, Kiribati, Niue, Marshalls. So this is a general, my brother from Aotearoa mentioned something about this. This is a general question to the panel. In the Pacific, when we talked about the sustainability of our fisheries, things that remain dominant to us is the critical importance of the relationship between the mountains, I meaning forest-dependent resource owners who lives in the mountain, and the ones who lives in the coast. And this is a disconnect when we talked about, we may at this level talk about South-South partnership. I really would like to take it to the local indigenous level among our countries. I'm really looking at my brother sitting beside me here, continental Africa. The great importance to have this sort of South-South partnership amongst our own people so that we can save our fisheries. In Fiji, there's 2 big plantation estate forests, 2 species that are not indigenous. They are brought in, pine and mahogany. Now, when they chop this, there's massive. You can actually imagine what happens at the downstream. So this is something that I just would like to bring to the, I just want to hear maybe from Chief, my brother Teroa. I know there are big plantation. What is, for us in our drive towards sustainable fisheries, what is or how do you think the way forward in terms of raising up the nexus or the critical importance of sustainable forest management and sustainable land management and sustainable coastal management and sustainable inshore fisheries management? Thank you so much.
All right, so we'll do one more question and then some reflections from the panel. Is that okay?
Gracias, González. Nada más tengo un comentario de lo que se ha hablado aquí sobre lo que es la pesca yo creo que la biodiversidad tiene mucho que ver, yo creo que se relaciona en todo, ¿no? Pero mi pregunta es, como ya estamos viviendo los cambios climáticos que en algunas partes de nuestro globo pues hay sequías y en otras partes hay demasiada agua, que se están ahogando, están muriendo. Pero mi pregunta es, para que me la pueda responder, con ayuda de la audiencia, esta pregunta es para los panelistas. Ya estamos preparados para recibir todo eso. Estamos de verdad, ¿qué debemos de hacer para frenar todo ese cambio climático? Yo creo que este bienestar, lo que ando buscando, es también para las nuevas generaciones. No queremos que ellos vivan lo que estamos viviendo ahora. Ahora yo creo que debemos de empezar, pero ¿qué es lo que vamos a hacer? ¿Cómo debemos prepararnos para recibir todos esos problemas que se avecinan? Porque esto no es cosa de juego, esa es cosa verídica que estamos sufriendo ahorita. Ahorita estamos sufriendo de a poco, pero poco a poco se va a ir engrandeciendo más y más esos cambios. Así es que esa es mi pregunta, si ya estamos preparados. Así es que notifíquenos para nosotros seguir en nuestros pueblos, prepararnos también. Gracias.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we're a little bit pressed for time, so I would like to invite the panelists for some reflections, briefly, 1 minute if possible, and also, comment on the questions. Who can I give to?
Does this work?
One of the things is that the salmon that I'm talking about go to the Pacific Ocean where you're from and they return. So that's part of the symbiotic relationship that you're talking about. And I forgot to mention that many of the salmon have crashed on the rivers in Alaska, and that's why I mentioned the trawlers. They throwing away all of that fish. And for one of the things I think that we can do is we can start looking at some of this renewable energy that's out there and start doing something about it rather than what a lot of people are doing at this COP. They're just talking about it. And it's also kind of, to me, an oxymoron that we're all here and the carbon footprint that we put down to come here and talk about the climate. And that's one of... You know, we talk about the internal combustion engine. You can burn hydrogen and it puts out clean water. So that's just one of the ways I think that we can do it and still have the lifestyle that we would like to have. Thank you.
I'm old school. I just, as much as we want to stop it and fight the companies, we'll be talking about this 10 years from now. So what each of us have to do, there's one day I don't travel. I don't use gas. I don't buy. And if you can teach one other person to stop feeding that animal, they'll feel the repercussions. If there is a way that we can get back to just even bicycling, anything we can do for the planet and everything that is in the planet that doesn't have to have the necessity of what is destroying it. If we can just do a little bit from our own self and to our children's, where they learn it, to pass it on, to encourage them to not be in the consumption, we'll get there. But it's going to take a long ways. You know, we live tens of thousands of years organically. It took us less than 150 years to destroy it. It's going to take us a long time to get back. But right now, this place has no heartbeat. Those people that have money deal with facts and finance. That's artificial intelligence. We are the heartbeat. We are the elephant in the room. What we have to do is pull back. It's easy to keep the lights on, feel this cold air, and to jump in the car to do that. But what we as individuals have to do is lessen it. Start almost detaching ourselves from that. Does that make sense? Good question, though. That's a really good question. Miigwech.
Anaru Onolin, please.
Gasali, tiene que ser más minutos, pero bueno, voy a resumir todo en un minuto, hacer lo mejor posible. Primero, gracias, don Ángel, por las palabras. Lo que quiero tocar es algo muy importante porque en el Acuerdo de París se habla sobre resiliencia climática. Pero nosotros como indígenas, como pueblos indígenas, somos los primeros a ser resilientes al cambio climático. Nos adaptamos. Y es algo muy importante que hay que tocar, es porque nosotros como jóvenes no debemos de ver el mañana, sino tomar acción el día de hoy. Porque si no, no va a haber mañana. Entonces, a la respuesta que le voy a dar es claramente que nosotros debemos de trabajar conjuntamente las 7 regiones socioculturales con una visión totalmente colectiva. De esos grandes líderes también hay que trabajar con esos grandes líderes jóvenes también para poder replicar de un mejor accionar acerca del cambio climático. Entonces, con esto concluyo y creo que para mayores diálogos podemos conversar otro día.
That was 1 minute, actually, so that's very good. Anaru, please.
Ko te aroha no he wai he pupu a ke ana he awa he ma puna mai ana I roto I te watu manawa all that is saying is that to answer or to respond back to the two questions, one of the things that we're doing back home and we've acknowledged is our customary, we have a customary knowledge training program for our younger ones coming through, because we know they need to know about sustainable land management. They need to know about sustainable fisheries management. They need to know the cultural practices that we've practiced before, despite the fact that things have been taken away, despite the problems, the issues that are happening. They need to know. And that goes towards Angel, what Angel was talking about. What do we do? What can we do? Yes, we have to burn a couple of carbon footprints to get here, but when we get here, we need to make the best of the moment we have. And all I can say for you in terms of what we're doing, it's all about our young ones, about instilling that information, instilling that knowledge, giving them the confidence, developing that confidence, and giving them that capacity and capability to come back to these, to talk about the things that our brother's talking about as a starting point.
Thank you so much, Anaru. As we have heard, there's an ocean of knowledge that's out there on fisheries, and it's also very important. I think this panel made it very obvious that small-scale fisheries needs to be a integrated topic when it comes to the climate change, definitely at COP. So I hope that when Anaru comes back next year and can report back from FAO, if Auntie Mary Lyons can come back as well, Chief Gary and Onaline, that we'll have a robust conversation about small-scale fisheries, not just about agriculture, but that as well. So thank you all, so to panelists, interpreters, and yourself for joining this conversation. And if you have any questions, please walk up to them and go back to your negotiations, please. So you want on the podium? Oh no! Or here. Chief at the podium. Okay, we can serve it. Thank you for. I'm done doing finals. Yeah, I'm leaving tomorrow.
is my uncle too. Uncle Poopy. I want to introduce you to Laura. She's a student at Harvard. My uncle. She's coming here to do a PhD on Indigenous.
Participation on like governance and conservation policy areas.
Oh, thank you. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare.
This is for you. I don't know where you want me to put it on you. It's for you. I figured I'd only give it to you once you did your job. It's the sparkly one, sorry. All the guys sometimes wear them like that, or they tuck them like that, or they put them on their wrist, or they...
I don't know.
Do you know the story of them? Can I touch you?
No. Yes. Oh my God.
I told him he had to do his job, and then I had a gift. May I touch your hair? Victor, what do you think?
Beautiful.
What's that?
It goes really well.
That's good. So do you guys know the story of the cooking stars? Yeah, it was. You want to go in the picture? So that looks good on it. What's that? Sometimes people just put them in their pocket.
Yeah, if you're wearing, you can fold it and like.
Yeah.
Not of at least reducing. They have not succeeded, or are they succeeded? I don't want to mess it up. You said again? Yes. Yes. Hello. I'm Ahmed from Tanzania. Okay. Sawa sawa. Finish your time, then I can go along coordinated. Marago didn't know what time we'll be speaking. We need to get exactly what time. All of us, welcome to this side event. I hope we'll be able to get a translation. Those who may need English, French translation, then you can get the gadget just behind you. And I hope I'm clear. So we are going to begin. We are waiting slightly behind to see whether they have fixed technology, as one of the panelists, one of the speakers will be joining through the Zoom. And that's why we are trying to see how it's going to, whether the technology is working, so we have a flow of the event. Now, let us begin, and I think we begin by doing introduction of the panel. We have distinguished team of 5 members. It's my privilege to introduce to the entire team who will be speaking and sharing lessons with us this afternoon. On my far right, we have Ansa Mande. Ansa Mande is from Impido, from Kenya, working with Impido in charge of finance and partnership. The next, we have Ms. Balkisu. She's from Cameroon, indigenous people in Cameroon, northwest of Cameroon, the Imbororo indigenous peoples. She's the Deputy National Coordinator, Rapaliak chapter in Cameroon. We have Edward Porokwa from Tanzania, Executive Director of Pingos. Pingos is a national network of indigenous peoples in Tanzania. We have Mr. Kitala. Mr. Kitala comes from Kenya, working with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the delivery unit, as a technical and legal advisor of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The far left, Mr. Oleriamit, he comes from Kenya, Executive Director of an indigenous people organization known as ILAPA. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, take your seat, and I request the team there to take their seats so we can able to proceed. This side event will focus on a number of issues. This side event look into what they called the beginning of what they called the Nairobi Climate Summit or Africa Climate Summit. Africa Climate Summit was the first or the summit in Africa organized by the AU, implemented jointly with the Kenya government in Nairobi in September, early September this year. Indigenous people from the continent organize themselves and engage in that process. Most of the speakers who are in the panel did engage and participated in that Africa Climate Summit. Before the summit, there is Indigenous People Pre-Summit, and we're able to hear some of that. I begin by giving Ansa Mande maximum 4 minutes to tell us about her perspective in relation to the African Climate Summit, and particularly Indigenous people perspective on the outcome of that process. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm clear. Yeah, so as he has already started off, the African Climate Summit took place this year in Nairobi in September. This was, was decided, was an African Union decision in the February African Union Summit. And when we had a look at the concept note for the very first time of the Africa Climate Summit, it did not have anything to do with indigenous peoples. The thematic areas of the summit, which are 3, touched definitely everything touched on us indigenous peoples. But somehow indigenous peoples were not featuring in the concept note of the African Climate Summit. The three thematic areas, I know I have 4 minutes, the three thematic areas so that we can all agree that indeed they touch on indigenous peoples were on climate adaptation and resilience, green growth, and climate investment. From where we come from, us as indigenous communities, we know the role that we play when it comes to managing of the ecosystem. This is what we have done for as long as we live, because we do it not because of anything, but because our lives depend on that. And so anything that talks about investment, green growth, renewable energy, all these mega projects coming up, when you talk of just transition, when you talk of resilience, adaptation, I think this is direct to indigenous peoples. And out of that major gap that was missing, and as much as the African Climate Summit sought to bring on board all stakeholders, governments, private sector, we found it that this one, the fact that the indigenous peoples were missing was one area that we noted that did not go right. So what we did as indigenous people, we came up with we wanted to bring indigenous peoples from the region to bring to their attention of this summit, first of all, because some of us, they were not even aware, even though this was an African summit, but you would ask many indigenous peoples around and they were not even aware about it. And so we brought on board the indigenous peoples leaders from the Africa region to come and have a pre-summit whereby we came up with a common position. This is the place that brought us together, and I'm happy that I'm seeing most of you here today. The pre-summit, the main agenda of the pre-summit was one, first of all, to engage, to come up with an engagement strategy in the summit. So because we knew that for us to have our priorities, our concerns, and our contributions captured in the summit, then we must engage on we must sit together and engage the summit itself. And I'm happy that, as I said, most of you are there. And out of that, we came up with a common position and key messages that we sent to the summit. And some of the key messages, I am happy to say that were captured in the Nairobi Declaration, because one of the areas that was really missing out from not the concept this time round, but first of all from the agenda, was that we did not have a space at all. The moment you miss in the concept stage, then definitely that translates into you will most likely miss in the agenda. And we were glad that we were able to have to put pressure on the governments, and towards the end of the planning, we got ourselves a space in the summit program. In this case, during the high-level opening session, we got the opportunity to give our key messages. And one of our key messages definitely was the free, prior, and informed consent for all projects happening on indigenous peoples' lands and territories. As I said earlier, renewable energy projects are happening in our lands. And this has been an issue because, one, we have seen a lot of evictions owing to the, there's some echo here, owing to that kind of mega development in the name of adaptation and mitigation. We know that carbon is happening in our lands right now, and we do not have the capacity to engage. We do not even have the capacity to pressure for benefit sharing. I think one of the things that I've learned in this COP is the fact that it is possible to have indigenous people benefit to the maximum at least. I know Ghana is one good model that I've learned in this COP28, whereby they are getting 69 of their shares. And so one of the things was on FPIC, and as much as we may not have really won in that one when it comes to Nairobi Declaration, we can also say proudly that we got gains from the Nairobi Declaration. One of them being the fact that for the first time in a continent that has had issues to do with recognition of indigenous peoples, for the first time we see indigenous peoples having been featured in the Nairobi Declaration. And to us, that was, again, it was a step toward the right decision, the right direction. Also, we had them not just recognized as indigenous peoples, but also the vulnerabilities, because as much as our carbon footprint is very minimal, if at all there is, the fact is that we are the ones who are receiving first-hand impact of climate change. And also, I'm just giving some small elements of our gains, which resulted from our engagement in the summit, was the acknowledgement of traditional knowledge. For the longest time, we have been able to adapt to our environment. Why? Because of our traditional knowledge. But unfortunately, this has not been captured most of the time. There is a perspective of looking at it as backward, but that is what has kept us. That is what has built our resilience for all this long. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, it's clear two things. Nairobi Climate Summit was designed without thinking the people who are most affected by the impact of climate change. Number two, when people are organized, they were able to change the course of direction and the course of action. So the final outcome is a recognition of indigenous people in Africa that it has never happened before. So when people are organized, they change the narrative. And therefore the narrative for change in Africa, when indigenous peoples and other actors decided to engage in a meaningful way, in a constructive way, and therefore we end up having some positive element, of course, not exactly what the indigenous people wanted, but at least that official recognition that being part of the program during the official opening and a closing opening, therefore, at the end of the process, they were recognized not only as victims, but also people who have something to contribute to the problem the world is going through. My second speaker is Edward Porokwa. Edward Porokwa is from Tanzania. We know, I'm not sure whether all of us, but some of us, we know that Tanzania, and particularly people from Ngorongoro and Oliondo, have been subjected to cruelty, have been subjected to serious human rights violation in the name of conservation. The world over talked about conservation. Conservation can be driven by many stakeholders. Could be driven by the government, could be driven by the International Conservation Organization, could be driven by the people in the West who put a lot of resources into conservation without the people. You can have conservation with the people and you can have conservation without the people. What's the impact on the ground of this particular project coming in the name of conservation? What's the impact on the ground in relation to climate impact? We want to hear the history of Tanzania in relation to conservation paradigms or programs that are designed without thinking about the people. Please, Edward.
Thank you very much, Olesimel. We are talking of a country where over 40% of the landmass is a conservation area or protected area. And we are talking of a country where the population is 50 plus million, with about 2 million plus people are indigenous people or live a life that is similar to the life of indigenous people, where pastoralism is actually a most practiced area in those areas. But also we are talking of territories where originally belonged to the indigenous people from the colonial time. But also we are talking of conservation that have a thinking of exclusion of the community. And as well as we are talking of processes that have negative connotation on the contribution of indigenous people to the biodiversity and conservation. And now, currently, we are talking of new emerging carbon projects which are likely to perform the same function that conservation has performed during the colonial time in the last 60 or 70 years. And we are talking of expansion of those areas and effect of that expansion to the resilience of indigenous people and the effect of that to the livelihood. And of course, we are talking of governments that are doing that not necessarily for conservation, but for economic gain. Because even the issue of carbon credit is not necessarily intended to conserve the people, the biodiversity, but intended to increase the revenue for the governments. So that is what exactly we are getting in our country and probably in many of your countries. But also, in the so doing, we are talking of conservation that does not really care about human right, that does not integrate human right into conservation. So, in a country like Tanzania, we have heard, as you said, about eviction of the pastoralists, the Maasai people in Ngorongoro, Loliondo, and many other places. We are talking of serious violation, disregard of the rule of law, failure to attain the sustainable development goals, because you cannot talk of sustainable development goal at the same times while you are depriving the people of their right to livelihood, and while you are taking the land that they depend on for the livelihood. So we have very serious problem in Tanzania. In Ngorongoro district alone, which include Loliondo, we are talking of more than 100,000 people being deprived of their livelihood, being evicted, being beaten, being displaced, and losing grazing area. But all of the same, a very serious contradiction between conservation and what is happening. You evict the people from their land and you transfer that land for hunting. So it is now about rethinking of the definition of conservation. Is hunting of wildlife part of conservation? Because that is what is happening now in Loliondo. It is a hunting block, and the people are removed to give privacy to a hunting company so that they can hunt as they want. But at the same time, while having a lot of studies that show that indigenous people have been very instrumental in conservation of biodiversity, have been very instrumental in managing the resilient and dry natural resources in their areas, we can see the interventions that are happening on the ground affecting the people. So for indigenous people, and particularly in Tanzania, climate change, we agree that climate change is a very serious issue. Of course, we don't have a lot of footprints into the coming of conservation of the impact of climate change. But although indigenous people have no role that they are playing in destroying the environment, but the most big impact is the intervention, the mitigation actions that states are taking with regards to indigenous people. And those mitigation actions include separating the people from their areas, ignoring the indigenous knowledge, not taking into account the resilience of the community, and of course, breaching the international law and breaching the principles of the rule of law. We have several cases in Tanzania of that similar situation, And I believe even the issue of Ogiek has also an impact on that. So conservation and all issue of climate change is becoming more and more a justification of violation of human rights, a justification of taking the land for the businesses that the government get into agreement with the foreign governments to acquire land for different reasons, including the emerging carbon market that is really going to affect a lot of people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Colonization in Africa was based on land and natural resources. Carbon, we are not sure whether it's a solution to a climate disaster or another new colonization. A fiction, brutal eviction of indigenous people from their land and territories, pushed them into extreme poverty. Tanzania, you heard the figures where those who depend on pastoralism is a large population. And the moment you interfere with the land system, they are now in a crisis of climate change and a crisis of conservation driven by different reasons and different motives. My next speaker is our sister from Cameroon. As I introduced her earlier on, and she'll be speaking about climate finance. When you come COP, you must hear this word, climate finance. The creation of Green Climate Fund, Adaptation Fund, Loss and Damage Fund, all of them are trying to find a window or a direction on how to finance climate action. What is the experience of indigenous people, and particularly those from Africa, when to come to climate finance? They're the most affected. Africa contributes only 3% of the entire green gases emission, only 3%. But they carry the burden that the most affected, either by drought, floods, and so many other things. But again, when we talk about Africa, it's a large continent and different stakeholders. What is the experience of indigenous peoples in particular when to come to climate finance? Why do they need these resources to go to the lowest level for those communities? Balkisu, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor to talk about climate finance and indigenous people of Africa. When we look at climate finance and what has been going on, we see that indigenous people, they receive very little when it comes to climate finance. If you look at over the last 10 years, statistics show that they have received 1% of climate finance went to indigenous people. And if you look at this 1% of climate finance that has been going to indigenous people in the last 10 years, how much goes to indigenous people of Africa? How much climate finance goes to women and youths? We see that women and youths are even left behind. They will have nothing. The people in Africa, they will have nothing. But they are the hardest hit by climate change effects. If you see the issue of droughts, floods, all the disasters that are happening, we have them in Africa. The indigenous people of Africa, they use their traditional knowledge to safeguard the climate, to care for the climate, and to protect the environment for thousands of years. But they benefit nothing from this. It is very important for us to look at what to do so that indigenous people of Africa can have access, direct access to financing. Even when they give us finance in Africa, you see the finance has to pass through so many hands. It has to pass through intermediaries, pass through the governments, other intermediaries before we can have the finance, the 1% that comes to indigenous people. I wonder how many percent comes in the 1% comes to indigenous people of Africa and women. It has to pass through so many people. But if we have to have finance directly, I think it will make a difference. And to have direct access to finance does not mean that we should still have that 1%. We should have more. indigenous finance, the people, finance that goes to indigenous people should be increased, especially the one that goes to women and youths, because these are the people who are every day in the communities. When it comes to food security, the people at the front line are women. When it comes to education for the young people, the women are at the front line. When it comes to many things in the society, even the knowledge holders are the women, because they are the ones who pass this knowledge to the children and the younger generation. But when it comes to climate finance, it's a sad story, because they will not even receive the finance. It ends in the hands of intermediaries who look for big consultants, and they claim that indigenous people, they don't have capacity. They cannot handle finance. They cannot do reporting. No, we have to look for consultants who can do this reporting. Indigenous people today have proven that they have this capacity. They can handle finance. If you look at, like, for example, in the Central African sub-region, we have the Pavilion network that unites 8 countries in the region. And these countries, we are members also of the Global Alliance for Territories and Communities. And at the global level, we have developed the Shandia mechanism. This Shandia mechanism is a platform that indigenous people have developed, that they can have direct access to finance, and they can make sure that the finance reaches grassroots communities, they reaches the indigenous people on the ground. In May this year, we had the first Indigenous Women Forum on climate resilience in the Central African sub-region in Brazzaville, where we wanted to see that not only that indigenous people have direct access to finance, but women should also have direct access to finance. Because we need something like a basket fund for women, where women can always have their own funding, where they can come, get funding, go and implement their activities. Women have so many initiatives that they are out, they want to implement, but because of lack of funding, they cannot implement all of these initiatives. So they only have the ideas, and the ideas end in their head. They use their traditional knowledge to conserve the environment, protect the environment, but they are not compensated for it. This is carbon markets that are coming. They are talking about carbon markets, carbon finance. What is the state of indigenous people of Africa in this carbon finance? We know that in the Central African sub-region, we have the Congo Basin forest. And that is a forest where we have thousands of tons of carbon that are in that forest. Will the indigenous people benefit from these carbon markets? We are not sure. Will they be able to calculate the tons of carbon that are in the forest with the indigenous people? At the end of the day, they will tell us who owns the carbon. Is it the indigenous communities or the governments? So those are all questions we have to look at. So we should ensure that indigenous people, they have their own mechanisms. They have developed these mechanisms. They have the capacity. The women have the capacity. The youths are building their own capacities. We should ensure that indigenous people should have direct access to financing, so that they can continue keeping us our forests, conserving, protecting, and fighting against climate change effects, because that is what they have been doing for us for free. So they should be compensated for that. The finance should go to them so that they can implement more initiatives to fight against climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Who owns carbon? That is a question. That's the level in the room. Who owns carbon? They have a forest. She highlighted the impact of food security, the need for resources to go to women and youth, because they're the people really on the ground that have been affected most by the impact of climate change. And that is the reality. He brought in lack of capacity and awareness among indigenous people when to come to the issue of carbon. Indigenous people, they know what is carbon. What is it? Is it a product like this? Is it a building like this? What is carbon? That's the question. So the issue of capacity to address the issue of carbon, including rights, including benefit sharing, is so fundamental. And she thinks maybe it's one way. I mean, she basically doesn't have a clarity on an issue, but there is a need for climate finance to go to the local level. Whatever resources that are available need to go to the local level, and particularly to focus women and youth. Indigenous peoples across the world, not only in Africa, and Edward Porogwa mentioned that, resilience. Cultural resilience, social resilience, ecological resilience are critical. Why? I don't know. Uleriamit will talk about resilience, indigenous people resilient to climate change. Why is it important? Why is it important? Oleriamit, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Olesimel, and good afternoon. Thank you for filling the room. Those are my names, Oleriamit. I come from Kenya. I work with an indigenous people organization called ILEPA, and I'm very much honored to be here. And my reflections are based on a study which I was privileged to do with the World Bank that looked at resilience. And for those of us familiar with the World Bank has two aspirations, at least in policy. It says it wants to eradicate poverty and wishes to promote shared prosperity. But the reality of the matter is that the bank, the main client of the bank is our national government. And for years, these governments have received funding from the World Bank. Yet, inequality prevails. Disparities, wealth is still held by a few, while most have less. And amidst these other challenges and shocks like climate change came in, COVID came in, and other challenges. And so the bank wanted to reflect on why are indigenous people still here? Why is poverty still prevailing? And what factors drive resilience in the context of indigenous people? What are the drivers and what are the enablers of resilience? And therefore, a study was commissioned in the South, South Asia, Latin America, and in Africa. And I was privileged to be the one working on the African case studies. And case studies were picked in 3 African countries because, of course, there are limitations. One in a tropical forest, the Batwa of DRC. One in the deserts of East Africa, the Maasai pastoralist. Looked at what are some of the drivers of resilience. Why are indigenous people still here? Despite historical exclusion, despite marginalization, despite minimal access to government services, being in the remotest of the areas, being in the front line from negative impacts of climate change, why are they still here? And so several factors came up. One is traditional knowledge. Traditional knowledge is one of the areas where indigenous people draw their resilience. Their nature-based solutions are supported by indigenous knowledge generated intergenerationally through observation, through experimentation. They question the environment. They learn from the environment. They adjust their practices to remain relevant to the context they live in. The second is traditional governance. They are organized collectively. They make decisions. So long as they have the chance to do self-determination, these indigenous communities practice traditional governance based on customary law that guides them. They do not use the land blindly. Historically, for example, there's been this fallacy of the tragedy of the commons, a study that assumes that pastoral communities don't talk to each other. They do not reflect. They just use the land blindly and accumulate livestock irrationally, ultimately overstocking, overgrazing, and degrading the environment. And these negative perceptions have been projected on this pastoral community, while the reality of the matter is they negotiate, they talk to each other. It's regulated access. It's not free-for-all access. So traditional governance is one of the other principles. The other one is really the values, positive nature relations, okay? Nature is reflected in the culture, and culture is reflected in nature. In the context of the Maasai, for example, you cannot do a rite of passage without a plant, whether it's a naming ceremony, whether it's a circumcision, initiation ceremony, whether it's marriage, whether it's warrior graduation. All these ceremonies has a planned aspect. And because of that, you conserve nature because you cannot do cultural identity outside of nature. The same with animals. There are totems. There are clans of the elephant, clan of the lion, and so on and so forth. And so it becomes critical to conserve nature because it's part of your identity. I see Olesimel has woken up. Anyway, so there are many internal drivers of resilience. But then there are external enablers and disablers of policy, which is basically what policies are in place, what programs and actions are there, and what administrative arrangement. And the reality of the matter is these cases demonstrate that most of the pressure that compromises the resilience of indigenous people come from the enablers or disablers of policy. The absence of it or the lack of implementation of it when the policy exists. And foundational to this is land tenure security, because it's where knowledge is based, it's where identity is based, it's where traditional occupations are practiced. Time cannot allow me to conclude, but just to say, these communities are resilient, but the external pressure is too much, compounding the impacts of climate change, and essentially, we need to give indigenous people the space of self-determination to practice resilience. Thank you, Olesimel.
Thank you very much. Well, yeah, we are under a lot of pressure, but that's great. Our next speaker will be joining us by the modern technology, and that is Honorable the PS for Foreign Affairs, the government of Kenya. So I invite the PS now to take over. I'm not sure whether you, this team, will get sit on this other side, and then you come back again on this other side when the PS has already addressed or make his presentation. The PS, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Honorable Olesimel, for your leadership. I'm really pleased to share a few thoughts with my brothers and sisters, the African indigenous peoples from across the continent and the world who are engaged in the process of providing input to the ongoing climate summit in Dubai. I'm really grateful as well, just having listened into the last conversation, which aligns very well with the few thoughts that I have. Indigenous cosmologies, their relationship with the earth, the systems they adopt for their stewardship over natural resources have for a very long time been recognized as central to the environmental and ecological resilience and sustainability of the globe. In the context of climate change, it is a given that indigenous knowledge and the adaptability of their way of life has resulted or contributed to the survival of livelihoods under very difficult circumstances. It is also a given, ladies and gentlemen, that indigenous lands holds expansive biodiversity resources that constitute a huge carbon sink for the globe, necessary for decarbonization. Thirdly, it is a fact that a considerable amount of green energy resources ranging from hydro, wind, and geothermal are situated within indigenous territories. Last but not least, green minerals necessary for the energy transition are equally concentrated in indigenous peoples' territories. What these facts demonstrate, ladies and gentlemen, is therefore that indigenous people are critical stakeholders whose engagement is necessary if the world will be able to deal with the scourge and the challenge of global climate change. How then should governments, private sector, and other stakeholders treat indigenous people? If in fact indigenous people are central to the push against climate change, how should we treat them? Number one, it is important to recognize indigenous people. And so constitutions, laws, policies must recognize indigenous people. And this is not just paper recognition. It is substantive recognition that gives indigenous peoples a voice. Secondly, in line with principles laid out, particularly in the UN Declaration on Indigenous People, the right to free, prior, and informed consultation and consent then becomes extremely important. Because unless indigenous peoples are involved in the adoption of programs and strategies that deal with climate change, it is possible that some of these strategies may in fact fail to yield optimal results in addressing the challenge of climate change. Furthermore, it is important to leverage on the technologies, the knowledge, and the traditional understanding and relations that indigenous people have with their lands and territories. Because without this understanding and appreciation, again, it's possible that some of the solutions being proposed will fall short. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, in the context of the Africa Climate Summit, which His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya convened on behalf of the African Union, part of the reason for the success of that summit, to my mind, is the fact that we went out of our way to ensure that indigenous peoples were at the table of decision making, so that in elaborating the outcome document that is now called the Nairobi Leaders Declaration on Climate, indigenous people's voices and perspectives were brought to bear on that declaration. And so the success of this COP28 in Dubai will equally, to our minds, hinge a great deal on the extent to which your perspectives, the perspectives from this convening, are going to feed into the outcome documents. I know that already conversations and agreements have been arrived at in the context of the Loss and Damage Fund. It is a huge outcome that has already been registered. However, the Loss and Damage Fund's success will equally depend on the extent to which the stewards of nature, the protectors of the environment, benefits from the proceeds of the Loss and Damage Fund. So in formulating the structure of this fund, in conceptualizing where it will sit and how it will be governed, it is of extreme importance that the voices of indigenous people are also incorporated. And so I wanted to be with you this afternoon just so that I can be able to commit to you on behalf of the government of Kenya, our willingness as government to continue to work hand in glove with indigenous communities in Kenya and on the continent to ensure that your perspectives on these very important questions continues to exercise our decisions and continue to exercise our minds as we move forward. I want to take this opportunity to thank very much the organizers and particularly my friend and comrade, Honorable Simel, for giving me the opportunity to address you. Thank you very much. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, the PS, for your presentation and key elements, and particularly your conclusion on the loss and damage fund. If it doesn't address the issue of land and natural resources, security of land and natural resources, loss and damage in terms of the biodiversity, and then we are not going to be the key beneficiaries. I request a panel to come back again so we can proceed with the little time we have. My apologies for that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we had the PSB, the last speaker in that session, and he highlighted the role of the policy engagement. He talked about security of land, he talked about stewardship, he talked about traditional knowledge, and basically says climate change cannot be addressed if indigenous people are not on the center of all those discussions. And I think that's what the panel have actually highlighted earlier on. Now, for the little minutes we have, a very little time, in fact, I think we have less than 10 minutes, so we have 8 minutes, and we have a panel of about 5 people. And I like to see how do we change the narrative? How do we change the narrative of African government and the private sector and those who do not understand where do we come from? I want to request Mr. Teller take 2.5 minutes to tell us what indigenous people need to do to change the narrative and the approach and the attitude of African government and the private sector so that we don't again, 5 years later from now, again crying, hearing what the story we had about Tanzania and the story we are hearing today about the fiction of the Maasai and Ogek from Mau. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Joseph. First and foremost, I think the perspectives that we have from the Kenyan experience have been shared by my colleague, the PS. But I would like to add the following. Learning from the experience of the Africa Climate Summit, it became evident that, for many years, indigenous peoples would wait until it's a bit too late. Other people have already determined the agenda. They have already defined the agenda. They have left them out, and then they jump onto the bandwagon when the train has already left the station. I think one of the enduring lessons that we can draw from that, which we need to bring to this COP and all the struggles that we have, is that we must be on board at the point of agenda setting. Because if your perspectives, your ambitions on climate, on land, on environment, and everything else that we care about are not reflected at the stage of the agenda being set, then definitely it means that the outcome of whatever that process is going to be will leave out those engagements. That's number one. Then the second, I know many times when you're dealing with an oppressor, and I'm using this word carefully, you are bound to be confrontational in your approach. But I would like to encourage us to adopt a collaborative approach as well. For example, if people are talking about carbon credits as a new frontier of conservation, I think instead of just fighting the idea, and this is what we've tried to do in Kenya, at least from a legal and policy-making perspective, is to say, in our Climate Change Act, we are to put in an amendment that reflects some of the principles that protect the rights of indigenous peoples. And colleagues on the panel already talked about the FPIC principle. So it means that for any carbon project, for any carbon trading, you have to get the free, prior, informed consent of those communities. Even as we have dialogue about whether carbon credits, carbon trading are good or bad, but let's make a point of ensuring that those principles that you've fought really hard on are reflected on each of this. The same goes for new conversations around green industrialization, for example, critical minerals. Because whether we like it, well, I hate to say it this way, but there's a big push that the next frontier for energy is going to be from critical minerals. Nickel, lithium, and the rest of them. So can we at least make sure that while that conversation is evolving, we make sure that it does not follow the path that extractive industries have previously followed, where you have mass displacements, you have serious violations of human rights. At least let's make sure that the green industrialization, which we are talking about for Africa, going forward, and other places also, follows a different route, where indigenous peoples come to the table not as victims or as people to whom some benefits have to be thrown at, but as equal stakeholders. So my final point, because I know we're really pressed for time, is that when you lobby for changes in the constitution of your country, wherever we are from, when you push for policy formulation, when you make sure that there are institutional frameworks in place, those things are never in vain, because they might not work today, but in the fullness of time, you'll find that whatever the struggles you've been involved in, they will come to address those issues as and when they happen. So those would be some of the perspectives I wanted to share. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Our time is coming to an end, but before that, what next by indigenous peoples? The PS talked about implementation of the Nairobi Declaration or the Nairobi Outcome Document. What about from indigenous people perspective? What we do, was it our engagement ended in Nairobi, or are we going beyond what is already contained in the document? Answer Monday, who was the coordinator, to tell us what next, as far as the next steps for the Nairobi Outcome Document or Indigenous People Pre-Summit Outcome materials. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simel. And with the 2 minutes, I think I'm happy that most of the recommendations that I would have suggested have already been mentioned here by my fellow panelists here. But I think for us, it shouldn't end where, with the summit, because one thing, the Nairobi Outcome Document will definitely feed into this COP28 and beyond. And so we all have a role to play. First of all, for indigenous peoples, when I began speaking here, I talked of the gains that we got from the African Climate Summit. And I think we have a role to make sure that we do not lose those gains again. Otherwise, we would have, we wasted our time. And so we should really, all of us, have a role to play in ensuring that we do not lose on the gains. Right now, there is an implementation framework by the AU of the African Climate Summit. I think it is the role of indigenous peoples to come together and engage, because as my co-panelist has just mentioned here, we should not come, at a later stage, because we are not lucky always. For the African Climate Summit, we came at a later stage and we managed. We will not be lucky every other day. So we should take up, for the implementation framework, we should be there, present, sitting on the table, because someone say, if you're not on the table, then most likely you're on the menu. So I think most of the time we have suffered because we are not present on the table. And finally, because I'm pressured under time, because of time, is what we are doing right here. When we came the first day, the loss and damage fund was adopted, but we have a role to push for our place, because we are used to having these funds come up and we go home very happy. But what happens? these commitments are never actualized. No, it remains there as a big name, and we go home and cry again and wait for another COP, for some more commitments to come up that we do not benefit from. We do not want the issue of just saying an allocation will go to indigenous people. What allocation? We want a percentage, like 25%, 50% of this should go to the true stewards of Mother Earth. We want as indigenous peoples to make sure that we have direct access. We do not want this loss and damage to be another GCF, you know. We do not have very good records with GCF, history with GCF, because it's literally inaccessible by indigenous peoples. It's literally, for us, it is unavailable. It is not meant for us because as much as there is an indigenous peoples policy, what we want is direct resources to those that are suffering most and to those that are stewards, true stewards, and that have kept the environment that everybody is now boasting about, or at least we know that we have saved ourselves and we are ready to save the world, but only if we are engaged in all these processes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's clap for our panelists. It went very well. Thank you so much. And as you get out, there's some material outside. Some are related with the study Oleriami talked about. Some are related with what happened in Costa Rica. It was a dialogue on resilience and many other things, climate finance. So there'll be some interesting material that you can actually get a copy. And thank you so much. We look forward again to engage and proceed beyond here. Thank you very much. Can we have a photo? Kindly? Yeah. Kindly, we have a photo. Kindly have a photo.
Hello. We're going to have another side event. You're all welcome to stay. We also have cases from Africa if you're interested, but we have to get started. They're here. Okay, I can ask them to take a seat. Edward. And Joe, not Edward. No. Gideon. Gideon. He's gonna give the closing. But he should be here. So just Dinamam. He's gonna be late, he said. We should get started. Yes, John, sit. I don't know whose stuff those are. Good evening. I think we're going to get started. We don't have a lot of time. We only have 1 hour. I see him trying to bring his Brazilian. Everybody left. I was trying to keep them. Yeah, they had a previous. Okay, I think we can get started in the interest of time. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. I know it's late in the day, and I know that we've all had a really long day and we're tired. But today and this evening, we are going to have a side event on the issue of criminalization. I know we've heard a lot this week, but I don't think we've heard enough about the issues that our land defenders, environmental defenders are facing all around the world. So I want to start by just giving you Very short contextual overview. My name is Christina Koch. I work for the Indigenous Peoples' Rights International as their advocacy coordinator. And this side event is being jointly done along with Global Alliance of Territorial Communities and Movilizatorio and Indigenous Peoples' Rights International. So I welcome you to our side event. Indigenous peoples and local communities are the protectors of nature, biodiversity, and cultural heritage. I think we have all heard a lot about this week. But beyond the preservation of land, they are protectors of life. Yet, many indigenous peoples are often subjected to threats, attacks, and systemic violations of human rights and land rights. For years, the Global Alliance of Territorial Communities have demanded an end to the violence and unjust criminalization faced by these communities while safeguarding their territories. On the other hand, Indigenous Peoples' Rights International continue to raise visibility around these violent attacks on land defenders. We've worked to research and document cases of violence all over the world and to look at how we might be able to offer a way out. In order to understand better these cases of violations, we have to unmask this global crisis. It is necessary to identify and display the local and regional cases. In Africa, indigenous peoples and local communities are being harmed, abused, and forcefully displayed in the name of conservation. In Latin America, illegal arrest in the context of peaceful protests and violence by armed groups are usual. In Asia, leaders are being criminalized and charged with fake charges while extractive industries impose violence against them. This panel will provide an opportunity to showcase some of these cases and to continue to advocate for the right of human and nature rights defenders from indigenous and local communities, especially those facing criminalization and violence as a result of conservation and climate action. This evening, we have a very distinguished panel, and I want to begin our agenda by inviting Ms. Joanne Carling, a longtime land rights defender, environmental rights defender, human rights defender, also the executive director of the Indigenous Peoples' Rights International, to give us an overview and to set the tone for this afternoon's or this evening's panel.
Good afternoon to everyone. I just want to maybe link the issue of the environment defenders with the issue of climate justice. In the documentation of attacks to environment defenders, there's an increasing trend of attacks to indigenous environment defenders and land rights defenders related to climate action, specifically in relation to renewable energy. And this is because of the increased attempt, right? Because many of the just transition are land-based. Renewable energy projects need a lot of land to establish solar farms and windmills. The renewed what they call license to build more dams is planned in so many rivers. One of the presentation made earlier this week was that in Brazil, in the old government, they plan more than 170 dams in Brazil for the generation of energy. Then that's one hand. On the other hand, we also see an increased demand on transition minerals, which include rare earth, nickel, lithium, cobalt. And 50 to 70% of this known transition minerals are in indigenous territories or nearby indigenous territories. So that means there will be massive use of lands when they, destruction basically, or excavation of lands when they try to extract all these transition minerals. And of course, indigenous peoples will not just be watching this happen. We will definitely defend our rights, rightfully so, right? If we will not be part of any decision making, this will be another imposition. If we don't agree with these projects, then this will be another imposition to us. And that's where violations, attacks to land rights defenders and human rights defenders among indigenous peoples is going to worsen. And the big factor for this to happen is because only 10% of our land has legal recognition. 90% is not legally recognized. And if we say around 40% of these are targeted for the just transition, of which many are where indigenous peoples actually live, then eviction is going to happen. So that is one. And so in this context, when our land rights are being violated, we take action as collectives, as peoples. And that is the difference we have with individual environment defenders. We're acting together in our collectives as indigenous people. So when we talk of environment defenders amongst indigenous peoples, we're talking of our collectives, our peoples, because it is the defense of our collective rights that we are doing. So that's one. Now, the other one is on the issue of conservation. There's, again, in spite of all the commitments, which is positive, we must acknowledge it's very positive, that there's a growing commitment to human rights-based approach to conservation. But that has to be translated to real action on the ground, to real protection, to real recognition of our rights. But unfortunately, that is not yet the scenario that we are seeing now. And two of our speakers will be presenting the serious cases of evictions that is also, of course, accompanied by violations of fundamental rights and freedoms, arrest, torture, that comes as they try to disperse the protest actions of communities. We will later hear in the case of Kenya and Tanzania. But that is, again, going to be a major issue for us, because while the GBF has set 30%, which is a very good, ambitious target, and we should even go beyond that target if we want to save the planet, right? But it has to be done in a way that we are the partners in achieving that. That in partnership with us, in the protection of our rights, we can actually achieve that and even beyond. So what we need is to transform the current practice and law on how conservation is being done, so that we can really contribute and become a key actor and player in achieving also the targets on conservation, which is critical in addressing climate change. So by those key points, I want to pass on to our leaders on the ground who will be presenting their experiences on these issues, so that we are more enlightened in the way we need to address the issues of environmental defenders as it relates also to the global crisis of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. And now I'd like to just introduce our panelists, and I will introduce all of them already together, and then you will hear directly from them their cases and their experiences. First, I want to introduce Edward Porokwa. Edward is currently the Executive Director of Pastoralist Indigenous NGOs Forum, an umbrella organization for pastoralists and hunter-gatherers in Tanzania. He's working with indigenous peoples organizations in the areas of human rights advocacy, policy analysis, constitutional issues, and climate change. Welcome, Edward. Maybe. Before you speak, Edward, I want to introduce the rest of our panelists so that we can save with time. Our second speaker will be John Samurai. John is an Indigenous Ogiek person and an environmental and human rights defender working with the Ogiek People's Development Program, a grassroots organization that advocates for the rights of the Ogiek in Kenya. He has been at the forefront of the struggle to protect the Mau Forest, the largest water catchment area in East Africa, and the ancestral home of the Ogiek. He and his community have faced many challenges, but he remains committed to defending the environment and the Ogiek culture. And then we have our sister, Balkisao Buba. I apologize if I've not pronounced your name correctly. She is from the Bororo pastoralist community of Northwest region of Cameroon. She's a social worker, founder and president of Indigenous Peoples and Sustainable Development. Balki is a holder of 3 certificates on conflict analysis, conflict negotiation and management, and interfaith conflict resolution from the United States Institute of Peace. She's been working on peace-building initiatives. She has organized interfaith dialogues to promote peace, living together, and interfaith conflict resolution. And then, of course, we have one other speaker who is running a little bit late from another engagement. And when he arrives, he's our brother from Brazil. As soon as he arrives, we will introduce him. But for now, I would like to invite Edward to the podium, or we have a mic here as well, if you just want to use the mic. And we've just had 2 questions for our panelists that we wanted to have guide our discussion this afternoon. The first is, why is your community targeted specifically? And the second is, what specific criminalization cases could you share? Those are the 2. And now I see, and we want to welcome our brother Dinamam Tuksa. Maybe I'll just introduce him and then we can start. Welcome, Dinamam. He's a member of the Tuksa Indigenous Peoples, spanning Bahai, Pernambuco, and Minas Gerais. He is the coordinator of the Articulation of Indigenous Peoples of Brazil, APIB, and serves as a lawyer for the Articulation of Indigenous Peoples and Organizations of the Northeast, Minas Gerais, and Espírito Santo. He holds a master's degree in sustainable development and a PhD in law, both earned from the University of Brasilia. Welcome, Dinamam. So maybe if we can start with Edward. And again, just the 2 questions that we are addressing today, just to give us a guide to our reflection this afternoon. Why is your community targeted specifically? And what specific criminalization cases could you share?
Thank you very much for this opportunity to highlight some of the issues from my community. Maybe going directly to the question why, I think there are several reasons why indigenous people, particularly in Tanzania, are being attacked, and why they are a target of all these issues of conservation, bad practices, and violation of human rights. And one of the very big reasons is that the indigenous people territories remain the major areas that are not affected by destruction of environment. They are the ones that have areas that are well conserved. They are the ones that already have areas where tourism and all these things can happen. And of course, if you look at major areas in the countries, they have already destroyed their biodiversity. So we remain a big part of the community that already have the land that is suitable for all this investment that is needed globally and by the country. So why particularly this is happening? It is happening because the people are demanding their freedom of expression. indigenous people are demanding that freedom to own natural resources, and they're demanding their self-determination. And as a result of these demands, they are demanding also the observance of the rule of law. And because of these demands, they are getting to become victims of violation of human rights. They are becoming victims of reprisal. They are becoming victims of unlawful prosecution. Maybe this is better, is it? They are becoming victims of displacement and violation of human rights, and definitely physical attack. One of the cases that I would like to highlight is the case of the Maasai community in Loliondo and Ngorongoro, which many of you might have heard, where last year, in June, 14 villages of the Maasai community were forced to move away from their land that they have been living for centuries, and of course, which have the right, the legal right to remain in those lands. The Maasai people were evicted from Serengeti National Park in 1959 by the colonial government, and they were promised that they will never be evicted in Ngorongoro and Loliondo. But the government upgraded that land, made amendment in law of the law in 2009, making that area that they live game controlled area, although it was a game controlled area, but they have changed the rights in game controlled area that people will not be living in game controlled area. And the Maasai people were forcibly evicted in June 2022. Before eviction, immediately, 27 Maasai leaders were arrested. 2 days after, a policeman was killed, when the leaders were already in prison. 7 days later, they were prosecuted for the murder of the policeman who was killed 2 days before they were arrested. So it means they killed the policeman then when they were in prison. You see the contradiction? Those people stayed in prison for 6 months. 2 days after their arrest, attack was made to the community, and over 50,000 people were removed from their land. 2,700 people crossed the border to Kenya as refugees, and they stayed there. 31 people were directly injured by bullets by the police and other government cohesive bodies. Human rights defenders crossed the border for fear of their arrest. 6 months down the line, in between the 6 months when these people were in prison, the government upgraded the land into a game reserve. And of course, ensured that all the procedures to upgrade that land were taken. And 6 months later, those people were released, and the government said they had no interest in continuing with the murder case that involved the 27 leaders. In between, there have been a serious arrest of the people. There have been seizure of the livestock for entering into their own village, because there was a government notice in between that was created that made it illegal for the people to continue grazing their animal in the newly established game controlled or game reserve areas. Although all this happened, the Maasai people went to court in different cases challenging the establishment of that area. Recently, the Maasai people got a positive decision from the court that put aside the government notice of establishment of the game reserve. But the government have not respected the decision of the court. And as we speak, still the livestock belonging to the Maasai people are still being seized. Hefty fines is given to the Maasai community, which has impoverished them. And at the same time, other violations are taking place in Loliondo. That is a part of Ngorongoro. In Ngorongoro, the government stopped providing any service, any social service in Ngorongoro Conservation Area. And then indirectly forced the people to get into an agreement of voluntary relocation. And that is what is coming out now in the media, that the Maasai people of Ngorongoro are voluntarily moving away from Ngorongoro. But in fact, it is not voluntary, because if there is no hospital, you stop providing education, you close the school, you close the health services, and then the people are forced to go away from that area, and then you say that is voluntary relocation of the Maasai to an established area at 700 kilometers away from their homes. So those are the situations that we are getting in that area. And you see, the argument of the removal of the people in Loliondo, for example, is to conserve that area, that they have been destroying environment, that we need to better conserve that area. And immediately after removing them, you get into an agreement with a hunting company to hunt wildlife in that area. And all of a sudden, you also mentioned that you want to build five-star hotels in Ngorongoro. So is hotel part of conservation? Is hunting part of conservation? So you can see that behind the agenda of conservation, behind the agenda of conserving the environment, there is an agenda of tourism. There is an agenda of money behind it. That is what many of our indigenous people are getting in the country. I think the time is not enough to highlight better this area, this case study, but this is the situation that indigenous people are facing in Tanzania.
Thank you, Edward. And as you've heard, and you will continue to hear, that indigenous peoples, as we contend with these real issues, including climate change, we're also contending with just the security of our own lives, and we operate in very contentious spaces. And so I know that I just want to remind to keep with time. We don't have a lot of time. It's the hardest job to moderate, to restrict when there are so many important cases to highlight here and always not enough time. But I want to invite my brother from the Ogiek to share with us their experiences. John, if you could share with us what's going on in the Mao Forest, even as we speak.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to share what is happening. Yes, that's good. So, as we speak, 100 members of the Ogiek are homeless. They are not having houses. They're in the cold. And when I was coming, it was raining. So you can imagine the situation they are going through. These are some of the things that should not be happening. We are even asking ourselves, why are these things happening, given the struggle, the fight that the community has put, even engaging regional human rights mechanism like the African courts, whereby there is a ruling affirming that the Ogiek are indigenous communities of Kenya, and the governments have a responsibility to provide reparations. So what is happening is exact opposite of what should not be happening. Those are repetitions of violations to the very people who have taken care of the Mao forest for very, very many years. The reason that communities are being evicted is, we are being told, is for the conservation, because the forest is being destroyed. Of course, we admit the forest is facing destruction from many forces, but we are not those forces. We are not the corporations that are doing logging. We are not licensed loggers. We don't have the power for the conversions of land, for the even giving of concessions. Those are the drivers of the loss of forests and lands, and our lands. So whatever is happening to the Ogiek is not justifiable. And whenever we speak about these things, we face threats. Some years back, most of our leaders were threatened, even with death threats. Just recently, a few of our community leaders, the Council of Elders, received letters that had poisons in them. Reporting these matters and even engaging media, reporting these matters are taken lightly, It is taken like we are not doing anything. But those are serious things that are threatening the structures of the community and the existence of communities like the Ogiek. The eviction, I'm still saying they are not justified, because what the government is supposed to do is to implement the court decisions and ensure that they give the Ogiek collective tenure rights in their forests. They are being told to move, but to move where? They are being told to move where they came from. They only came from the very same place. And that's why even after pulling down all their houses, they have not moved, because that's the only place they know. That's the only place they can be. These evictions are not providing any alternative, any reparations, any form of compensation, leave alone humanitarian alternative. For such projects, for such activities or any other activity that should take place, the framework provides that environmental impact and social assessment should be done. Such exercises have not been done. There's no report whatsoever spelling about the EIA that should happen, and how the populations of the Ogiek and other communities can be handled. As we speak, this will just leave the members of the Ogiek in a more impoverished situation, with no schools, because even schools were brought down. They have no even health dispensaries or health centers for their access to help. So what we are trying to say is that this thing should not happen. Whatever should happen, even if it's conservation and climate-related interventions, our say is that indigenous peoples, including the Ogiek, should be part and parcel of being consulted and implementation of any intervention that take place. I think it's high time countries like ours and ratify the UN RIP and start implementing, along with other international frameworks that recognize the rights of the indigenous communities. Thank you.
Thank you for that, John. A round of applause for John. A lot of you don't know this, but we struggled today to get John back in to be accredited, to actually be sitting here with us in person. And so even while we are facing these faces of violence against Indigenous people, it's even a challenge to come here and raise the visibility of these very issues that they are facing back home. And so again, it's important. We have two other questions following. We'll look at solutions by the end of this panel. But for now, I also want to now invite my sister from Cameroon to share with us their story.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. The story is not also that much different from our people in Cameroon. The reason why the community here, Bororo pastoralist community and the forest communities are targeted is because they are considered as strangers. Wherever we are living in Cameroon, we are considered as strangers. They say, no, the Bororo pastoralists, they are coming from somewhere in Africa, from Sudan and so on. They have just settled here, so they cannot claim that they own this land. So they are just passing. They cannot claim the land, so they consider them as strangers. The forest community, they are considered as the first people who were living on the Cameroonian territory before colonization. They were the first inhabitants, but today people still call them strangers. They have been dominated by the other mainstream society. They have been dominated by the Bantu people who consider them as total strangers and say, no, these people have to move. So every day they are being pushed out of the forest to be living along the roadsides. They cannot have access to their sacred sites. They cannot have access to their hunting and gathering. When they go hunting and gathering, they are kind of arrested when they do hunting. Protected areas are created everywhere on their territories. They are unable to enter into the protected areas to do their hunting, do their gathering, do fishing. It has become a problem for them. They have just been pushed around. They are living along the roads. They cannot practice many things around their culture and traditions. And if you look at in Cameroon, the customary land rights and community land rights are not recognized. The government owns 98% of the land. Most of the areas where we live, they consider it as national lands that we can graze, we can do whatever we want to do, but the day the government needs the land, we have to just give back the land and just continue moving. And when we give back the land, they don't say no, they will give you, you leave this land to go maybe to another national land. They don't care what happens to you. They just tell you you have to leave because they want to carry out a project. We had a case of the Banja community in the northwest region of Cameroon, where the Catholic Church wanted to build a university, and they came and they told the people that you just have to move. Where do we go to? They did not answer. So the community said, we are not moving. And the people became violent. Community leaders were arrested. People were beaten. People were injured. Some were in the hospital and so on. It was a whole situation. We had to organize, talk to the International Land Coalition, talk to other human rights defenders, carry the matter to court. The matter has been going in and out of court, and the Anglophone crisis that is going on in the Northwest region has not also facilitated issues, because the case as up to now, it is still hanging in the balance. We don't know what will happen to that community. Even though they are still there, their lives are not still secured on that land. We have arrest of environmental defenders. We have like a good example is Mr. Musa Ndamba Usman, who is always with us. Most of you know him. He works with us. He is one of the persons who has been defending the rights to land for indigenous people, but he has been to prison a number of times. He has been to court so many times for reasons people cannot tell, because they will just invent one reason and go and lock him. He will stay there for months. He comes out, they invent another reason, carry him to court. He has been going on up and down until he had to move out of the Northwest region with the advent of the crisis. Now he lives in Yaoundé, but still there, his life is not still safe. So many times they have threatened his life. They will kill him, they will do this to him, and so on. Even his family is not always safe. We have other communities who claim that they need the land. They claim that the pastoralists, they misuse land. They don't have use for land because they have vast area of land. And then you see one pastoralist will construct the land, the house here. Another one will be living on the other end. So they consider all the empty land between this man's house to that man's house. They say, oh, this is empty land, vast land. These people are misusing land. We need the land for agriculture. We need the land to do other things. Why are these pastoralists misusing land? But they don't know that that is our lifestyle. That's another way of conserving that land. That's another way of protecting our environment and ensuring that the environment does not degrade. So all of this has made it in such a way that we don't have access and control over land. We only have user rights, and the day the people need their land, they just tell us that come and then pick your things and you continue going. The forest communities, we have one lady, Mama Jean Noir, who has been fighting to secure the land rights of the Bageli people in the forest. And this woman has been suffering every other day. People come and threaten her life. She is already an old woman, but every day she has to go to the administration, go to the police station. She is going up and down because she wants to secure the land rights of her community and the women in particular. But now they have pushed all of them. She is now living along the roadside. So the land rights defenders, they continue to be threatened. The community threatens them. Other people threatens them. It has become a whole issue. And when they move, no compensation. In the Northwest region now, the Bororo pastoralists, it has become complicated because of the crisis. They have become internally displaced. They have abandoned their cattle wealth. They have come to the city with nothing. They are coming to start life all over. Imagine somebody in the city who has not gone to school, who is not educated, coming to stay in a capital city. You don't have a job. You cannot maybe communicate in the language of that city, but you are coming just to stay there for survival. Imagine how the person will survive in that area. Abandoning the land behind, abandoning the cattle behind, abandoning the family behind, abandoning everything behind. It's really a sad situation. I think if they recognize and respect the customary community land rights of indigenous people and make sure that indigenous people, they own and control their lands, I think we'll have a better situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my sister from Cameroon. You know, one thing that resonates with me, I come from the other part of the world, from Central America in Belize. And one of the things that they also tell us, while we have legal recognition, they also tell us that we are recent migrants, although those were the lands of the Maya nation before there were national borders. So the stories are very similar. And now we want to go further south to Brazil. I want to invite our brother from Brazil, and I know we're going to speak in Portuguese, so if you don't have a headset, there is translation devices in the back. Please help yourself to one. I want to invite my brother Dinamam Tuxa from Brazil to now share with us their stories from Brazil. Maybe we just give people a few seconds to get their translation devices.
Oi. Oi. Tá entendendo? Você vai entender?
I think we can go ahead.
Oi. Bom, boa noite, pessoal. Vou ser breve, apesar que, primeiramente, saudar todos e a todas aqui. Eu acho que nossa história, ela, por mais que seja de continentes diferentes, que seja de países diferentes, mas são muito semelhantes. Esse processo de criminalização, processo de expropriação dos territórios tradicionais, processo de falta de políticas públicas e essa violência generalizada contra os povos indígenas. Eu me vi na história de cada um deles que contaram aqui. Parece que a história se repete a cada comunidade, a cada território indígena, seja onde for. O meu povo foi impactado na década de 80 por um grande empreendimento, uma hidrelétrica, onde nós tivemos que ser removidos do nosso território tradicional e já se passou mais de 35 anos e o governo não devolveu a nossa terra. E nesse processo de reivindicação territorial, nós ocupamos uma outra terra e estamos sofrendo um processo de perseguição, seja de criminalização, né, por parte daqueles que se acham dono do espaço, né, mas também de falta de apoio político para a demarcação dos territórios indígenas da minha região, do governador do estado, por exemplo. Então, dentro desse processo nosso de reivindicação territorial, né, que nós ocupamos um espaço, gera outros fatores, que é justamente a criminalização. Então, assim como eu, outras lideranças indígenas aí a nível de Brasil, que nós somos 305 povos, espalhados por todo o Brasil, que tem esse mesmo problema, né? Hoje o território brasileiro nós temos 13% do território brasileiro demarcado como terra indígena. Mas ainda falta muita terra indígena a serem demarcadas, muitos territórios a serem reconhecidos. E aquelas terras que foram demarcadas sofrem com as ameaças, as invasões, os impactos de grandes empreendimentos. Então, isso é uma realidade nacional. E nós, temos feito esse enfrentamento, já indo para finalizar minha fala, de proteção, primeiro de luta para demarcação. E quando se demarca é a luta para proteger. E aí, nesse cenário de muitas lutas, há processos de criminalização, há processos de violência, de violações de direitos humanos, né? Mas eu faço uma pergunta para todos nós aqui, para os parentes que estão aqui. Quem são essas pessoas que promovem essa violência? Quem são esses grupos? Né? No Brasil é muito claro. São grupos econômicos e grupos políticos. Quem aqui não é impactado por uma mineração, por um grande empreendimento, seja ele turístico, na minha região é muito o resort turístico, inclusive resort da Europa, que vai investir lá no Nordeste. Né? Pelas mineradoras da Europa, que vai explorar o território Yanomami. Né? Essas multinacionais. A soja que sai do Brasil vai para onde que está matando o povo Guarani Kaiowá? Vai para o mercado europeu, vai para a China. Né? E a nossa história de vida aqui, talvez aqui seja... Né? Eu fico aqui refletindo, porque parece que eu estou no Brasil, apesar que as histórias aqui que trouxeram, todas elas coincidem com o que os povos indígenas do Brasil estão passando. Né? E eu fiquei agora a refletir com as histórias de vocês, como que isso pode ser reproduzido em todos os continentes, e mais nenhum dos governantes de nenhum continente consegue resolver o problema. E nós estamos numa COP decidindo o futuro do planeta. Os países estão debatendo o futuro do planeta. Mas quem faz a proteção, quem faz, de fato, a luta para proteger o planeta, está sentado aqui sendo criminalizado. Então, acho que é um ponto de reflexão para esses negociadores colocar na mesa e refletir. Porque quem faz a devida proteção acaba sendo morto. Mas isso só acontece porque tem um poder econômico. E quantos lobistas do petróleo estão aqui nas negociações, que está causando lesão ao meio ambiente, mas que são louvados, que são protegidos, inclusive, pela lei dos seus países, para destruir o nosso território, para nos matar. Então, só queria finalizar isso, que nós vamos seguir lutando até o último índio, até a última comunidade. Porque sem os povos indígenas não há solução para a crise climática. Obrigado.
Thank you, Dina Mom. I think that all of us in the room here have at some point or the other in our lives faced some form of violence and criminalization as we defend our lands and territories. And so we are essentially speaking to each other and speaking to the converted. But I think the most important strength that we have as Indigenous people is really to bring our collective thoughts together in order to look for solutions and look for how do we address these issues of violence. Because if we cannot protect Indigenous land defenders today, there will be no guardians tomorrow. And that is at the central focus of creating these climate solutions that these world leaders are looking for. So I want to invite now the panelists to just help to reflect on two further questions. And we'll take maybe 1 minute for these questions before we open up to the public. The first question is, what needs to be done in order for these violations to be stopped? And what has your community already done to mitigate some of these human rights, Indigenous rights violations? I think that this is an important space to share these kinds of experiences so that we can help each other in our defense, each in our Indigenous territories. So maybe if we can start again with Edward, and then John, and then my sister here, and my brother from Brazil. Maybe just take a minute to reflect on those two questions.
Thank you very much. Definitely, it is very clear on my side on who is a criminal, whether the indigenous people are criminal or the other criminal that we are not directing our issues to. And it is also very clear that the price of conservation and all these initiatives in protection of climate change is very heavy on indigenous people. And what is to be done is to reduce that price. And it is very clear that the way of doing it is by observing the rule of law and making the accountable the real criminal who are the perpetrator of violation of the human right. You can only do that by ensuring that there is free, prior, and informed consent of indigenous people in all these things that relate to indigenous people, and that the governments have to pay the price of conservation to indigenous people. The indigenous people should be the ones that should benefit for protecting their environment rather than being criminals. Because what is being done is crimes against indigenous people and environmental defenders. And the perpetrators of these crimes are mostly our governments. And we have to say it very clearly. And now with the carbon credit and all that, we definitely need the people, the indigenous people, to benefit for protecting the natural resources, for protecting the biodiversity. That is quickly what I could say about that.
Thank you, Edward. John? There's one. There's a mic behind you.
Thank you so much. I think I will start from what we have been able to do. But before that, let me thank all of you, the indigenous community and the media, for the solidarity. When the evictions and violations started, we spoke about it, and you joined us in solidarity actions. Media have written a lot about it. And there was a petition, you supported us, and I think we have started to feel the effect of that. Today, a member of government told me that they are concerned about it. And now that the matter is alleged linked to the carbon issues and finance issues, I think that's the pressure we need so that we can bring them into listening and dialogue with us. So that's what we need. On our part, we have tried so much to engage government actors, meeting commissions, and we are glad that at one point we have seen a government commission going to court on our behalf. And for now, there are interim orders stopping the eviction exercise. However, there is still a heavy presence of security people trying to intimidate and harass members of the OGIEC. So what needs to be done, I think we need that solidarity. We need it to be even hyped up. We need more pressure and asking the government to not only recognize. You have heard from the previous event that they recognize we are there. We need more of that. We need them to respect. We need them to honor obligations and implement the rights of indigenous people, and for the OGIEC to implement the African Court judgment and grant the OGIEC their collective rights to the Mau forest. We need more dialogue to be supported. Indigenous community like OGIEC, they are trying, but we need more of that avenues to happen and more support into that direction so that meaningful consultation happen and rights to be protected. Finally, environmental defenders, we are not criminal. We are just good people who speak good things, truthful things. We want things to be done right. And we need more awareness about that so that we are not mistaken and mistreated. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you very much. For me, I think what needs to be done is we have to recognize and respect the land rights of indigenous people. We have to recognize the community and customary land rights of indigenous people. We also have to recognize the women's land rights, because if men don't even have land, what about the women? So we should also think about recognizing women's land rights in the community. What have we been doing to mitigate these issues? We have been becoming organized into associations. If you have, like, we have the Bororo Cultural and Social and Cultural Development Association that was created some years back. They have been working and advocating for land rights. We have other organizations that have come up recently. They are also working to ensure that the land rights, people have land rights and the land rights are respected. Another thing we have been doing is teaching people how to put their land to good use. As the people see that we have empty vast land, we have pastures, they say, no, we are not using the land. We are trying to use the land differently. We plant, maybe if we have vast land that is empty, we plant and improve species of pastures like the Guatemala, the Stylosanthus and other things, so that the land, they will see that we are using all the vast land that we have around us, and they will not come to say, okay, we want to take this land and you are not using it. We have also been advocating at the level of the government to ensure that they recognize the land rights of indigenous people. And we contributed to the land reform process, because Cameroon, since 2011, they decided that they should do a land reform process to see how they can change the colonial law that we have been operating on, because we have been using a colonial law since 1974 that gives 98% of the land to the government, and only 2% of the land goes to individuals and communities. And for you to own that 2%, you have to buy a land and title it, and you have a restricted number of hectares of land that an individual can title. Whereas as pastoralists, as hunter-gatherers, we need very vast land. So we contributed to this land reform process. We gave our own note of position through the Mboskuda organization that is part of the International Land Coalition that was running the National Engagement Strategy Plan in Cameroon. So we are waiting and hoping that the land law will come out someday, 2011, and we are in 2023. We just hope one day the land law will come out and it will be favorable to indigenous people. Thank you.
And then finally, my brother from Brazil, do you want to offer reflection on that? I know they're asking us to, we only have 5 more minutes, so I don't know if there's another group, but respectful of their time, that's what they're telling us. Go ahead.
Tá, sendo bem objetivo. Sendo bem objetivo, acho que pode ser feito, né, é reconhecimento dos territórios. Acho que nós somos muito diversos e temos feito muitas contribuições. E as nossas contribuições, primeiro, têm que ser reconhecidas e valorizadas. Então, acho que é o financiamento direto das nossas ações, mas antes do financiamento é o reconhecimento territorial. Acho que demarcar todas as terras indígenas vai solucionar parte do problema, né? E, após isso, aplicar políticas públicas e financiamento também direto para as organizações e para as comunidades indígenas. Obrigado.
Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. I want to give just 2 minutes to my brother here from Tanzania. Come on up. Just to reflect very quickly on what we have heard.
Thank you so much, and I wish to congratulate our distinguished speakers for to give us, the issues of criminalization of the indigenous people, human rights defenders, and it is evident that the human rights defenders and communities are facing threats, in killings, attack. But also some of them are already jailed, and because of defending the right of their people over their land and territories. And also we have heard from them that there is a lot of displacement of indigenous people from their ancestral land in the name of conservation, in the name of the carbon credits, but behind the agenda is not conservation, or is not even the carbon credits. It is all about the investment. It's all about money. Edward said it's all about money. The case of Ngorongoro, the case of Cameroon, the case of Brazil, the case of Androes Ogiek in Kenya. People being evicted from their ancestral land. And this land is really attractive because the indigenous people have sacrificed a lot to protect the forest, to protect the land. But instead of being appreciated for the effort they have made to protect the land, Now they become the victim. They become the criminal. While indeed we know the criminal. Who are the criminal? Those who are evicting people from their ancestral land. Those who are, removing people, those who are killing people. We know those are the criminals. Indigenous people never been the criminals. They have to be appreciated for the effort they have done or to bring the ecosystem, the biodiversity, to protect all of this. But instead of being appreciated, then they pay the price in terms of being killed because of this effort they have made. But also, we also, our land is seen like an open land, a vast land. But this land is not an open land. It is our land. It is our motherland. So we need to be appreciated, and this land have to be, protected. And the human rights defenders have to be protected, and those who are all jailed, they have to be released, to be free. And we call all the parties and the global and people who are gathered in this COP to ensure that they respect the right of indigenous people. We call for free, prior, and informed consent when it comes to conservation and the carbon credits. So I think these reflections bring us to the question of respect of the right of indigenous people, and I thank you for this.
Thank you, Gideon. I apologize for not introducing you. That's our brother Gideon from Tanzania as well. Again, thank you all for being here. I especially want to thank the translators. And I want you to, I have one message for you. When those petitions go out, when those campaigns and call for solidarity go out, please sign them, because this is our collective effort to bring visibility and support to our brothers and sisters who are often faced with these crimes in their lands. Don't forget each other when we leave COP. That's one ask that we ask of you. And I have materials here if you want to join both the collaborators, the organizations here that are fighting against criminalization of indigenous peoples. Please get in touch with us and see how you can help to raise the visibility around these issues. Thank you very much.
¿Qué? Sí. Gracias. Yo voy a estar aquí al lado, por si...
de Derechos Humanos Nacional, pero pertenece también a la OEA. Entonces ella estará en lugar de Osvaldo, ¿vale?
Beringote.
Comenzamos. Ah. Buenas tardes a todos y todas. Bienvenidos a este evento organizado conjuntamente por la COIAB, por AIDESEP y también por el GTI PIASI, el Grupo Internacional de Trabajo sobre Pueblos Indígenas en Aislamiento Voluntario y Contacto Inicial. Y por supuesto, perdón por la omisión, de FENAMAT también. Estamos organizando entre todos este evento en el que vamos a tratar de las contribuciones de los pueblos indígenas al combate del cambio climático. Y muchas otras cosas, por supuesto, que nuestro exquisito panel va a ir compartiendo con nosotros. Los voy a presentar muy rápido y le pido por favor a la gente de la cabina si pueden poner la primera presentación. Gracias. Lo que tenemos con nosotros, voy a empezar eso en primer lugar, voy a presentarle a los panelistas, empezando por las compañeras Eliani Xuncalo. Eliani es presidenta de FEPOIMT. No sé si pronuncié bien eso, pero estoy leyendo lo que tengo escrito. Buenatoa Paracaná, que es presidente de la asociación Toa-A, tampoco sé si pronuncié bien eso, es de la tierra indígena Apitereguá del Pará, del estado de Pará de Brasil. Después está también con nosotros el señor Jorge Pérez Rubio, que es el presidente de AIDESEP. El señor Eusebio Ríos, vicepresidente de FENAMAT. El señor Toya Manchineri, que es el coordinador general de la COIAB del estado de Maranhão, en Brasil. de la COIAP, es de todo Brasil, pero él es del estado de Marañón. Perdón, de Acre, perdón. Es que me habían corregido y después me volvieron a corregir acá ahora. Perdón, olvidé mencionarla a Cari Guayayara, que es asesora jurídica de la COIAP y de la COAPIMA. Bueno. ¿Quién me falta? Me falta, por supuesto, Beltrán, Sandy Tuitui, presidente de Orpio. ¿Estamos esperando a alguien más? Vamos a tener un evento bastante apretado porque tenemos poco tiempo. Cada uno de los... perdón. ¿Querés sentarte aquí? Mucho gusto y muchas gracias por venir, Dini, que es de la COPIAC de Colombia. De la OPIAC, perdón, OPIAC. Disculpen mi letra es muy fea. Bueno, entonces, como les decía, tenemos un interesantísimo panel y muy poco tiempo. Siempre lo más interesante viene en bases muy apretados. El GTI Piazzi está haciendo un trabajo que lo estoy conduciendo yo justamente para poder tener conciencia de cuál es la verdadera participación de los territorios indígenas en planes de conservación y de combate al cambio climático que no son indígenas. No consideran a los pueblos indígenas como el centro del diseño, de la implementación de esos planes. ¿Y de qué hablamos en ese proceso? ¿De qué estaríamos hablando? Siguiente lámina, por favor. Siguiente. Yo te detengo cuando... Todos sabemos de qué hablamos cuando hablamos de territorios indígenas. Hablamos de cultura indígena y de la presencia indígena. Hablamos de eso. Ese dibujito es un esquema que representa un poquito la visión, simplifica la expresión de la visión de la convivencia para muchos pueblos indígenas. No hay una diferenciación muy marcada entre seres humanos y los otros seres. Las culturas indígenas consideran que todos los seres vivos tienen derecho a vivir, tienen un lugar en la naturaleza. Y bueno, eso es lo que ha motivado la situación actual en los territorios, en gran parte de los territorios indígenas, donde hay hegemonía indígena, donde hay autonomía indígena, que es que el 80% de la biodiversidad que nos queda en el planeta está en esos territorios. Cuidados por esos 400 y pico de millones de seres humanos indígenas a los que se les ha respetado la tierra. Siguiente lámina, por favor. Bueno, de cualquier manera, yo voy a ser muy breve. Después el trabajo va a estar a disposición de todos. Y si me acompañan un poquito hasta el mapa que va a salir en unas 3 o 4 láminas más. 3 o 4 láminas más hasta que salga un mapa, por favor. No, perdón, 3. Una sola. De eso es de lo que estamos hablando en términos cuantitativos. Estamos hablando de un mapa así, con territorios bastante aislados por el desarrollo, por la infraestructura, por la política, y estamos hablando de una superficie de 600 y pico de miles de kilómetros cuadrados, el tamaño de de Alemania y del Reino Unido juntos. Y hay muchísimo interés en este foro, en foros similares, justamente para hacer que esos territorios sirvan a los objetivos de los gobiernos. Pero muchas veces, y eso vamos a escuchar del panel, muchas veces olvidando los intereses de los pueblos indígenas y sobre todo sus derechos. Bueno, eso es todo de mi parte y del GTI Piazzi. Ahora voy a pasar a darles la palabra, queridos compañeros, y quisiera empezar dándole la palabra a don Jorge Pérez Rubio, si quiere, por favor, iniciar la conversación. Gracias.
Bien, muy buenas noches a todos los líderes y lideresas, también a los organizadores, a los compañeros del panel, a nuestro amigo coordinador de la COYAVI, y a nuestros líderes. Bueno, el tema de los pueblos en aislamiento y contacto inicial, no solamente se le tiene que defender por su nivel de vulnerabilidad respecto a distintas amenazas, sino también porque se ha convertido actualmente en un punto, en un objeto, ¿no? en una realidad de distensión entre los pueblos indígenas, el Estado y un sector de la sociedad que se dedica a las actividades extractivas. Esta distensión está generando no solamente malestar, sino una narrativa negativa que pone a los pueblos indígenas en una situación de crítica de forma constante y permanente. Asimismo, esta narrativa está siendo tomada por los políticos y por los gobiernos para generar marcos legales que induzcan a la eliminación del marco que protege a esos pueblos y su subsiguiente desaparición. Entonces, significa de que desde AIDESET estamos haciendo un gran esfuerzo para la protección de los aislados, de sus derechos, de su territorio, y hacemos una llamada nacional e internacional para la protección de estos hermanos altamente vulnerables. Si nosotros nos referimos a la cultura y a los conocimientos de los pueblos indígenas que mantenieron a los bosques en pie durante miles de años, es el formato que se tiene que mantener hasta ahora. Y es el formato la que tiene que ser tomados en cuenta en las políticas públicas para la protección de los derechos, no solamente de los aislados, sino de todos los pueblos. Y también ahora, con la abundancia de las promesas y las propuestas de los fondos climáticos, los derechos de los pueblos tienen que estar muy vigentes. Los pueblos aislados también. Y todos aquellos derechos que han sido afectados en los últimos años. Es muy importante este foro porque ayuda a visibilizar por un lado las amenazas, pero también ayuda a hacerles saber la propuesta que tenemos para defender a los aislados. ¿No? El tema de los corredores, como por ejemplo Yabarita Piche, que tiene fronteras con el Brasil, y como también la titulación de tierras, entre otras acciones que se vienen llevando en términos de incidencia y de la protección a través de los marcos legales. Esto va a ayudar mucho si actuamos de manera conjunta, no solamente el Perú, sino los países que comparten territorio y que en cuyo territorio están los aislados, que son nuestros antepasados. Yo creo que los esfuerzos comunes van a ayudar a avanzar mucho en este sentido. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias y sobre todo muchas gracias por la lo certero y breve del mensaje. Ahora quisiera invitarle al señor Toya Manchineri, el coordinador general de la COIAP, que nos hable un poquito de su organização. Gracias.
Boa noite, quase boa noite, né, a todos e todas. A COIAB, né, ela está no 9 estado da Amazônia brasileira, né, e sobre o domínio, vamos dizer, da COIAB, está 115 milhões de hectares, né, que foi garantido a demarcação com várias ações do movimento indígena, e aí também muitas vidas se foram, né, na defesa dos territórios, né. Na Amazônia brasileira nós temos a presença de 170 povos indígenas em isolamento voluntário, né. Só no Vale do Javari, né, nós temos acho que o maior número, né, de pontos, né, de parentes em isolamento voluntário, né. Trabalhar, né, a proteção destes, né, para a gente é fundamental, né, tendo em vista, né, que em sua maioria às vezes são parentes de outros parentes que, né, que já são contactados há algum tempo, né. Pego o grande exemplo, por exemplo, dos parentes Mascupiro, né, que talvez ele seja um parente, né, dos Mantineri, né, porque falam quase a mesma língua, né. E no espaço territorial, né, quando, né, o próprio, na época da grande boom do caucho, né, muito, né, de nossos parentes foram se adentrando mais, né, para a selva, né, para onde, né, os caucheiros não chegavam, né. Então, fazer a proteção destes, né, é proteger também, né, parte da vida nossa, né, que ainda não foi, vamos dizer assim, não foi visto pela sociedade não indígena, né. Também é proteger sabedorias e conhecimentos, né, sobre a floresta que nenhum povo, talvez, tenha conhecimento sobre isso, né. Então, a gente, enquanto COIAB Brasil, nós temos nos preocupado muito em trabalhar a questão da demarcação dos territórios, né? Porque se nós conseguirmos demarcar os territórios onde há a presença dos nossos parentes, nós vamos estar, né, fazendo uma ação para fazer a proteção deles, né? E que eles possam estar em seu território vivendo de acordo com o que eles querem, né? Se querem fazer contato ou não querem fazer contato, mas aí depende realmente deles, né? Mas é necessário a gente fazer um esforço conjunto, não só o Brasil, mas também, né, a nossa fronteira aqui com o Peru, né, que é o Madre de Dios, onde a gente faz fronteira, né? Eu penso que uma das grandes ações, né, que seria importante todos nós fazer, e aquela parte também do Vale do Javari, seria COIAB, AIDCEP, OPIAC, né, fazer grandes projetos, né, para que a gente possa trabalhar a proteção integral, né, dessas áreas que estejam demarcadas e que também não estejam demarcadas. Porque aí nós estaríamos cobrindo uma área muito grande, mas também trabalhando o conjunto das ações, né, porque é importante nós fazermos essa interligação, né, de ações, porque às vezes acontece o ilícito do lado brasileiro com relação à ação contra os nossos parentes que estão isolados e que vão para o outro lado, né? Então, acho que se a ação for bastante integrada, nós temos condições de ajudar melhor ainda nossos parentes de isolamento voluntário, né? E a questão das terras indígenas, né? Ela é importante, né, a demarcação, porque ali os nossos parentes vão ficar protegidos, né? E, além da proteção, né, o nosso território tem uma importância grande para a preservação, né, dos ecossistemas, né, da biodiversidade, né? E, claro, né, eu acho que colocar também no ponto central a importância dos povos indígenas, não só dos seus territórios, né? Porque se os territórios estão intactos, ainda até agora, foi porque nós soubemos utilizar e estamos sabendo utilizar nossas riquezas naturais de forma que não depredamos, né, o meio ambiente. Obrigado.
Muchas gracias, don Toya. Ahora quisiera invitar a la compañera Eliane Shunakalo para que nos dirija la palabra, por favor. Sí.
Boa noite. Eu estou presidente da Federação dos Povos e Organizações Indígenas de Mato Grosso. Nosso estado tem 45 povos indígenas, sendo 2 em estado de isolamento e 1 de recente contato. E essa mesa ela é muito importante para que a gente possa estar compartilhando experiências, mas eu vejo que a gente também precisa ter um pouquinho mais de estratégia para que os nossos governantes nos ouçam, porque o estado de Mato Grosso, que é o estado brasileiro, ele vive um cenário de muitas violências contra os povos indígenas, especialmente contra os povos isolados. É uma região que tem exploração de madeira, garimpo, e, infelizmente, faz divisa com uma reserva dos extrativistas, que também tem essas ameaças, e falta políticas públicas, porque há incentivo, há lobby político para que esses territórios estejam invadidos. O que a gente precisa para esses territórios lá em Mato Grosso é a demarcação. Enquanto não forem demarcados, a gente não tem segurança para os nossos parentes. Eles correm risco de morte. E o que a gente tem feito junto com a Rede COIAB é fazer os alertas, lutar pelo direito dos nossos parentes, mostrar o quanto que é importante a presença nos territórios isolados e o quanto que este território contribui para a sociedade de Mato Grosso, pois é ali que está a essência da nossa ancestralidade. É ali que se encontra um território conservado, né? Então, é necessário a gente também expor que, por mais esforços que hajam de nós, organizações indígenas, mas se a gente não tiver um comprometimento dos governos a nível de federal, estadual e municipal, a gente não consegue avançar, porque a gente tem, nesses 2 territórios, fazendas sobrepostas, né? Ali temos litígio e, em muitos casos, temos uma caça aos nossos parentes. Então, é necessário a gente fortalecer nos esforços, que a COIAB vem fazendo um excelente trabalho junto conosco, mas também é necessário a gente fazer um alerta. Eu acredito que a COP é para isso, né? Que nós precisamos proteger os nossos parentes que estão em estado de isolamento voluntário, porque é deles que é a nossa essência, e eles têm todo o direito de viver no seu território, livre de todas essas ameaças. E a federação está junto com essa rede para ter essa missão de salvaguardar essas vidas. É isso. Obrigada.
Muchas gracias. Quisiera invitar a Dini Alba, de Opiac, Colombia, por favor. Si le pueden prestar el micrófono. Gracias.
Hola, ¿me escuchan?
Perfecto.
Vale. Buenas noches para todos. Mi nombre es Ginny Alba, soy indígena del pueblo Piratapuyo, la Amazonía colombiana. Estoy representando a la Organización de los Pueblos Indígenas de la Amazonía colombiana, OPIAC. OPIAC es una organización de carácter nacional en Colombia y la integran 64 pueblos indígenas específicamente de la Amazonía. Tenemos 2 pueblos en aislamiento voluntario y 2 en contacto inicial. El ejercicio que hemos llevado a cabo desde Colombia, en términos normativos hemos avanzado. Digamos que en Colombia tenemos el decreto 1232, que busca la protección real y efectiva de los pueblos que están en aislamiento voluntario y contacto inicial. Tenemos autos de la Corte Constitucional que pueden o buscan proteger este pueblo, que son los HIU y los NUCAT, que se encuentran en contacto inicial. Y hemos estado estableciendo procesos de implementación. ¿Cuál ha sido la dificultad en el ejercicio de que hemos avanzado normativamente en aspectos jurídicos, por así decirlo, pero la implementación ha sido muy baja? Entonces, es importante que estas acciones que estamos trabajando los diferentes países se vuelvan una estrategia conjunta, porque los ejemplos que podamos tener en los diferentes países pueden servir para la protección real y efectiva. Nada hacemos con tener normas o tener instrumentos jurídicos para los pueblos en aislamiento voluntario y contacto inicial si no son aplicados. Si todavía siguen ingresando a nuestros territorios empresas petroleras, si siguen ingresando el tema de la minería, si en el caso particular de Colombia, grupos armados. Entonces, nada hacemos si la implementación de estos instrumentos jurídicos no se da como debe ser. Entonces, es importante que nos pensemos una estrategia conjunta de forma internacional, teniendo en cuenta como las dinámicas de cada país, pero que todos vamos a un mismo objeto, y es el proteger a los pueblos que están en aislamiento voluntario y contacto inicial. La idea de todos, yo creo que todos los países, es que déjenlos quietos, déjenlos en sus territorios, nadie los toque, déjenlos vivir tranquilos. Es el interés que tenemos todos los países y es el interés que estamos velando cada una de las organizaciones indígenas en las que estamos representando. Entonces, es importante que podamos tener esta estrategia común, este ejercicio común en estos escenarios internacionales, donde podemos tener, nosotros lo hemos denominado como la voz de los que no tienen voz, que son nuestros compañeros que no tienen la oportunidad, porque no es que no tengan la oportunidad, sino que no quieren estar en sus territorios, de buscar estrategias de protección. Y esto surge también de un ejercicio, no sé cómo decirlo, no sé cómo plantearlo, de un ejercicio entre los países hermanos o las organizaciones hermanas en cómo vamos a trabajar ello. ¿Por qué? Porque, digamos, por ejemplo, los pueblos indígenas en aislamiento voluntario que se encuentran en Amazonas también están en límites con Perú, están en límites con Brasil, y ellos no lo ven como que yo soy colombiano, soy brasilero, soy peruano. Ellos lo ven como un solo territorio, ¿sí? No identifican de que si es de alguna nacionalidad específica, simplemente son indígenas. Entonces, ese ejercicio yo creo que también tiene que escalar en que vamos a trabajar de una forma conjunta estas estrategias de implementación, caso Colombia, y también de que ustedes puedan tener la oportunidad de revisar lo que nosotros hemos avanzado normativamente, pero que de una u otra manera es necesario poder tener en cuenta algunas experiencias que se hayan planteado. Entonces, la invitación también en este ejercicio y en este diálogo que se está dando es cómo nos pensamos estas estrategias conjuntas referente a la protección de los pueblos indígenas en aislamiento voluntario. Nosotros tenemos una experiencia bastante triste con los compañeros indígenas en contacto inicial, porque ya se ingresó en ese contacto y estamos buscando las maneras de cómo ese daño que se les dio podamos resarcirlo un poco. Y es el tema de que tenemos 34 pueblos indígenas en exterminio físico y cultural en la Amazonía colombiana, de los cuales son 2 de los que están en contacto inicial. hemos establecido también estrategias de concertación para poder mitigar o resolver ciertas acciones que se están realizando con el pueblo Nucat y el pueblo Hu. Tenemos ya experiencias de que no pueden regresar a su territorio, no porque no quieran hacerlo, sino porque las condiciones de su territorio ya no dan. El conflicto armado ha invadido su territorio y su territorio está lleno de minas antipersonas, entonces no pueden regresar. Tenemos también una situación compleja referente a la situación de sus derechos humanos y es importante que estas cosas que están pasando con estos pueblos en contacto inicial no lleguen a los que de verdad están en los territorios y no quieren vivir un territorio en paz. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Dini. Y quisiera darle la palabra a Beltrán Sandy Tui Tui, presidente de la Orpio.
Buenas noches con todos los hermanos de diferentes organizaciones que estamos acá. Felicitamos a los organizadores para esta noche, a IDECEP, nuestra organización nacional, y todos presentes. Bueno, mi nombre es Beltrán Sandy Tui Tui, soy presidente de Orpio, de la Guinea Quichua. Es algo importante hablar sobre nuestros hermanos no contactados, que son los hermanos Piasis. Casi todos los días venimos hablando y hablando sobre el tema de nuestros hermanos, pero solo con hablar y hablar no vamos a solucionar. Aquí hay que ejecutar. Las comunidades que están cerca a las propuestas, cerca a las reservas, cerca a los pueblos no contactados, deberían de ser atendidos, porque cuando no son atendidos son puertas abiertas para que puedan entrar, por decir, los trabajadores ilegales en tema de madera, en tema de petróleo y minerías ilegales. Tenemos experiencia en la Amazonía, donde estamos trabajando nosotros. Es un territorio extenso y casi en todos los lugares donde hay los hermanos no contactados hay problemas. Y nosotros, como organizaciones indígenas, venimos luchando en defensa de ellos, pero con puras palabras. Hay leyes que se ha sacado el gobierno, pero no se cumple. Para que también esas leyes se cumplan, nosotros tenemos que tener reuniones con los gobiernos nacionales, regionales y locales para que se lleve algunas atenciones a las comunidades que están cerca a las propuestas de reserva. Entonces, cuando no son atendidos, ellos son puertas abiertas para que los ilegales puedan entrar a depredar la zona. Nuestra Amazonía es muy grande y muy rico en toda su biodiversidad, y cada día la organización indígena vamos creciendo en defensa de ellos, pero poco hablamos por el desarrollo de las comunidades que están en línea de las propuestas. Por decir, había una equivocación del gobernador regional. En una época, con el anterior gobernador, decía que la protección a los hermanos Piasis impide el desarrollo para las comunidades. En lo cual todo es mentira, porque los hermanos Piasis no requieren colegio, no requieren pistas, ninguna infraestructura, porque ellos viven en el monte y así ellos están felices. El gobernador estaba un poco confundido. Nosotros, los que defendemos a los hermanos no contactados, no estamos opuestos al desarrollo, sino que estamos defendiéndoles a ellos. Las comunidades que están en cerca de las propuestas tienen que ser atendidos. Eso sí es nuestra posición como Orpio, que venimos hablando. Vamos a hablar a la próxima semana con nuestro gobernador. El día de hoy hemos coordinado para mejorar la atención a nuestros hermanos, porque es un derecho en defender a ellos, porque ellos ni saben si lo estamos defendiendo nosotros. Pero acá nosotros estamos en lucha, en reuniones, en controversias con algunas instituciones del gobierno, mayor parte del gobierno. Y el gobierno en el Perú, mayormente en la Amazonía, ha creado una organización para que pueda desestimar a IDECEP y a Orpio, porque estamos en defensa de los hermanos. Pero nosotros, en unión, tanto nuestra organización nacional, regional, hemos vencido al gobierno. En una propuesta que había, ellos querían, por decir, eliminar una ley que defendía a los hermanos, pero no han podido porque nosotros hemos creado en Orpio, hay una plataforma de lucha. Entonces esa plataforma de lucha es lo que ha vencido en unión con AIDC, en unión con Orpio y los equipos técnicos. Hemos hecho una estrategia y esta plataforma está creciendo cada día y siempre está defendiendo a estos derechos de los hermanos. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, don Beltrán. Y quisiera darle la palabra a la compañera Buenatoa Paracaná, presidenta de la Asociación Taoá.
Boa noite a todos. Eu agradeço todo que está aqui presente, ouvindo o povo indígena de recente contato. Meu nome é Venatoa Paracaná. Eu sou a presidente da Associação Tatoá, primeira mulher a ser presidente da Associação de Recente Contato. Para nós, falar sobre de recente contato e isolados é totalmente diferente. A visão dos povos indígenas de recente contato é completamente diferente, pensamento diferente, de forma que eles agem é completamente diferente, como eles protegem a floresta, como eles se preocupam com a natureza, com a biodiversidade, porque são as Amazonas que nos protegem, os animais que nos protegem, os peixes, os rios. E como que os animais nos protegem? Porque os animais na floresta, eles comem as frutas. E quando eles fazem as fezes, eles deixam a semente na floresta e a floresta nasce. E assim vai continuando criando esse oxigênio que a gente respira. O ser humano precisa de esse ar puro e água limpa. Se não tiver isso, nada daria assim, daria sentido na vida do ser humano. E por isso que é muito importante que nós, povos indígenas, tem que ter um espaço desse para que nós, indígenas, pelo menos nos representar, falar sobre recente contato ou isolado, porque é um espaço muito importante de a gente compartilhar como que os povos indígenas isolados e recente contato estão sofrendo. Eu acho que, na minha visão, os povos indígenas de recente contato percebem mais as mudanças climáticas do que as pessoas que moram na cidade. E também, na nossa visão, os cuidados são completamente diferentes. Como eu disse um pouquinho antes, que a luta é bem diferente. A preocupação dos povos indígenas de recente contato é completamente diferente. É mais forte e muito doído de ver a nossa Amazônia tudo derrubado, queimado, água poluída. E queria dizer também, o nosso terra Pitereua é uma terra demarcado e homologado, mas o invasor está derrubando tudo a nossa floresta. O nosso pé de castanheira é tudo queimado, derrubado. A gente não sabe quantos animais morreram. Muitos devem ter sofrido muito. Então, por isso que a gente está aqui representando nossos povos de recente contato, isolados, porque a gente precisa, eu acho que devia ter também organização só para o povo de recente contato e isolados. Porque nesse mundo que a gente está vivendo, no mundo dos brancos, como a gente fala, é muito novo. Para a gente aprender a falar português é uma coisa muito difícil, né? Pelo menos a gente aprendeu a falar português. Para chegar até aqui, onde a gente está, é bem difícil porque a gente não fala inglês. É muito diferente. É um lugar muito diferente, é fuso horário também. Então, a presença dos parentes aqui é muito importante de todos nós. Eu agradeço COIAB também pela força, pelo apoio e todos os apoiadores. E obrigada.
Muito obrigado, buena toa. Y bueno, continuemos con la presentación entonces de don Eusebio Ríos, vicepresidente de FENAMAT. Puede venir acá también.
Buenas noches a todos y a todas. Quiero saludar a los que me acompañan acá en el estrado y también a todos los presentes, líderes y lideresas. Mi nombre es Eusebio Ríos Ibiche, vicepresidente de la Federación Nativa de Río Madre de Dios. Soy del pueblo Arambut. En esta oportunidad es muy importante este espacio que nos dan para hacer y alzar la voz, ¿no? Que todas las organizaciones indígenas desde Coica, Aidecet y las regionales estamos llevando este mensaje y preocupación, ¿no? A la comunidad internacional por este tema de existencia de estos pueblos en aislamiento y contacto inicial. FENAMAT viene trabajando casi 3 décadas, ¿no? La defensa y la existencia de estos hermanos aislados, ¿no? Nosotros hemos propuesto una reserva territorial indígena, ¿no? Donde están los hermanos aislados, que comprende desde la región Cusco, Ucayali y también hasta Río, hasta Acre, ¿no? Como sabemos, los hermanos son indígenas que no están en un solo sitio, son dispersos, ¿no? Por la misma geografía y también, ¿no? Por las mismas costumbres que tienen estos hermanos. Pero a pesar de eso, el gobierno peruano está intentando desconocer, ¿no? Con una ley aprobando desde el Congreso, ¿no? El desconocimiento, la existencia de estos hermanos. Y también se ha logrado dentro de la Reserva Territorial Indígena, se aprobó la ampliación, pero con una modalidad de carga. Esto quiere decir de que el gobierno acepta este territorio de los pueblos indígenas, pero trabajando dentro de esa área de las empresas madereras. A pesar de eso, nosotros como FENAMAT hemos dado al alcance una preocupación, y mientras que la empresa nos ha denunciado, inclusive, ¿no? Un hermano ex dirigente de nuestra organización es denunciado con la empresa, ¿no? Y hay una persecución judicial, ¿no? A los líderes y lideresas que defienden vida y que defienden territorios de estos pueblos en aislamiento y contacto inicial. A pesar de eso, nosotros hemos dicho que va a haber encuentros, y en el año 2022, en 26 de agosto, ha habido un encuentro fatal. Un maderero ha sido flecheado ¿no? por los hermanos aislados, y también indicaba de que hay pero a pesar de eso no tenemos respuesta, ¿no? Frente a esta situación y la vulnerabilidad que cuentan en tema de salud de estos hermanos, pues están expuestos, ¿no? Al exterminio, al genocidio de estos pueblos, ¿no? porque quería compartir. FENAMAT tiene experiencia en la protección de estos hermanos, ¿no? Inclusive nosotros como indígenas, como dirigentes, tenemos la propia experiencia, porque les quiero contar, yo provengo, por ejemplo, en la década de los 50, 40, todavía existen mis padres que han sido contacto, ¿no? El último contacto a la sociedad nacional, y es por eso es que tengo esa experiencia también de que miles de indígenas han sido, se han ido, ¿no? Han sido fallecidos por el tema de salud, por lo que se han contagiado con el gripe y las diferentes múltiples enfermedades que hay. Y es por eso es que desde este espacio exigimos, ¿no? A la comunidad internacional, ¿no? De que los gobiernos se tienen que comprometer, no solamente garantizar, sino que tiene que haber un hecho en atención, una demanda histórica que hay en la demarcación de estos territorios, que nos van a permitir no solamente garantizar la existencia de estos pueblos, sino también en el tema de conservación, y que también están contribuyendo a este tema de cambio climático, ¿no? Hoy en día, ¿no? Y que no nos sirve solamente para el Estado peruano, para los pueblos, sino también para la existencia a nivel mundial. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Eusebio. Y ahora quisiera dar la palabra a Cariwa Yayara, por favor, assessora jurídica de la COIAB.
Obrigada. Desafio falar por último. Já está todo mundo com sono, querendo ir embora, e a advogada vai falar, mas serei breve. Bom, gostaria de agradecer o convite, dizer que é uma honra partilhar nessa conversa aqui com pessoas tão referências na pauta. Eu acho que já conversamos muito ao longo desses dias sobre a importância inegável que tem os territórios indígenas para a proteção da biodiversidade, o enfrentamento das mudanças climáticas e etc. Venho do Brasil, estou na COIAB, assessora jurídica da COIAB, e o país que mais concentra registros de povos indígenas isolados no mundo é também o 5º país que mais emite gases de efeito estufa. Emissões que vêm principalmente do desmatamento e do agronegócio, duas práticas que são essencialmente reproduzidas no Brasil dentro dos territórios indígenas. E esse mesmo país que concentra esse quantitativo de registros de isolados é também o país em que nós lançamos no início do ano um informe pela COIAB, demonstrando que os territórios mais afetados pelo desmatamento e pelo agronegócio são os territórios dos povos indígenas isolados e de recente contato. Isso sem contar que no Brasil nós ainda temos uma grande concentração de registros em áreas que não foram demarcadas. Então, o Estado brasileiro tem um passivo imenso, né, com relação à demarcação, regularização e proteção das terras dos povos indígenas isolados e de recente contato. Infelizmente, mesmo com um novo governo um pouco mais progressista, um pouco mais acessível à pauta, às pautas sociais, não conseguimos avançar, né, com a proteção da categoria. A COIAB tem trabalhado muito com relação à proteção dos direitos e garantias desses povos. Nós temos atuado no âmbito da Suprema Corte Brasileira com ações judiciais, temos também atuado no âmbito dos mecanismos regionais, como na Comissão Interamericana de Direitos Humanos, mas precisamos avançar ainda mais, precisamos pensar nos nossos países vizinhos e também, pensar em um avanço conjunto a partir desses países vizinhos nos mecanismos regionais de defesa de direitos. Então, é uma pauta que é extremamente desafiante. O judiciário brasileiro, por exemplo, não está preparado. Uma vez uma juíza nos perguntou em uma audiência como que ela faria para consultar, como que ela faria para citar, levar uma citação para um povo indígena isolado, e aí isso revela que nosso sistema de justiça está totalmente à parte dessa realidade. Então, é um desafio imenso avançar com tudo isso em todas as áreas, executivo, legislativo e judiciário, seja no campo nacional no Brasil, seja na perspectiva dos países vizinhos ou mesmo nos mecanismos regionais e internacionais, e fica o convite para que os países possam atuar conjuntamente. Obrigada.
Muchas gracias, Cari. A nosotros siempre nos piden fotos de los aislados. Imagínense, algún pariente de esa jueza habrá sido, ¿no? Bueno, tenemos un tiempito para algunas preguntas al panel. Aprovechen porque si no tienen que ir, se van a aislar y no los van a encontrar más. Quien quiera hacer una pregunta. ¿Sí? Compañera, ¿quieres venir aquí a usar el micrófono? Para que se pueda traducir.
Sí, yo quisiera preguntar a los hermanos que están en Brasil, Colombia, si el Estado ha avanzado en trabajar, por ejemplo, en las normas, en las leyes, en favor de las comunidades, ¿no? De las nativas. Porque haciendo una reflexión en el Estado peruano, poco están trabajando en este aspecto. Más bien están concesionando territorios ancestrales, despojando, botando de sus propios territorios a los hermanos indígenas, ¿no? Y es más, ahorita están vendiendo carbono, ¿no? Carbono sin considerar al pueblo indígena. Entonces decimos nosotros, por años que se venía cuidando, ¿cuál es la recompensa? ¿No? Por ejemplo, en mi región, en San Martín, hay varias concesiones. El Parque Nacional de Cordillera Azul está vendiendo carbono. 2022 ascendió un 84 millones de dólares. Entonces, nosotros ya hemos quejado ante los organismos públicos para que puedan transparentar este fondo, ¿no? ¿Qué están haciendo? ¿Con quién están haciendo? ¿No? Entonces también sería bueno visibilizar, ¿no? Y parte del Estado también hay brechas, por ejemplo, tema de titulación, ¿no? Y están entregando ellos a otras personas, a colonos, dejando pues a que puedan, entran a invadir territorios, ¿no? Están matando a los defensores y poco nada les importa. Muchas gracias.
Una pregunta a los compañeros de Colombia y Perú, ¿no? O de Brasil. Si alguien quiere responder.
Bom, no Brasil é extremamente perigoso pensar em regulamentação de direitos, né? Nosso legislativo ele é majoritariamente composto por deputados e senadores anti-indígenas, então nós evitamos, de alguma forma, dependendo do cenário de composição que nós temos no legislativo brasileiro, avançar com algumas regulamentações. E a pauta de povos indígenas isolados e de recente contato é uma dessas pautas, então nós buscamos minimamente fazer a defesa a partir de direitos amplos, né, e universais que nós temos aos povos indígenas, buscando na estrutura administrativa dos governos ampliar essa proteção, mas não levar necessariamente para dentro do legislativo, porque é extremamente perigoso deixar aqui uma bancada composta pelo agronegócio, por representante de madeireiros e etc., venha legislar sobre povos indígenas isolados e de recente contato, porque o objetivo é justamente negar a existência desses parentes para não demarcar seus territórios e aí justificar a usurpação, seja dos territórios ou dos recursos naturais. Então, no Brasil, nós temos esse cuidado e buscamos atuar a partir da legislação internacional e também dos direitos que nós já temos assegurados aos povos indígenas sob uma categoria universal.
Sí, hay dos preguntas ahí, pero te quiero dar la palabra ahora. Bueno, okay, we have dos preguntas más ahí identificadas. La compañera, you want to ask something? Te voy a pasar el micro.
Eu tenho uma pergunta para a Cari. Eu queria saber como o marco temporal que está sendo votado no Congresso brasileiro afeta a vida dos povos isolados na Amazônia?
¿No hay más micrófonos acá? Entonces, para... Ahí ve. Ese para este lado. Y otro trancado. Bueno. No alcanza.
Nossa, uma pergunta interessante que eu poderia destrinchar sobre diversos aspectos, né? Mas uma coisa que marcou muito com relação à tese do marco temporal para nós no Brasil, para os advogados indígenas em específico, foi no julgamento na Suprema Corte. Ver todos aqueles homens brancos, né, duas mulheres só naquele cenário, e homens brancos decidindo a vida de povos indígenas isolados que nem sabiam que se estava decidindo o futuro da vida deles ali. Então, se sem o marco temporal já está sendo extremamente difícil avançar com o processo de demarcação de terras indígenas dos povos indígenas isolados, né? Como eu falei, nós temos um passivo para demarcação muito grande com relação a esses povos. Com o marco temporal isso se tornaria impossível, porque toda a estrutura do Estado ela funciona para negar a existência desses povos. Então, como que nós vamos comprovar que em 1988 os povos indígenas isolados estavam ali, né, resistindo, ou estavam dentro daquele território, ou fazendo algum processo de resistência, ou mesmo acessando a justiça? Como que nós vamos comprovar isso? Então, viola o direito à memória, viola o direito ao território, viola o direito à identidade, né? Uma possível aprovação do marco temporal significaria o próprio extermínio e o genocídio de vários povos indígenas isolados da Amazônia brasileira.
¿Queda claro lo que es el marco temporal o habría que explicarlo brevemente?
No Brasil existe uma tese jurídica política, nós advogados afirmamos que ela não é uma tese jurídica, mas uma tese política criada por quem defende a usurpação dos territórios indígenas, em que acrescenta condicionantes, tenta acrescentar uma condicionante à Constituição Federal para limitar os direitos territoriais dos povos indígenas. Coloca um marco de 1988 como um mês e um ano em que os indígenas deveriam provar que ocupavam seus territórios para que tivesse esse direito garantido, ou que estivessem ali em algum processo de disputa daquele território. E isso seja no âmbito da justiça brasileira, seja em disputas físicas. Só que como que nós íamos fazer disputas jurídicas até então, se nós éramos tutelados pelo Estado brasileiro?
Muchas gracias por la aclaración. Compañero. ¿No? Ok. Bueno, entendí que querías hacer una intervención también.
Sí, gracias. Quizá a los presentes de que ahora estamos pasando grandes retos allá en el Estado peruano, donde también se está masificándose la propuesta de red vial en toda la Amazonía, o sea, el carretero, y sabemos que va a haber una afectación, ¿no? Va a haber un impacto fuerte, y especialmente en Madre de Dios hay un tramo que se ha ejecutado desde la conexión de Cusco a Madre de Dios por sector por el sector Manu, que ahorita la carretera ya está en Bocamanu, ahora se quiere conectar de Bocamanu a Boca Colorado, que es un distrito, ¿no? Y también ahí va a haber afectación el tema de los hermanos en aislamiento y contacto inicial, ¿no? Y directamente también va a afectar al Parque Nacional del Manu, que es, ¿no? Declarado como Patrimonio Cultural de la Biosfera del Manu, ¿no? Y la Reserva Comunal Amaracairi, ¿no? Entre otras cosas, ¿no? Y también el tema de las concesiones que en muchos espacios, inclusive la presidenta Dina Boluarte está hablando, ofertando, ¿no? El tema gasífero, la inversión privada está invitando a Perú, ¿no? Sin tener en cuenta de que quienes van a ser afectados, inclusive ahora estos lotes petroleros también, están ahí los hermanos aislados, y también va a afectar la reserva comunera Maracairi en este caso, ¿no? Y frente a eso, como FENAMAT, hemos hecho una denuncia ante la Comisión Interamericana de Derechos Humanos y exigiendo, ¿no?, de que el gobierno peruano cumpla o adopte medidas de protección que garantice la existencia de estos hermanos, ¿no? Pero lamentablemente el sistema es muy complejo. Mientras tanto esté la denuncia ahí, nosotros que a través de nuestros agentes alimentamos qué es lo que está pasando, pero muchas veces también el gobierno ha intentado de bajar esta denuncia, esta medida cautelar, ¿no?, que caiga esta medida cautelar, del cual indica en muchos espacios que todo está bien, que los PIAS hay veces necesitan ya salir, hay que contactarlos, y muchas veces los gobiernos regionales ¿no?, lo han indicado, y de los cuales como organización estamos, ¿no?, alzando la voz frente a esta vulneración de derechos, ¿no?, como estos pueblos originarios. Eso quería precisar. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Eusebio. Bueno, muchas gracias a todos y a todas los panelistas. Estamos aquí, ya recibimos el mensaje de que se nos acabó el tiempo. Y muchísimas gracias a los traductores por una brillante tarea. Una foto, eso no lleva tiempo. Ahora sí, fuerte aplauso. ¿Qué pasa con la bandera de FENAMAT? ¿Bajaron la bandera? Excelente, muchas gracias. Y los PIAC también, ¿no? Ah, no, que se tenía. ¿Qué pasó con la bandera? Bien, chao. Vale. Sí, sí. Con el grudo que nos armaron. Sí, al final, mira, la experiencia de todos los años es esta. Sí. Al final. Mucha gente que quiere hablar de los aislados. Claro.
Hola, Miguel.
¿Qué tal?
Muy bueno.
Gracias. Sí, por eso. Pónganse ahí. Buenísimo. Gracias. Nos vemos.